All right, so let's go ahead and call day 2 of the Finance Committee meetings on the budget to order. The clerk would call the roll.
Councilmember Filsa?
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo? Here. Chair Du Bois?
Here.
For the record, all present.
Great. And let's go ahead and go to public comment first. And then if the clerk could remind me, let's also do some public comment at the end of the day. Well, and yeah, I don't see any hands online, but if you want to go ahead and make a comment here in person.
Yeah, thank you. Ken Horowitz, I live on Homer Avenue. And, oh, excuse me. Apologize, I walked in late. Yesterday, I thought you were taking the items in order and public comment would include on those items. So, but I wanted to comment on I'm sure you, because I've spoken to the council on a number of occasions about the Cubberley Community Center redevelopment proposal. And my hope is that a further discussion of this item will take place in front of the whole board when you discuss the final budget. But I was concerned about the fact that the feasibility study that's listed there is not going to begin until 2026. So now it's 2022. So that's 4 more years that we have a dilapidated building with many issues, and you continue to want to spend money on maintenance and repairs when it's about time to move on and start to redevelop it. Now, haven't heard anything new about the land swap with PAUSD for that 7 acres, but that would be a real plus if you could get that 7 acres, because then you can move the tenants that are currently in the 8 acres that you own into that 7 acres, continue to pay rent, but use that time to start to develop the Cubberley site. I live on Homer, and we already have a museum on Homer, the Heritage Museum. And what do we need? Another museum, a Palo Alto museum? As I was walking over here, I was thinking, I've lived here for 40 years. What's new in Palo Alto over the last 40 years that we're going to have a museum about for the last 40 years? We don't really need one. Hardly anybody ever goes to that Heritage Museum. I don't know if it's a good plan to develop that site into the museum. Just a couple of further comments, and I mentioned this at the meetings. You've already given the Palo Alto Unified School District almost $200 million in rent over the 20 odd years that you've had that rental agreement. Your rental agreement expires in 2024. Let's move on with Cubberley. Let's get it fixed up right. We can do it now. If we have the bandwidth to do the Roth Museum rehabilitation, then why don't we have the bandwidth to do the Cubberley site? It's a matter of priorities. And hopefully you'll move Cubberley at the top of your priority and maybe move the Roth building a little bit lower down. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. And we have a lot of different topics. So just so you know, we do public comment at the beginning and we'll do it at the end of the day, but not on each item. All right. We're going to move on to our first item, which is we're going to do community and library services, and we'll start with community services.
Actually, Chair, we just have the quick continuation from last night or yesterday afternoon, if that's okay.
Sure.
That we had talked about. Okay. Paul? Jesse? No. Nope. Let me have the budget team pull it up. 1 second.
All right, we just have a couple slides this morning before we get started with department presentations. The first slide here is the parking lot as of end of day yesterday. By end of day, there was nothing set aside in parking lot, so this remains blank. Next slide. We do have a couple items, requests for additional information from the Finance Committee, specifically for Barron Park Alley or Cypress Lane, and to look into a cost estimate and strategy to explore ownership of that space. We also have a list of items for follow-up to be included in the wrap-up memo, adding some additional context and information for the items listed here. We will be reviewing the parking lot and both of these lists of information at end of day so that we are sure that we have everything for the wrap-up memo.
Okay, and unless the committee wants to talk about these at all now, we'll just do it at the end of the day. Maybe some of these may move around a little bit. Okay, thank you. Now, community services. Go ahead.
Okay, we're starting the day today with our community and library services service area. This is the community services and library department. The pages are on this first slide, beginning on page 183 and 243 of the operating budget. Next slide, please. Collectively, these departments have an operating expense budget of $42.9 million in the fiscal year 2023 proposed budget. Compared to a $40 million budget in 22 adopted, this is a 7.3% increase. Additionally, staffing is increasing overall from 158.75 to 172.42 or 8.6%. Individually, the community services department has a revenue of around $12.5 million and expenses of $32.7 million. And the library department has a $115,000 revenue budget and about $10.1 million expense budget. So that I'll turn it over to, I believe, Director O'Kane is first.
I'm sorry, was that headcount library and community services together?
At the top, that first row is together. Okay. Below it's broken out.
And for, good morning, I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services. For clarification on that too, that FTE includes hourly staff as well, which is why the numbers are higher. So good morning, Chair and Council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Department. And could you go to the next slide? Thank you. So first I wanted to start out by just saying how much I appreciate the council's and actually the community's support for the Community Services Department and all of the programs and services that we provide. Not all cities put this much priority into these types of programs and services that Palo Alto does. And it's one of the things that really attracted me about Palo Alto when I first came here. So I just wanted to really express my appreciation for that. And I also wanted to recognize the staff of community services who have been working like everyone else, very hard to continue to provide all of the great programs and services that we can to the community, even during the pandemic. And they were able to really pivot and think creatively and adapt to the changing times. and continue to support the community and contribute to their health and wellness through the pandemic. So as we looked at the fiscal year 23 budget, one of the things we prioritized was the demand for our classes and programs, our community special events, our summer concert series, and our overall customer service. And so that was our priority when we were looking at what reinvestments we could bring back to the department. This includes restoring operating hours and staff at our community centers and facilities, and adding resources to support our parks and open space areas. As you know, visitation to open space really increased and during the pandemic, and we've seen that really continue to surpass pre-pandemic levels. So some of our proposed changes in the general fund include adding one park ranger who would be primarily located in the Baylands Nature Preserve. However, our rangers do float, so they're supporting all of our nature preserves. They do emergency response, often in areas that are remote. So places where it may take longer for fire and police to get there, our park rangers are the first to respond. We're restoring a program assistant too at the Lucy Stern Community Center. Right now, we are struggling to staff our community centers. Cubberley is not open to the public at this point, except by appointment. And Mitchell and Lucy Stern are only open Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So, and some days we've actually had to close Lucy Stern because we had no staff to be at the front desk. So we're hoping to balance that out, relieve some of the stress on the existing staff, and allow our operating hours to get back to pre-pandemic levels. We're doing quite a bit of restoration to the Children's Theater for productions and staffing. And we're also proposing a new ticketing and membership software program for the JMZ and Children's Theater. And one of the reasons is our current program, which is Civic Rec, is just not set up to do the single day ticketing that you would want at a museum facility. Civic Rec is really set up for registering for a class, not just purchasing a ticket. And so it's really turned off some people, honestly, from coming to the JMZ because of that. And then finally, our art center facilities, rental revenue and staffing, we're just doing some realignment there. So one of the other things we're struggling with is renting out facilities that we normally would in off hours because we just don't have the staff to be there to help with that situation. So this would include the art center. Another example is our picnic areas on the weekends. We are currently not accepting picnic reservations because we don't have anyone to clean those areas and put up signage and things like that. So we're slowly trying to bring these things back to the community and also thinking creatively on how we can do it with the staff that we have. Next slide, please. So looking forward to fiscal year 23, our outlook, I think, is positive, and we are continuing to just try and meet the demand for all of our programs and classes. We are continuing to open our parks, playgrounds, and open space areas. They have been open through the pandemic, but what we're trying to do is now level out our staffing with the increased visitation to maintain public safety. And we're continuing our programming and opportunities for teens, and really doing that in the sense of supporting youth mental health. So as we heard during the last 2 budget cycles, a lot of our youth programs contribute to youth mental health, whether it be theater, visual arts, middle school athletics. These are all pieces of the puzzle that contribute to youth mental health. And so we look at that in really everything we do and trying to, again, think creatively on what else we can provide, what areas are we not reaching, and where can we fill the gaps. The new JMZ is continuing to operate in its new facility and is still trying to get some new animals. We've had some animals that have not been able to get here because of the pandemic. So we're John Aiken is thinking creatively and looking for different types of animals to come that might be more accessible. Also continuing to create new exhibits and again, hoping to get that improved ticketing software so we can make it a better customer experience. And then as always, we will continue our collaborations with our nonprofit partners and community-based organizations. We rely on them heavily for funding, for volunteers, for just basic support and helping us leverage our programs to reach the most people in the community that we can. And then finally, this is one that's really important to me personally, but something that I think I'd like to start next year and really get it up and running at more, at a greater level in the next few years is providing more accessible programs for people with disabilities. A lot of organizations, a lot of cities have therapeutic recreation programs built into their community services department, and we really don't. And it's not something I think we can do overnight, but it's something that I would like to accomplish in the next few years. And so, starting to work more closely with, for example, the Magical Bridge Foundation to see how we can do more programming at the playground. Again, we talked yesterday about the family changing room at the pool, things like that. So really looking at where are those gaps and how might we be able to better serve those people in our community. So I think that was my last slide, and I will turn it back to.
I suggest we just go ahead and talk about community services and then we'll do library. That's okay.
Oh, sure.
I'll jump in. So, one thing I'd like talking to the finance committee, I think we should spend a second on KPIs on each group when we go through today. And then staffing. But I guess one thing that jumped out at me was your KPI for online registration. It's been, you hit 94% last year, but the goal is back down to 80. And just seemed like we could probably shoot for more.
Thank you. So it did increase during the pandemic for sure, because we just weren't open. And one of the things though, is we've noticed is people really do like to come in and have a conversation and talk about, what camps might be best for my kids. Can you help me go through the process? So yeah. I will admit too that every year I say I want to redo these KPIs because I'm not sure they're telling us a story that we're not trying to fix anything with our online registration. We have that ability, but we also have people at the front desk who are there to provide this one-on-one service. Yeah. So this was really looking at an average over the past few years and thinking, as more people are comfortable coming in, we'll see less in that. And I will also say, not to drag out the answer that much longer, but I think a lot of our older members in our community prefer that one-on-one, registration process.
I just think one of the benefits of the pandemic was our ability to do more online, more cost effectively.
Agreed.
And even though people might like that service, I really think we should think about it as a place maybe where we can do more with less. I also think we do need to relook at a lot of the KPIs, not just community services.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think there's a trade-off there about, I get it. People like it. I mean, hopefully it's different than when my kids were little. We would get there at like 6 a.m. and get in line to make sure we got a class.
We don't do that anymore.
The other KPI, a lot of people are relying on the National Citizen Survey for their KPIs. There's like NAs. But on things like the Enjoy catalog and camps, like why can't we do a post-camp survey directly? And I saw like some other departments seem to be doing like satisfaction surveys. And
we do. We do surveys for all of our classes, our camps.
So that seems like that would be a useful KPI that doesn't rely on the National Citizen Survey.
Agreed.
And then it just struck me to some other ideas, just how much are things being used, like KPIs around rentals, around like visitors to art exhibits or plays. So just some thoughts, but I really would like to see our goals tied to our KPIs a little more directly.
I agree.
And then on staffing, this looked like you had 8 openings out of 120. So it looked like you're doing pretty well on recruiting and staffing. Looks like you were at 130 people a couple of years ago. So you're down about 10 people. And then you're adding 5.7. So, I mean, after this year, do you consider like 125 full strength?
So the short answer is no. And so my priority was to increase, as we're able to restore, bring back staffing that we lost at the programmatic level, which are, the real touch points to the community. Where we're still very short is at the administrative level. So we're down an assistant director, we're down an administrative associate 3, we're down a recreation superintendent. We lost a division manager in parks and open space. So for a while, it was me and Darren Anderson holding down the administrative level. We've brought a couple more people back into that, but that's where the gap still lies. And that's, it's a struggle.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's a useful picture because I don't think it's hard for us to understand where the hits are. But again, when you talk about like the community centers being closed, it seemed like you didn't have that many openings versus staff. So
they were originally, of course, closed through the pandemic. And then as we started to do this hybrid schedule with reduced staffing, we created this schedule so that people could be at the community centers 3 days a week and be working remotely the other 2 days. They're still available, so the community can still reach people on those days. We just don't have anyone at the front desk. We did lose a couple of positions, front desk positions last year. We're working on bringing those back. We lost some people because they went to other organizations. And so now that hiring process is happening and we're bringing those back. So I think this next fiscal year we'll be in a better position to be open 5 days a week. And we're trying to think creatively on how we can have people be more like floaters. So they can, if people call in sick, everyone's trained at different locations.
I mean, it seems like community services needs to be in person. I mean, what is the remote work policy going forward?
So the remote work policy is most of us are in the office 3 days a week, if not more. Moving forward, I think once we get to summer, like you said, we're community services. We're the ones, it's oftentimes the only people in the community talk to. So I think we're going to get to a point in the summer where people are coming back. We're opening our facilities more. Part of it is just, if you're sitting at the front desk, there's the amount of exposure you're getting to the customers coming in. And we were trying to really limit that and think about safety for staff as well as doing, what we could do to serve the community.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it seems like you have a challenge. I mean, remote work's probably popular, but
it
seems
is.
like it's hard in your
it's
department.
Very hard. Yeah.
Really
We've been back for quite a while.
I have a few more questions, but I'll let you guys want to jump in.
Yeah, I was going to ask sort of, I think you probably got most of it, which is if you look at CSD staff versus 2020, not last year, right? But pre-pandemic, looks like even after this, you're still down 10 FTEs, right? So I was going to ask where they were, right? But it's not, so a bunch of them in admin services and sort of is that the whole picture, or is there any place else that?
No, so it's not the whole picture. So it's a lot in our children's theater, art center, in recreation. Okay. So, when we're doing things like the Mayfet parade, we're doing that with fewer people than we would have traditionally. So it worked during the pandemic when we weren't doing all of these things. And now that we start bringing all these back, we're struggling to keep up, honestly. But so it's really, I think the vacancies are spread out throughout the whole department, even some park rangers, but like open space technicians.
How long does it take you to, I mean, once you have a rec, how long does it take you to add somebody? Is it 2 weeks or is it a year?
Well, for hourlies, it can be a few weeks. Those are fairly quickly.
Right.
The regular staff, I will say it was really slow a few months ago, and now that HR is staffed up a little bit, we have multiple openings listed right now. They're closing quickly. We're hiring people. So I don't know the exact time frame, but it's moving much more quickly. So we've been really pleased with.
Bottleneck sort of.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, a couple of questions on this. I noticed that versus 2020 to 2023, charges for services is way up. Is there something deterministic behind that? You're like 2.5 times.
Well, one factor could be the JMZ. We're now charging.
Okay. What's the annual revenue on the JMZ? I should know this off the top of my head.
Well, I should too.
It'll be in the budget reconciliation table in the department section.
JMZ staffing augmentation. Right. Oh, looks like $234,000.
Yeah.
The other aspect of it is in 20.
It's 1.1 million.
Okay, that seems more likely.
That's the increment of change that you're reading. Councilmember Filsa, Kristen is citing the total revenues
So
for
yeah,
that.
the year-to-date revenue is 1.1 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the
year
other
to date. So that's first 4 or 5 months. Okay. So you're looking at, okay. 2020 charges for services was $4.5 million and 2023 budget is 10. So you're looking at $6 million difference. I'm just wondering. So, okay. So
probably camps and
3 comes from, yes. Did we raise prices on stuff? Or?
We did. Since I'm trying to think when we raised prices on middle school athletics. Yeah, that's.
But isn't just a lot more people doing things in general?
There are a lot more people doing things in general from 2020 significantly.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
Right. I mean, and actually this year, like we've seen a record number of kids signed up for summer camps. I mean, we have wait lists in almost everything. You know, people are just so eager to get back into it. And so we're.
But pre-pandemic.
Well, and remember 2020 has some pandemic impact in it, right? The pandemic began February, March of FY 2020. So there's a significant drop because we basically canceled all of our, yeah, we canceled everything.
We did.
So you are also, Councilmember Philseth, looking at actuals in 2020, which wouldn't have JMZ versus the 2023 budget,
right, so
which will have that full 1 point some odd million for JMZ.
So I'm guessing, yeah, so 2 or 3 million for FY 23. But still, you're looking at 2 or 3 million a year from JMZ. Year to date, it's 1 and change.
We can get the total estimate for JMZ revenue, but that ultimately that's the big change.
It's a chunk of the difference, but it's not all.
Correct.
So, and I don't know if our fees for services included in, I mean, is golf included in fees for services? So that would, that would probably impact that as well because we've exceeded revenue. So I think it's a combination of those two being the big ones. And then just like Councilmember Du Bois said, people are just coming out and using our programs.
The other one that's up quite a bit, actually, although not that much as much as services, is rental income. So I mean, looked to me like a lot of our rental income was sort of nonprofits and Cubberley and stuff like that, right? Is there a lot more of that now, or is?
So that includes our like Lucy Stern Community Center weddings, which we book those up a year in advance.
FY20 was FY20 missing a quarter of it or a third of it or something like that. Okay, cool.
And just I have a little bit more data. So the JMZ year-end estimates for revenue is 1.4 million.
Is that for fiscal 23?
That's for end of fiscal year 22. The year we're in now, our year-end estimate. Yeah.
So that's basically 6 months or something like that, because they opened in because they opened in October. Right? Okay. Right. Okay. So okay. All right. Okay. And then, you know, just on the JMZ, I noticed that budgeted headcount for JMZ versus 2020 is a half of an FTE more or something like that, right? JMZ is a lot more complicated place to run than it used to be, right?
Yes.
So I wonder if you've got enough headcount to actually staff it built in.
So one of the things we've realized is when we put together the staffing plan, we didn't consider how much back office work would be required. So, you know, going from non-ticketed to ticketed, things like cash deposits and reconciliations, they didn't have anyone to do that. So they're borrowing someone from another area to fill that gap so they can focus on, you know, the customer piece. So we're navigating that.
So that would be one of my questions to CSD. I mean, it's only, you're looking at a few people out of whatever the total is, 130, right? But you know, have you really built into the budget enough people that it's going to take to run the JMZ? Because I would guess that, like you said, there's a couple buried elsewhere, borrowed and so forth. I would guess that half a person isn't delta from the old way isn't nearly enough.
Yeah, I think if we had that, if we had more, again, we're really lacking in our administration side in the department, and it shows at the JMZ as well. So that's where people are just picking up.
Because otherwise you get the situation where people say, well, I need this much. And then they're back a year later. Well, I actually need this much. And then they're back a year later. Well, I actually needed this much. And so it'd be helpful if we could sort of see
the full picture.
All of it,
yeah,
at once,
understood.
Instead of, you know. Okay. All right, thanks.
Do you want to continue?
Oh, sure. If that's okay. So, again, you heard, I think, probably a lot of interest in YCI, and you know, what does it take to make that an ongoing funding rather than year to year? Seems like every year we restore it. And
sure. So that original funding, just to give some history, first came to council in 2017, I believe, and that was a colleague's memo, and it was to provide 3 years of funding for YCI, which was a matching grant with the county. And I think if you look back at their proposal, the reason for the 3 years was to sort of establish the program and then use the sort of, I think, name of the city of Palo Alto and the county as funding sources to then try and get more funding. I don't know the status of their efforts in getting additional funding. And I know that the council has funded that on an annual basis thereafter, and I'll add a little bit more to that. And there's no, I think we're all in agreement that YCS provides a valuable service to the community and the teens. And also we're all in agreement that youth mental health and suicide prevention is a high priority. I think where we're not in alignment is how we fund these organizations that are sort of the one-offs, right? Because we have a process in place for funding nonprofit organizations, and that's the HISREP process. It's a 2-year grant cycle. We also have our Emerging Needs Fund, which is for those critical items that come up and nonprofits need funding immediately to address a concern. So when we start funding a nonprofit outside of those processes, that's where I get a little concerned, because at what point,
yes, and
you know, we have that process in place for a reason.
I mean, we have others like Avenidas or Palo Alto Childcare, which are also outside the process, right?
They are. Those are longstanding agreements, and the way I look at those is they're doing a service that we're
have to
hiring
pay
them
for. Yeah.
on behalf of us, basically. So, and I think I'd want
if I
to
could
add.
just also note that this broader conversation or discussion around the city's support for nonprofits is a really important one, and rationalizing how in some ways some of these agreements are similar and some are different. The city auditor's office is currently doing a nonprofit audit, and in fact we're currently in discussion on an administrative draft of that, and I believe that will identify some steps that the city should be taking for these agreements overall. So I do think that there are some efforts in parallel that can help rationalize and identify areas where consistency might be better served.
Yep. So I mean, I think we should put this one in the parking lot. And again, I think they got another county grant, so there'll probably be some desire to match it again. But I agree. I think we had a pretty long discussion about Project Safety Net and policy and services and ongoing funding. And it feels like maybe this YCI should also get referred, or maybe even more broadly to policy and services for, again, what is the plan for them to be self-sufficient?
Mm-hmm.
And again, most council probably doesn't have that context that you just gave. It just comes up every year at budget season. Exactly. Right. So are you guys?
For what it's worth, I would also note the other one that's been discussed of late is UNEF. So again, there are probably a half a dozen or more organizations that fit into this category of somewhat one-off.
So should UNAF, that's also community services, I guess. And again, for timing wise, maybe we should just put both of those in the parking lot.
Yeah, sure.
Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Do we need to vote on that?
Yeah.
All right. So the motion would be to look at funding YCI and UNAFF Film Festival to put that in the parking lot.
I'll second that.
There may be others. I think staff will take the liberty to expand that list if we come across one as we move through the audit and this reference in parallel. Councilmember Du Bois, my question, I guess, on that is, are we just exploring, is that a referral or a parking lot item? And I guess
I think it's a parking lot item for
2023.
Want a budget.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Just wanted to make sure I was following. And Councilmember Philseth, your mic, please.
So somebody just ask about that, or maybe it'll all get resolved to the city manager's point looking at this, but are we heading for a position where every nonprofit that wants $30,000 is going to be a council decision? I mean, is that where we're going here?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's why I think there's also some referral on what the policy is. But my sense is that there's a majority of council support for YCI, for example. So I think it's kind of both this year, and then we've got to get out of this habit of council, tacking on $30,000 here and there.
Well, and we're sort of training everybody that amount of click-through email campaign to get your $30,000, right? So, I mean, they're all valuable. Right?
I understand what you're saying, but
well, also,
I think these are ongoing things that it's, again, I just think there's a majority of council support, and just to cut them off is probably not.
I guess
I understand. I guess what I'm asking is there another way that we should, should we do it through his rap or something? Should we allocate more money to his rap for some of these? I mean, how do we do this in a procedural way that doesn't sort of have every valuable cause that needs $30,000 coming for a council decision?
Don't have an answer.
We don't have an answer for that. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Could I add something? So I will say too, we're in the middle of a his rep process right now. So if they won't be able to apply for his rep till the end of this calendar year. Okay. So I guess just keep that in mind. And
that's what I'm kind of saying. I think we need to transition.
Right.
Okay. May I?
Yeah.
So I don't have an answer for Councilmember Philseth either. But also these two referrals to the parking lot are also part of our city priorities for this year, which is healthy cities, healthy communities. And for the YCI, that one is actually through a colleague's memo, you know, in 2017, I believe, to help fund it. So for support to my support towards that is mental health, but also it's part of the council priorities. As for UNAF, their films have a lot to do with sustainability. So a lot of, you know, part of the educational process through UNAF, you know, the city wouldn't have to do, but yet it supports our sustainability priority. So those are my comments for why, you know, I would support putting them into the parking lot, and then referring to policy and services if we want to come up with for a policy on it. But that's where I am. Yeah.
So, yeah. Yep. I think we all understand.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and vote on this just so we can keep moving today. So those that support. Yeah.
Still fixating on the JMZ, right? Because I think they're understaffed, right? I think they're going to.
Well, we can come back to the JMZ. This is, I just wanted to.
Oh, are we not
just vote on this?
Right? Okay, that's fine.
So those in favor of putting these two items? Sure. Okay. Yeah. Actually, if I could finish a couple items, then we'll go back to the JMZ.
Well, I thought we were talking parking lot stuff.
Yeah. So the ticketing system, will that kind of pay for itself? Do we think it's going to incrementally generate more revenue?
I think so. And we don't have I don't have a specific answer on that yet, but I do think it's going to bring in more visitors because we've had a lot of complaints about using the current software system for this.
Would it be for the theaters as well? Like,
for the children's theater, it would.
Okay.
Again, it's Civic Rec's not set up for that.
And then on the golf course, it looked like we're doing pretty well. And then there's like a big drop in this year's budget. What's causing that? Like the net profit goes down to 300,000
for fiscal year 23.
Yeah, from $1 million.
What page are you on?
198.
Thank you.
Seems like the revenue is projected to be less than 22. Yeah, I don't know.
Right. So I asked about this as well. And the reason why is, you know, when we did our projections, we typically look at 3 years of the past 3 years. And while we've seen an increase in the pandemic, these numbers are based on a year and a half, like 18 months worth of revenue. Because when we put these numbers together, it was back in like December or January. So we're basing this sort of on a year and a half's worth of data, not knowing if the upward trend that we're seeing now is going to continue and continue and continue, or is this still just sort of a snapshot in time and then it's going to level out and go back down. So that's sort of why the projection is lower than what the current state is. You know,
I mean, it seems, so you think a lot more people played golf in the pandemic than
absolutely. Absolutely.
And how does this compare to the original plan for the golf course? Like, do we expect to be at like 300,000 a profit a year?
So if you look back at like 2019, those revenues are based, or that projection is based on what the original pro forma was. So when we did a pro forma back in, it was like 2016 or 2017, we're looking at what we expect revenues to be, you know, many years out. So 2019, I think we can consider pre-pandemic. So that was based on that pro forma. And then as you can see also in fiscal year 21, I mean, it jumped significantly. And then fiscal year 22, it's still up high. So that's,
We've also
That's-
been
yeah.
well reviewed and everything. Do
Mhm.
we think we're doing better than planned, and just in terms of the quality of the course? Or
It's possible.
yeah,
It's definitely possible. So
okay.
I think if we could have like another year of seeing, is this high revenue sustainable? Or are people gonna, now that we can go out and do other things besides play golf, are the numbers gonna go back down? So I think
Okay.
we'll have a more accurate measure after full 3 years.
That sounds reasonable. And then you mentioned the Magical Bridge. They've been doing a lot of programming on their own, a lot of fundraising. So why do you want the city to get involved in that?
Well, it goes back to, so we've been working with the Magical Bridge Foundation to identify how we can provide more programming to mostly special needs children, youth. So we've been doing a lot of partnerships with the Children's Theater. They provide sensory friendly performances in classes. And I think having, the effort that we all did to get that playground out into the community, but without having any programming there is sort of a missed opportunity. And
okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
They've been doing a great job with concerts. I didn't see a need for you to like take that on yourself.
No, the concerts were not. This is more, we're looking into putting something into our Enjoy catalog, into our recreation programs and classes where we can, provide something that we're not doing right now. We recently added a dance class for special needs individuals. We didn't have a great turnout, so we had to cancel it, unfortunately. So we're learning, right? And we're hoping to use Magical Bridge to help us learn and see where we can best reach the community. So,
okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
So, great job. I'm so pleased to hear that you're expanding and being more inclusive of folks with disabilities, especially children, and providing, camps for them. The dance class, don't give up on that. I don't know, maybe it was just too new,
right.
But that's really good to hear. I wanted to ask, actually, Ed and Kylie, so the 5.77 positions is out of the 38.85 that is being requested in the for FY23, right? That's not from the 20, that's from the 39 or 38.85. You're nodding.
Yes, that's part of the 38.85 in the general fund.
Okay. So I know you have a discussion here for later about the Lucy Stern Theater seating replacements, right? And I'm glad to hear that you're looking to hire somebody for the front desk. I think the theater, Lucy Stern Theater, which houses the Palo Alto Players and the other ones, right? They've been saying, so there's a bathroom issue as well as entry into the theater where they used to enter from the hallway, from the parking lot, straight through the hallway through Lucy Stern's there. Now they have to walk all the way around. And a lot of them are seniors. So is that staffing going to be sufficient in order to staff for opening the main doors for the easier access?
So we've been discussing with the 3 theater partners, and the reason why it's not always open. So sometimes it is and sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
And when we have an exclusive use event at the Lucy Stern Community Center, that's when we're not allowing theater patrons to come into the community center part, because say if it's a wedding, they've rented the whole center, and then we've had complaints about having all the theater patrons come in and use the restrooms and walk through. So what we're doing is looking to restore or to use a position that's currently at Cubberley, which is a facility attendant who could be at Lucy Stern and work these events. to have someone just sort of like guiding people and directing people into where they're supposed to be. And then when they're done in the community center, they go back out. So we're thinking creatively, trying to resolve this. But I mean, the bigger issue is the community theater is old and it needs a lot of work. And I mean, the ideal situation is they would have their own enough restrooms to accommodate their patrons and not have to rely on some of the neighboring facilities. So I think that's probably many years out, but in the meantime, we're working with them to make it as best as possible.
Okay. Yeah, so it's, I guess when we're talking about the fund here, you know, for so it would be mostly for ensuring new hires so that they're available in order to provide access into the facilities. You know, Mayfet was really great. I know that you're understaffed in planning and all that. In the past, I believe you had in community services, there was an events coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that is planned for, or is that just not enough events?
That's on our wish list.
Okay, it's
so
on our wish list.
if we used to have, so many years ago, we had a contract person who did a lot of our special events, and then we brought it in-house, and we had an hourly who was really our main special events person, and then our recreation superintendent also did special events. We don't have either of those positions, so it's sort of we divide and conquer.
So depending on what kind of event, then you have, like this time, Adam was very involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Right.
I see. I wanted to go on page 198. There's contract contingency. Can you just give me a little overview on that?
Sure. The 29,000. That's I think that is just for any unforeseen additions that might come up for the golf contractor, but I will have to get back to you on why we don't have it in previous years.
Okay. Then I'm looking at 199. So we have the Avenidas contract.
Mm-hmm.
Why is senior adults legal assistance broken out onto his wrap? Does Avenidas not include that as one of their services to seniors?
I don't know specifically if Avenidas does that, but this would have been a senior adults legal assistance would have been an applicant to the his rep process, and the selection committee must have thought that they were filling a gap that wasn't currently available.
Okay.
But they're a separate organization from Avenidas.
And then his rep funding, is it consistently the same amount, or it goes up and down depending on how much county or state has?
A consistent amount, with the exception that there's a CPI increase, I think, of 3%.
But does it get cut anytime
we have certain categories too, right? Some of the funds have to be used in certain areas.
So not necessarily. We've talked about doing a needs assessment in the community to identify where the greatest needs are, and then that would help inform our his rep process, saying this year we are focused on these organizations because that's what the needs assessment where they're identifying a gap.
I thought there were like 4 categories, like housing related stuff, or
I will get back to you.
I'm pretty sure.
I can see Minka typing right now.
Okay, I'm just looking at, since we have a pretty big contract, you know, with for an organization to oversee the senior services, and I just wonder if some of it might be referred back to Avenidas, our organization. But yeah, but it looks like we've been funding them. They started in FY 2022. Just asking, because I'm just surprised that there's more senior stuff under his rep too, when we have a big contract. You know, and then I like it when Councilmember Chair goes before, Councilmember Du Bois goes before me because he asks most of my questions. So I don't really have much more. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a very big department.
That's
Very
true.
worthwhile. And the community enjoys it a lot.
I'm not sure whether to do this or not, so I thought I'd float it. I wonder if we should put, you know, another head or two for the JMZ in the parking lot, because I think you're gonna need it. You know, I think, you know, we're sort of in this mode of, well, I only need this much, so just give me this much, but actually it's more than that, right? And so I don't know, what do you guys think?
I mean, is there some benefit to doing it as revenue grows versus preemptively?
Yes. Well, if we don't do it this year, then we got to do it next year, and so
Right, but maybe we have more revenue than from the museum.
yeah, I think.
I mean, I'm a little concerned, you know, when we approved the museum, there was a lot of discussion about how many heads then, right? And it was an ongoing cost for one-time money. And now we're kind of sucked into it.
I certainly recall that.
Yeah.
But may I?
Yeah.
So I will say that the better experience people have, the more they're likely to come back and the more they're likely to spread the word that they had a great experience, which brings more people and increases the revenue. And if you're well-staffed, that experience is the best it can be, right? So if you don't have the staff who are cleaning, who are taking care of the animals, who are doing those touch points,
repairing the pumps and the
right.
water system and making
right.
sure the
So
space heating and the floor works.
Yeah, so it's sort of which comes first, right? Do you do one to get the revenue where you need to be, or do you wait for the revenue to get to the other? So
are you getting feedback already? I mean, people pretty thrilled with it.
People are very thrilled with it. I think the ticketing system will help significantly. And, you know, it's been a huge transition. It's a very different facility than the previous one, especially now that there's ticketed fees. I mean, just, you know, we're having issues with members will reserve a lot of space because right now we're doing reserved tickets to control how many people. So members will reserve their ticket and then not show up. And then we can't sell that ticket to someone else because we assumed a member was coming up. So there's so many nuances that we weren't prepared for. We're doing a lot more discounted tickets than we had anticipated in the pro forma, which is great because we're allowing more accessibility to the JMZ. We're selling a lot more memberships than we thought, which sounds great, but it's not necessarily doesn't bring in the most revenue, right? Because they pay once and they can come as often as they want. So there's all these little things that we're now learning because it's open that I think it might take a little time to just sort of level out and get our comfort zone.
So are you changing the rules? Like if you reserve and don't show up within 15 minutes or 30 minutes, your slot's gone kind of thing?
Well, we do allow people to walk up. So, you know, if people do walk up and don't realize they had to reserve tickets, we let them buy a ticket.
But get out of the reserve tickets mode at some point?
I think so. I hope so. So we have a morning session and an afternoon session, and we clean the facility in between. Right. And that's really to sort of control how many people are in the facility at one time. So ideally, I think it would be, we wouldn't have the reservation system anymore. And we are working on a way to deal with that membership issue. Yeah. So, yeah.
So I don't know if I'm prepared to add somebody.
Well, I'm torn a little bit on it too. So.
Yeah.
So I'll move to add a head for the JMZ in the parking lot. Is there a second?
Did you say one or two?
One.
Is there some other stuff like, I don't know, like a mid-year update or, it sounds like you might have more information about things going on. It's very specific examples.
Just making stuff up.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw the suggestion. Maybe we do it in a year. See how they go.
Well, we could put something, an information report, or if you have a specific concern.
No.
No? Okay.
Just in general, since we're wrapping up here, I think CSD, I think has a somewhat milder case of the same affliction that we see a little bit in public safety to a greater degree, which is, by and large, CSD's budgets each year as a percent of general fund revenue have been fairly constant, right? Which is, on the one hand, it's good financial management because job one is don't go broke, right? The city can't go broke, right? On the other hand, over time, CSD headcount has declined slowly, even within the parameters of keeping the same sort of share of budget. And it's not to as great a degree as some of the other departments, but a little bit, yeah, over the last 10, 15 years and so forth. So I think we're recovering from the pandemic, and this is good. Here I'm proposing adding people and stuff like that, but long term, guys, still got to be looking hard for opportunities to deploy to your point earlier, right? To deploy technology and KPIs and so forth, and keep track of this kind of stuff. And then, occasionally where it makes sense, looking for public-private arrangements like the aquatics and stuff like that.
I mean, and to follow up on that, I kind of said it early, but I think we do need to look at, like the ticketing system, fully support that. And are there other areas where improved software would let you deliver a great service, but more cost effectively than having people there, giving advice? And so again, just brainstorming, do we have ratings and reviews for classes or other ways to help people choose classes? And but really kind of that orientation, right? Of, how do we take advantage of like the move online from the pandemic to be more efficient in things?
And we're gonna see how this goes with sort of city going after some, revenue measures to sort of rebalance where the city's revenue comes from, right? And that'll help. But the long-term problem is we gotta be in a mode where expense growth doesn't outstrip revenue growth, right? And for a variety of reasons, that means we got to be looking at other mechanisms than we got to be looking at sort of our staffing and so forth, right? And what we can accomplish via other mechanisms.
So should we go ahead to the library? Thanks for being patient there.
That's great. So. Right. Thank you, Chair and Council members, for the opportunity to present the library budget. I'm Gayatri Kant, Library Services Director. And like Kristen said, one of the unique things about Palo Alto that attracted me to Palo Alto is the real love that the community has for the libraries. As our retired library director used to say, it's a unicorn situation. There's not that many communities that have 5 libraries in a community of this size. In fact, whenever we try to do comparisons, I have real difficulty to find something that's similar. So that is something that's very, very special about this community. And in the last, I knew we were popular, but it was really in the last 2 years during the pandemic that I really understood how much the community values the library and the services. There's not a single day that we don't get, like, can you open more? Can you do more? What about the programs? So frankly, it's that love and support that has actually inspired our staff to keep going. Just last year, We were counting that the library had expanded 5 times, and in between also closed for that surge, right? So it's just really moving from various directions. But I think the good news is we've been moving to expand things. So where we are now from last year is, I'm very happy to say that the smaller libraries, Children's, College Terrace, and Downtown are open 3 full days now, including a Saturday, which has been a huge ask. And I'm really glad we were able to do that. And the larger libraries, the Rinconada and Mitchell Park, also called as anchor libraries, are open, will be open 6 days soon. We are in the last stages of more recruitment, and hopefully that'll help us open on Sundays. So another ask. To date, we have hired 6 full-time staff and 15 part-time staff. Thanks to HR for working on it. On the other side, we have 5 permanent and hourly staff vacancies. So this is something that we've seen everywhere else, but also definitely in the library, lots of retirements and people leaving the area. So we're also seeing that we're hiring somebody, but then something else goes away, including the division manager that manages collection and technology. And that was our number 2 position in the absence of not having an assistant director. So, definitely staffing has been a challenge. One of the things that we did, because we knew that staffing has been difficult to also hire, is we tried to prioritize opening the libraries last year. So last year was all really about opening the libraries. And so what had happened is we had also made some of the full-time librarian positions into more of the hourly positions to help open the libraries. And the librarians, instead of doing a majority of programming and events and activities, actually started helping in circulation. So that's one of the reasons why you will see a little bit less of programming last year. And I think it was also a year that we could have done more and would have been very helpful to the community. We do try where we can, in the sense like, when the Ukraine invasion happened, within a day, the library not only had pulled all the books about it, but also had a display and also had a book list. Where we would have done more if we had had more people is to actually have more discussions and have experts come. So that's where we kind of start losing the advantage that Palo Alto always had over other libraries. Although staffing vacancies, these are challenges. It also, like, one of the things that did happen, right? We got lemons. So we said, let's make some lemonade. So I'm very thankful to the council for authorizing a consultant to do a staffing and organizational assessment. Like, where are we? So we saw certain trends, and then we saw certain trends during the pandemic. And then where are we moving next? What is the community expecting out of the library? Not just here, but just even overall the library trends. And the consultants are still doing their study, so the timing is not perfect. And so we might be tweaking some of the positions that we have asked right now. But ultimately, the goal is to definitely open more hours and go back to the programming and the activities that we used to do. So our reinvestment strategies, really, one thing that was very clear is, people use the anchor libraries, but they love their neighborhood libraries. They just really like to walk to their libraries. And so restoring service, the question was like, should we do 7 days in the anchor library? Should we do 4 days? Because it's 6 to 3, right? So then I think there's more value to get to the 4 days to the smaller libraries, especially because one of the focus I think we were hearing from the community is to have more programming and activities in the smaller libraries. So traditionally, especially in the downtown and College Terrace libraries, there aren't that many programs. So there's just very few activities. But, you know, we heard like there's so many seniors in the downtown area, and they would love to see some technology programs there. College Terrace, again, you know, is on the other side of you know, of the community. And so they're always like looking for more programming, especially for children. So we haven't been able to do that, but that would be one of the things that we would love to explore. Children's Library, when we did the massive cuts for that, it went from a 7-day full service library to a 2-day, neighborhood service level. So we didn't have that many librarians. We used to have tons of programs there. It is a popular destination for the community. So, so that's why we wanted to go to the 4 days to those 3 libraries, and also increase staffing to bring back the programming and the events. In this time, when we're talking about, you know, equity and diversity issues, one of the things that the library used to do is a series called Celebrate Cultures. So starting with Day of the Dead to Diwali to Native American Heritage Month, you name it, we did stuff. We still do stuff, but it's nowhere near what we used to offer. And this would be a great opportunity to bring those back because understanding each other is like the first step, right? Author events, especially in the areas of diversity, has been just really popular. We worked with the Lane Center, Stanford's Lane Center, and our author events were getting like 500 to 700 people. Normally an author event, that's one of the things what I would say is like, it's totally like a virtual event. Normally an author event, unless they're like hugely popular, would like get 20 people. So this was like, wow, okay, we need to do these author events virtually, right? And then teen wellness programs. I know that we have a youth council, but the library also has a teen advisory board. And they're just phenomenal, and they help us figure out what kind of programs and activities that teens would like to be involved in. And so we have a lot of them coming to the library. Sustainability program. 2 years ago, we did a Remaker Fair. It was all about sustainability. And we would love to bring those back. Technical literacy, you know that the library is well known for its robots, and you have seen some of them. And we have an opportunity to work with the San Jose State's Information School, who would like to collaborate with us and actually fund some of the robots for us. So that's an opportunity for us. We have collaborations with various community groups. As recently, we worked actually with HB to get laptops from the community, and they would clean it up and install new things, and then we would return it back to the community, and we are just finishing that up. So pretty much, that's pretty much like in a nutshell of where we are and where we would like to go. One of the things also that I had added was to provide professional development opportunities to current and new staff, because I think we were incredibly lucky during the COVID state. Is the state library sponsored lots of trainings, and they were virtual, so they were very helpful. And so staff had an opportunity to learn more. But now that we're adding new staff, and also the existing staff have been moving to other positions within the organization, it's really critical to make sure that they are trained, and professional development is just a critical opportunity that we need to provide. That is pretty much where I will end and answer any questions you have.
Okay,
thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. On the programming, so you're seeing demand for programming coming back. 700 people in an author event. That's, I mean, I assume most of those are via Zoom.
It was a virtual program. So the complication or the challenge now is people have seen virtual programs. Certain programs work really well,
right?
Like story times too. Mm-hmm. What had happened is people would go to live, but then they would also watch it afterwards. So now what has happened is because when in a room, you're limited to the number of people, right? But in a virtual program, you could do it. So what is going to happen now is we're probably going to do both.
Okay.
And so, and there's demand for that, definitely.
So for the virtual events, do you have a way of telling how many of the attendees are from Palo Alto versus somewhere else?
Not really, but mostly, in the sense that, we do ask people to register, yeah, and then we could track whether they're library card holders. And so we like a center collaboration, that's hard to know, where they're from. But I do know that we had a Japanese American author program, and we actually even had people from Japan coming to that. So it does provide a very worldwide opportunity. Right. But I will say that because of the Lane Center program, we actually have a private donor who's going to be sponsoring the Remaker Fair, as well as the Palo Alto Reads sustainability program. So it brings, I guess, more attention from the world. Right. Just in a positive way.
And you don't need to be a resident to have a library card, right?
I'm sorry?
You don't have to be a Palo Alto resident to get a library card.
No. I guess it's sort of a whole world of interesting possibilities, right? So I don't know what the answer is, but how do we make sure that how do we trade off the need for serving Palo Alto residents, right? Versus serving stuff that's attractive to the broader world too. So every week I get in my inbox an email invite to some presentation from The Economist, okay, which is in England, right? And so, which I have yet to watch one of them, but so how do we balance that? Because on the one hand, how do we make sure we're adequately serving the Palo Alto community versus stuff of broader span and spectrum and stuff like that? So I have no idea what the answer to that is, but it raises an interesting possibility.
Yeah, one of the things that we try to do is, the in-person programs will definitely start becoming more, local. And then when we're doing virtual programs, you're really like thinking a success in an author program, right, is 200 people.
Right.
So if we get our 200 people and then another 500 from the world, right, I think it's still successful.
Right.
So
it's not that you don't want the other people to attend. It's just you want to make sure that that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Okay. You want to make sure that you're getting adequate traction in Palo Alto. Right?
Yeah, it is a combination though.
I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, we could put Donald Trump videos on and get lots of, probably not very many from Palo Alto. Okay. Right. So maybe it's part of the KPI is how do we track that we're serving the Palo Alto community with virtual stuff. Maybe that's.
If I might also offer Councilmember that it's not necessarily a trade-off, and in fact, I would argue it's really not, to the extent that the program is defined and designed around the Palo Alto audience. The fact that we get additional audience members is actually, in many ways, I find a more politic way to say that, but it enhances the stature of Palo Alto by having events that are attractive enough to others. And I know, for example, when we had Dr. Jennifer Eberhardt's Biased book, that I had colleagues from across the country participating from other cities. And it was of interest to them for their own purposes. It also increases our ability to attract these really world-class authors to be able to say, you know, your audience will be focused and the program is focused on a Palo Alto conversation, while at the same time having the ability to attract others. So I think it works both ways. And again, just really wouldn't want to suggest that it's necessarily a trade-off. Maybe more of a synergy.
Yeah, I do also want to, add that the public library system works that way too. I mean, the same people that have card in one library pretty much has a card in 5 libraries. Yeah, yes, I do remember that.
Well, there's so much that both library and community services has stepped up, you know, during the pandemic. And I know a lot of the administrative part, you know, has been kind of put on the back burner in order to have the personnel to staff opening and keeping these areas open. You talked about the robotics team, right? Mm-hmm. And the number of robots the library has. Is there any collaboration with the Palo Alto schools? You know, Gunn High School has one. Palo Alto High School has a robotic team. Is there any collaboration there as well?
We do have collaboration. In fact, the farm bot that you looked at the other day, actually it was done by the Space Cookies. It's the
Space Cookies.
Yeah, it's a what is that?
It's a female team from NASA.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Girl Scouts, it's actually. And so they actually did the entire thing. I mean, we got just a box. Right? What did we know? We bought this one. We thought it would come assembled. Well, it turned out it was a box. And so the Space Cookies worked with one of the librarian and put it all together. And also when we did VR, the virtual reality programs, we had tons of volunteers from the school. Teens were actually the volunteers and they were the experts, you know, unsurprisingly. So they would come and work with the community members. So yes, but I think to your point, I think the whole collaboration with schools is like the next level that, you know, we have the school library card program. So we do have a good relationship with the school district, but taking it to the next level, again, it's that, you know, what I see is the Palo Alto way is to make things better, right? And so that's where I think we could concentrate more.
And so you're looking for 7.9. So, okay, 7.9, all right. And most of it is replacing the administration part of it.
Most of it is actually, it's a combination of 2 admin positions, but I mean, the assistant director position, just because, you know, I always worry, like, I have an emergency, there's really no number 2 right now. And also the situation where the managers that do the programming and outreach and, you know, customer service, those people, I've actually pulled them into admin work. Like somebody is doing like the entire recruitment is done by one of the senior managers. So it takes them away from other things that they do. So a couple positions, but the rest of the positions are all programming or line staff. So we will be able to open more.
How do you find cooking demonstrations?
We would love to do that.
Oh, it hasn't done that yet.
We have, I mean, we've done some because virtually,
right.
But actually in PLA, I saw this amazing cooking thing in a box. You can actually bring it and then you can keep it and then you can expand it and you can do like, especially for teens. So yeah, we would love to do that.
That's great. I think what the city manager said was very key, you know, that the programs are all designed around Palo Alto needs and likes and wants, and then the world comes and joins in. It shows what a diverse community we have. So keep up the good work.
Yeah.
mean, I think what we've all learned from, the digital era and social media, and of course, everything's on hold during the pandemic, right? But, man, stuff is frictionless. And so going back to your earlier comment about KPIs and so forth, it'd be cool to have a way to just monitor how much of Palo Alto we're reaching with these programs, because there'll be a lot of noise coming in off the webosphere.
And again, it's information. And I like it being a free service. It also makes you think, is there a way to monetize it somehow that's not obtrusive in the background?
Palo Alto's get it free, and
we do have
those guys from
registration.
Redwood City, right?
I mean, one of the things we have been doing more is registration.
Yeah.
So that does give us some
but I could see almost
idea.
like
I mean, like with the Lane Center, one of the things we did is we tracked who was registering through the library versus who was registering through Lane Center.
Yeah.
And Lane Center actually told us that they had never had this much participation until we collaborated. So they think we're the reason that they've gotten more people.
Yeah,
so,
that's good. But I'm picturing something like almost like an NPR model of sponsorship, where if you're recording a virtual session, when it's played back, maybe there's a light ad, sponsored by so-and-so or whatever, and it could generate revenue.
Definitely, there's definitely a lot of interest from private. I mean, there's definitely interest from private donors, as I said. Like he reached out to us and he said, I attended one of your programs and loved it. And so what can I do? So that is a possibility to pursue.
So let me, a few questions, comments, but first of all, thank you for how you ran the library through a lot of uncertainty. And I should have said thank you earlier to you. I think both of you guys really were flexible and worked with the situation. And again, starting with the goals and the KPIs, you have this one KPI about number of teens reading, but the numbers seem to jump up and down a lot. And I just wondered how valuable, I don't know how we're measuring it. And so it's really just a question for you to think about your goals and KPIs. And is this one really a valuable one?
Oh, for the teen one, yes. When I looked at the number, I was also like,
5,000 to 800 to 3,000.
I knew you were going to ask this question for sure. Because one thing is, what we noticed is how the behavior of the community was, right? And the teen numbers really reflected more than anything else. And so, during the pandemic,
so is this measured in person? I mean,
in person, yes.
So again, it's not that teens stopped reading, it's just the way we measure it. That's what I'm asking, is like, do we measure it?
It could also be that they weren't reading what we were measuring. Like, you're right?
Yeah.
I mean, we measure by like, they read books, right? And I'm hearing even from my own son that he no longer reads books. He's only listening to podcasts and reading articles.
You tell him he's
right. I mean,
son of the director of the library, has to read books.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, really? But hey, well, we do say that the library's mission is about sharing information, and so information can be shared from a podcast. In fact, I was talking to our a senior manager in charge of e-library about like, should we be like, how can we like, should we be sponsoring some of the podcasts? I mean, how do we add that to our collection, really? So that's something that we're even looking at. So, so you're right.
So again, it's really a broader comment to kind of think about how we measure some of these things.
Yes.
You have these, again, customer satisfaction through the National Citizen Survey. But, could you measure satisfaction when people check out or online? And it seems like it would be self-serving. It would really help you to say, hey, people are really happy with my service.
Yeah, no.
And then the other one's kind of where Councilmember Philseth was going is there some KPI around how many people find what they're looking for or kind of leave, if they come in to search for something, like how long on the waiting lists or that kind of thing, right? Are we giving people what they come in to try to find? I don't know if you have any metrics around that. But...
We have holds. I mean, so people do place holds on items that that they can't find, or this is Palo Alto. They find like 6 months before that there's their favorite author's book coming, so they let us know.
But it'd be interesting to watch those hold lists and have them go down over time, right? As
yes,
that kind of thing.
Yeah. So we do have that. We also, I mean, Palo Alto's community is also not as, they're very open and they share a lot of their feedback with us. We have a very robust feedback system, and they they do that. But that's more anecdotal. I understand where you're coming. One of the things that the consultants are working is also to redo our strategic plan, and part of it is also going to be a community survey. So definitely we'll see like how we can start tracking that. I know that our senior manager who's interested in statistics is already like starting to think about how do we do this.
Yeah.
So.
And again, it's not just your department. I think maybe several departments could have a good KPI around being fully staffed and like the ability to recruit and retain people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, so you had 8.5 openings out of 52.7. So about 16% of your staff is open right now, I think. And then you want to add 8 more people. And, we talked a little bit yesterday about not wanting to slow down recruiting. There's been some talk about, do we try to match the staffing to budgeting? But when I see your department, like where you already have a bunch of openings and then you're asking for more, like how likely are you to recruit and find those people before mid-year? Like the
vacant positions, 3 of them are almost like, they're already open. And so, we'll be able to hire soon. And like Kristen was saying, there was a bottleneck really like last fall, but things have started moving much faster this year. So
how much time do you spend on recruiting, or like, it seems like it would take a lot of time to find this many people. Like it's almost a full-time job to hire.
Well, the hourly folks, I mean, that's sort of like almost like a different kind of recruitment. We've also started actually localizing it a lot more and promoting it, even in Nextdoor and things like that. So, so that's like a good way because, people used to be driving and they're doing that no longer, right? So
yeah, if you get people that are retired people who come in and do
we are trying, and we've even moved into the direction of letting people know. Hourly recruitment is difficult though because it doesn't have benefits, but it does have the flexibility, and it's really like the backbone of opening the libraries more hours.
Really. Like the assistant director position, I assume you'll be pretty involved in who that person is. And,
yes.
Yeah. So again, I'm not trying to take away your positions or anything. It's just a realistic question of, should we be explicit maybe that some of these positions start in 6 months, just that it's going to be impossible for you to hire this many people? Or do you feel like you can hire all these people quickly?
We will certainly try. I mean,
so it's like 16 positions, right?
Our goal is at this point really like complete the hiring of the current positions now.
Right.
And that's part of the reason that we have also like kept certain positions not filled is because of the consultants coming back, right? The consultants should be coming back in another 3-4 weeks. And that kind of will inform us also like, where are we looking at, where's the need? And, combining that with where the positions are, I think that's where like, there's a little bit of a delay, but I think that helps us be better. We didn't, certain positions, we were like thinking, oh, we should do this, but then we're like, oh, actually, this is a position that we can combine and do.
Yeah.
Like the person that was a selector, now we're like saying, okay, not only should that person be a selector, but also like do community engagement, because it's about collections and community engagement. It's a big part of it. So, we're trying to redefine some of the positions and the scope of it.
I mean, we've been just hearing a lot about the process. And again, you have to go through the recruiting process, and then you got to train people. I mean, are you finding that you're getting a lot of qualified applicants for positions? Yes,
we are. That is the one nice thing is we are finding really qualified people, all from various parts of the country. But then, of course, a lot of people do come from local. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay.
We haven't asked this of anybody, so let's try Catherine as a guinea pig. I mean, let's say you have 1,000 recs. How many people could you hire next year?
No, it's really about the ability. Yeah, it is. It's not in the year even. It's like in the next, per month. How many can you realistically hire?
Well, I mean, some of the positions.
Well,
that's okay.
Let me ask to reframe that a little, just because the 1,000 may have blown everybody out of the sphere of reality. So let's say it were 10, maybe a little more realistic in terms of the scale of our.
Well, some of the positions are the same classification, right? Like when I said we hired 16 people, 7 of them were clerks. So, it would be one recruitment that we do. Wherever we can, we combine positions. And we combine the recruitment so that we would get.
So hiring 5 of the same is much faster than hiring 5 completely different.
Yeah. So a lot of library classifications are like that. So we have like a bunch, like now we have 3 librarian positions open. So that's what we're doing it all together. And then, we will kind of bunch things together. So that has been working well though.
And it's kind of an unfair question, but sort of we're grappling with this because we look at last year. I mean, we're in a position where, we're budgeting the macro levels, we're budgeting revenues here and expenses there, right? And we got lucky expenses and fortunate smiled upon us that revenues came in higher and expenses came in lower. And one of the reasons expenses came in lower is we just got higher fast enough, right? And then we're sort of like,
Oh, your microphone. Sorry.
Sorry. Should we project that for next year too and assume our expenses are going to be low and therefore we can spend all the and sort of get into the, I set my clock ahead 10 minutes and then get up 10 minutes late kind of thing, right? And so that's sort of
well, and if I could perhaps add a couple of notes to that analogy, the reality is when we have budgeted positions, it is a ceiling because we can't go over it. And so having those budgeted positions at a level above where we are is important for us to even get the day-to-day work done, because in addition to the hiring and as we've just talked about, we need to plan for attrition. And so the ability to have ongoing recruitments for large classifications such as the library series allows us to move relatively quickly as attrition happens, as we know it will
but
inevitably.
People can't. So like the fire trainee thing is kind of hiring ahead, right? But most departments can't do that, right?
Correct. True, although I would note that public safety positions are unique in that in a number of ways. One being the lead time necessary for academies, as the case may be, in order to get them prepared for the position, but also recognizing that by and large, traditionally, those positions have not turned over as quickly as our civilian positions often do. So it does necessitate our being able to pursue these other positions quickly when the opportunity presents themselves.
Okay. Well, I think you've explained. Yeah. Well, again, definitely thanks for explaining. I think that idea of batching recruitments helps a lot to understand how you can hire so many people. I guess one other thought I had when you were talking is just that we do have this kind of new playground at Rinconada and the Junior Museum, and really like bolstering the hours, the Children's Museum. It makes for a really nice set of things, right? If it was open on the weekends and 7 days a week.
Yeah, and we collaborate and do programs too.
Yeah.
So like JMZ and the library, we used to collaborate and we would do a story time in JMZ. We would love to bring that back.
But we're at 4 days a week in this budget for the Children's Museum?
Yeah. Yes. And, you know, like for Mayfed, traditionally, we used to actually have a program where the community came and did our float. This year, we just couldn't do that because we only have 2 staff members in children's library. But so those
what are the 4 days?
We haven't looked at exactly what the dates will be. We're trying to stagger, but the difficulty with staggering is also to make sure that we have staff. You know, staff can only work 5 days. So, you know, depending on how we look at it, but definitely Saturdays. I mean, every library will have a Saturday. That is one commitment. Yeah. And definitely the 2 anchor libraries, the bigger libraries, they will have Saturday and Sunday. Okay.
I mean, again, I think you did a reasonable budget. I didn't really have a lot of comments on it, but I think it would be great to figure out how to get the more time at the Children's Museum. And then the last comment I had, I've gotten more involved with our sister cities the last couple of years, and it just struck me that there could be some really interesting programs. I don't know if we've done that in the past.
We haven't, but we would love to.
And I think they would be interested too. It could be some really cool collaborations. So
well, we would love to. I mean, I think that's the whole thing we were talking about, you know, diversity and doing programs around it is just bringing those opportunities. So, yeah.
Cool. That's all I had. Did you guys have anything? Okay. So we should move tentative approval for both community services and libraries.
Yeah.
Approved. Okay. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. Do we need a quick break or keep going?
Yeah.
Little break? Yeah. Can we just take a 5-minute break and then we'll start on? Okay. Okay, thanks for the break. A little bit longer, but I think we're on to planning and transportation. Who's starting? Sorry.
Okay, the next service area we'll be reviewing is the planning and transportation services area. This includes the Planning and Development Services Department, the Office of Transportation, and Special Revenue Funds. These sections can be found starting on pages 91, 157, and 261. Next slide, please. So this table at the top is the consolidated numbers by general fund and other funds for these departments. In fiscal year 2023, the general fund expense budget is $24.1 million as compared to a $19.4 million budget in the prior year, or a 24% increase. In other funds, which include special revenue funds such as housing, traffic impact, parking funds, CDBG, the fiscal year 23 proposed budget is $37.1 million, a 44% increase over fiscal year 22 adopted levels of $25.7 million. Staffing has remained unchanged into other funds and is increasing about 18% in the general fund. At the bottom of the table, you can see a breakout of the general fund revenue and expense by department. In the general fund, the Planning and Development Services Department is increasing from a budget of about $18.3 million to $22.3 million. And the Office of Transportation is increasing from about the Office of Transportation revenue is $200,000 and the expense is $1.7 million. The Planning and Development Services budget is an $18.3 million revenue and $22.3 million expense. In all funds, the Planning and Development Services revenue budget is around 21 million and expenses are 27.6 million. And in the Office of Transportation, all funds, including general fund and all special revenue funds, is $3.4 million and expenses are $9.6 million. With that, I'll turn it over to Jonathan to talk about planning development services.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Du Bois and Finance Committee members. You can go to the next slide. So I think for our department, our reinvestment strategy really sums up our focus for the upcoming fiscal year. There are three principal areas that we want to focus our attention and energy. One of them has to do with sort of the touch points that we have with our customers and really trying to meet our customers where they are, either in person or virtually, and using our looking at our permitting process to streamline that review and that interaction, as well as the inspection services, which I think is you're aware of. We're having some delays in that area and working hard to course correct some of those challenges. The second big focus for us is the City Council policy initiatives, including the housing related efforts. That's taking up a bulk of our time and energy, is to advance the policy work that the council has asked us to pursue and that we're mandated to do by state law. And then the third component is really focusing in on our staff and day-to-day operations and making sure that there are sufficient resources to accommodate those needs. We can go to the next slide. Here on this slide, what we've attempted to do was crosswalk our budget adjustments to our sort of focus areas that I just reviewed. Let's see. Again, just our budget enhancements sort of reflect that the need to shore up and add additional resources to these areas. We can certainly talk about, I won't go over all of these, but just I'll be prepared to answer any questions that you may have about these items. We did present to the Policy and Services Committee last night the findings on the Baker Tilley audit of the department, and there's some 15 recommendations there. We're including in this budget proposal a request for some funds to help us advance some workflow and customer service improvements. The policy work that we have, the housing element is certainly the one that's attracting the most of our attention at the moment. There's a lot of staff resources that are needed to respond to a really complicated set of state rules for this upcoming housing cycle, and appropriately so. We've got increased attention and focus from the community members who are engaged in this process, and so that's requiring some additional effort as well. And then on the third point, again, just want to pause for a moment and thank the city manager's office and the city council for its leadership in recognizing some of for its efforts to shore up some of our staffing, support for staff, and this initiative that we have in our department serves to further along those lines and make our planning positions more competitive to other jurisdictions that are in the area. We've lost some really good planners lately to other communities, and so we're looking to do what we can to make our positions more competitive. So I'll pause there and happy to answer any questions. I could anticipate there might be some KPI questions coming my way.
That obvious, huh?
And Chair Du Bois, I forgot to mention, Chief Transportation Official Cami is actually out sick, so I will cover the PowerPoint for transportation. So I don't know if you want to take all of these together or you want to continue them separate as each individual.
Let's just do them separate. I think it makes it clear. Does anybody have questions for Director Late? KPIs, anything? Actually, before we do that, so our policy has been to take comments in the morning and at the end of the day, and at the risk of having people start coming in, we have a member of the public here, so I'm going to allow you to speak if you'd like to speak now.
Thank you. Good morning, Finance Committee Chair Du Bois, Vice Mayor Koo, and Council Member Filseth. I'm Justine Burt, the Executive Director of the Palo Alto Transportation Management Association. I'm sure you know our mission is to reduce single occupancy vehicle traffic, congestion, demand for parking with targeted transportation solutions to employers, employees, and residents. Primarily, you're familiar with us providing commute counseling and free transit passes to low-wage service sector workers. And this primarily contributes to the quality of life in Palo Alto by helping shops, restaurants, hotels, the service sector attract and retain staff. We also support the city's ambitious, and I'm so proud of the city of Palo Alto for setting an 80 by 30 goal to reduce greenhouse gases 80% below 1990 levels by 2030. 65% of those greenhouse gases are transportation. So the TMA serves a key role in realizing that goal. And so while the vast majority of vehicle purchases recently have been electric vehicles, I think I heard 85%, there's still a lot of gas-powered vehicles on the road. And so the pandemic has changed how people move around and where they work. We just completed a commute survey and found that single occupancy vehicle numbers are way up. Work from home is obviously way up. People who can work from home have been. As people return to office, we have a once in a generation opportunity to shape how people move around. I feel there are 4 major opportunities to do mode shift as we look at people returning to office. 4 targeted solutions we're going to focus on are finding people who live and work within a mile of a Caltrain station, a VTA bus stop for the VTA 22 or the Samtrans ECR bus. Number 2, workers who live within 3 miles of where they work. Many low-wage service sector workers live in East Palo Alto with that wonderful new bike bridge across 101. Many of them could be bicycling. Workers who live within 6 miles of work could be taking electric bikes, and more residents could be running errands on electric bikes. So we've got 2 new bike programs we're going to be rolling out this year. We also have 4 potential new board members who are being considered at next week's board meeting. One from the hotel sector, one from a restaurant who runs a restaurant, technology, and someone from philanthropy. So we're looking forward to the contributions that they make as we all navigate the return to office. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go back to council discussion.
Quick numbers question before we do KPIs. So looking at staffing today or fiscal 23 budget versus 2020 actuals, which is mostly pre-pandemic. So it looks like staffing is basically the same as it was in 2020. 66.6 versus 65.4. I'm on page 269.
Yes. There has been some fluctuation, so I'm just taking a look to see.
Sure. You lost 10 people last year at the bottom of the pandemic, right? That's sort of looking pre and post pandemic.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that accurate?
That looks right.
Okay. But if you go look under salary expense is 30% higher in 23 than 20 at the same staffing level. Why is that?
It's a great question. I might need some help on that one.
Sure. We are looking at actuals in 2020 versus budget in 2023.
So,
and then
actual salary expense was 6.3 million versus 8.3.
Well, budgeted. We would need to look up what the 2020 budget was to do a true comparison. But the 6.3 are the actual salaries that were incurred in fiscal year 2020. In fiscal year 2023, 8.2 is the budgeted salaries. And then obviously we'll have some vacancies or differences, and we've done.
Make sure I got this right.
Where did you get the 30%?
It's
8.253 divided by 6.332.
He did the math.
Pre and post pandemic.
Got it. Okay.
So the pre-pandemic, but that might not matter, because if you're looking at actual budget versus what you're really looking at is budget, what you're looking at is dollars per FTE. Okay. So budgeted dollars versus budgeted headcount, and actual dollars versus actual headcount. It should still be apples to apples in terms of the comparison. Right?
The 2020 actual FTE count is going to be the authorized actual FTE count. It doesn't mean it's the filled position count.
It's the authorized one. And the 8.253 proposed is the 8.2. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. The 8.253 is budgeted for a budgeted head count of 66.6.
Yep. So for example,
but the 6332, is that a budgeted or an actual?
That's an actual. So that would mean cash out the door.
Right.
And
an actual or a budgeted headcount of 65.37.
It's the budgeted headcount in 2020.
budgeted headcount 2020.
Because that was the actual authorized staffing level. Since vacancies are fluid across different months and times, when we report the actual FTE, it's not necessarily employees, it's the authorized.
It's the budget employees.
Yep.
So what we're saying is that apples to apples, the proper number to compare the 6332 number with would not be the 8253 number, but the actual number would be substantially less than that because of budgeted versus actual employees, assuming that the same patterns existed before.
Sure. So perhaps an additional
really account for 30% difference though.
So perhaps an additional data point to provide more clarity. So in fiscal year 2022, the adopted salary number was 7.3 million.
Okay.
So in 2020, instead of it being 8.25, it was 7.3 million.
7.3
versus an actual expense of 6.3.
So that's 10%, 11% difference.
So in terms of the difference, you're really looking at apples to apples, 7.3 million salaries in 2020 versus 8.3 million in 2023.
Well, 7.3 was budget, so 7. Okay, so we're going to go 8. 7.73 divided by. Oh, okay, so that's a 8,253. So that's a 13% increase. Okay. So over 1, 2, 3 years. Okay. 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 1, 3 is different from 3, 0. Okay. Then let me ask another question, which is the general expense line here takes quite a steep jump in fiscal 23, like $1 million versus fiscal 2020, which is what's the difference? What is that? Is that contractors or something like that?
Which line are you looking at, Councilmember?
General expense on page 268 goes from $500,000 in 2021 and 22 to 1.3 million in 23. I'm just
Oh, that's the grant.
Oh, 800,000, right. That's the downtown housing plan.
Oh.
Thank you.
But it's
offset.
It's offset.
Yeah.
Offset.
Mm-hmm. So Councilmember Phil
so that's the 800. Okay. All right.
Yep. On page 272, you'll see the budget proposal.
I did notice we had a windfall from other agencies. I wasn't sure whether to ask about that one or not. Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Yeah, so actually starting with the goals and KPIs. I mean, it does seem like maybe it's not an explicit goal, but hopefully you're thinking about staff planning and succession planning. Just, I know you have had turnover and just a lot of Palo Alto specific, knowledge that walks out the door. On the KPI side, it seemed like maybe a more specific KPI around kind of that time to inspection. How are we measuring the permits issued on time? It seemed like there was a bit of on page 265. Yep. It's kind of like, well, the time after all the other departments have had a chance to sign off or something.
So yeah, so the way that works is when an application comes in that requires this particular KPI measures when an application comes in and requires multiple department review. And our our typical time frame is a 30-day turnaround for most projects. And so what we're measuring is our success, all departments.
Is it across all the departments or just
Across
within
all
your
departments.
control?
No, all the departments.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a useful one. Just seemed like a lot of it's maybe outside your control if you're waiting on other departments.
Yeah, no, that's something that we need to manage. We got public works and fire and utilities, and each of those divisions have programs that review projects. So we may send a lot of plans out, but we've got great collaboration amongst our managers, and we track these reports and we keep people informed as to projects that are coming up for or past deadline.
Yep. And again, so I mean, you have like number of building inspections as a workload measure, but
yes,
it seemed like again the timed inspections is something we hear a lot about.
It's something we're hearing a lot about now, and I believe that is in part sort of through the budget process during the pandemic, we went from 8.5 inspectors to 6 that we have now.
Yeah.
And the other challenge is, and that was a blend of full-time and consultant staff. So what we're trying to do now with this budget is add the 2 inspectors to get us back to 8. And we believe that is going to allow us to restore our next day 48-hour inspection time frame. So I agree, a KPI for inspection would be valuable. My guess is it's going to improve when we get these additional resources.
Okay. And again, it seemed like you've been doing pretty well, I guess, on recruiting. I only saw 4 current openings, so it's like 7% of your team.
Yeah.
And then with the additional heads, it does seem like you get back to pre-pandemic levels, which maybe that wasn't fully staffed. I don't know at that point, but
yeah,
at least it seems like you'll be back to where you were.
We're getting close. When we merged the department, there was some positions that we eliminated to help reduce that cost. There are some positions that may have overlapped. I think we're still assessing that. I think while we're close to the pre-pandemic levels, we begin to just sort of fine tune this as we go forward to find out where those resources are needed.
What are the so it doesn't really show up in the budget book, but what are the all funds FTE it's higher than the staffing?
Yeah, that includes I believe, and I'll look to the budget folks to help me out, but this includes the fractional positions that are in all the other different departments that are supporting the development center.
Okay. Do you manage those people?
No.
No. Okay. And again, I think it was part of the audit, but again, I think learning how to do things online more through the pandemic is hopefully something we continue to leverage, right? Being more efficient and being able to do things with online technology versus people all the time.
Yep. That's our goal. Again, we want to meet our customers where they are. A lot of folks have adapted well to the online experience. It's got a lot of benefits across the board. And that's also reflected in our budget proposal to add additional back-end support for our staff to do that integration with our permit system.
It seems like we're really adopting GIS across the board a lot.
Yeah, and even more so now. We're just beginning to really engage in all that system that platform offers for ourselves and our customers.
Yep. The number of code enforcement complaints seems to have gone up. I know you have this. It's a request for a 1-year code enforcement person. Is that right?
Yeah, part-time.
What's going to happen at the end of the year?
Well, so this is an employee who used to work here. So you spoke earlier about institutional knowledge and familiarity with the city. And so we have an employee who used to work with us, Judy Glaze, and she's helping us out with some of the property maintenance issues that we're not able to get to because our lone code enforcement officer up until a couple of weeks ago has been working on sort of the work without permits, the life safety issues. And so some of these property maintenance concerns haven't been getting the same level of attention.
Yeah. You said part-time, it shows up as 1 FTE.
The reason it's shown as I think 1 and 1.48 is the total count, is because the 0.48 is the part-time I was just speaking to, and the 1 reflects the mid-year enhancement that the city council authorized for the code enforcement officer for leaf blowers. And that was the position that we've just filled as of, I think, a couple of weeks ago. And so we're going through an onboarding process now to bring that person up to speed on our process. And then we'll be turning our attention to code to leaf blowers.
So the one that says code enforcement, that one's basically hired. And then you had a temp hourly 0.48.
Yeah.
That's all. Okay. I didn't realize that was also code enforcement.
Yeah.
Then I think you're facing the 3 of us that had concerns about the downtown plan.
Oh.
I think if I remember the votes.
Well, I got some news for you.
So again, my concern was just kind of outsourcing our downtown plan and not having staff involved.
Yeah.
But this plan is basically a continuation of what we discussed. It would be all consultants, or would staff be involved?
Well, staff would be involved in managing the consultant, but so here's some news that I've shared with city manager's office. We, as I mentioned at the council meeting, we were conducting a request for proposals, and we did not receive any requests for that planning initiative. So right now, we have a couple of options. One is we go out and we do another request for proposals. We've asked folks what was, why didn't they apply? And the main feedback we got was, the 3-week turnaround or whatever it was insufficient for folks to put together a proposal. So if we go out again, that's going to take more time to bring potentially a consultant on board and initiate that process. As I noted at the council meeting, we have a pretty tight timeline on this one, and I have some concerns. I had concerns then. They're only amplified now about our ability to meet a deadline. So all that to say is that particular initiative is a little bit in flux right now. But as proposed, it would be completely supported by consultants.
Sorry, I got a little distracted. So you're saying this one again, the money had a hard time limit.
That's right.
So are you saying you're concerned we won't be able to?
Yeah, I was saying I was concerned 6 weeks ago or whatever it was when I was talking about it with the council. And now if we have to go and do another RFP, we're pushed back another 3 months probably.
But you're still recommending we do it?
We're still thinking about it.
Okay. I mean, my sense, again, I know council didn't want to vote against taking all this money, but
yeah, that
was my sense at the council meeting, that you were a little hesitant. It seems
so. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, you never want to turn down, some grant money. It's a valuable effort. It falls short of the downtown coordinated area plan that was referenced at the council meeting, and that's called for in our comp plan.
Yep.
So yeah,
I still feel like it's a good idea, but it's just not good timing, and I really like to have staff working our downtown. So
yeah, so
I'd kind of like to put this one in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a little bit like, I think it was a 4-3 vote and the 3 of us were against it. So it's kind of repeating a discussion.
Yeah.
But maybe with this new information, it is worth maybe having the council take another look when we go to the budget.
Sure. And from a staff perspective, having a 4-3 vote starting a significant planning policy project like that is not exactly the thing that makes us feel very good.
Yeah, but again, it's a sense of timing that you're giving us. And
yes.
So
Chair Du Bois, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're making a motion to move proposal 7 on 274 to place that in the parking lot to be revisited as part of the wrap up.
Yep.
Great.
So did you second that?
Yes, I seconded it.
Okay. Eric, are you following?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, How do we vote on putting in the parking lot?
Was that for that 2 million that Jesse was trying to give me earlier?
Okay, so that passed 3-0. That's all I had. What's that? Yep.
Could I just find out? So there's a lot of things that went online, right, during the pandemic that you guys had revamped.
Yes.
Is there more thoughts of putting processes online for the two departments?
Which processes?
You know, you have application processing, right? And right now over here, there's the PDS online data, as well as the DS operational improvements. What other things can the department look at to be an online process?
So everything that we've
obviously I didn't see Baker Tilley's audit and their recommendations, so I don't know yet.
No, so I think everything what we found during the pandemic is that, you know, the vast majority of our operation can operate online, remote, through offerings. Of course, our building inspectors cannot, so they were here and in the field throughout that time, and our code enforcement needed to go out in the field. But so our field workers needed to be present. But the other aspects of our operation, whether it's answering calls, submitting in applications, getting access to materials, all of that is available online.
Okay. And you continue to look at what ways
Definitely.
to. Okay.
Yeah.
Then just to go back to force enforcement. So just if I understand clearly, the position is actually 2.48 now total, right?
In our department, if this gets approved.
If 0.8 gets approved tonight.
Yes. Well,
so today, it's not nighttime yet.
Right.
Have it, and ultimately council adoption in June.
Okay. Just to go back to the 20 that was approved previously, the 1 was from the 20, and then the 0.8 is okay. Thank you. I was also looking at page 270. Why now the fire marshal?
I believe Chief Blackshire is on the line to help us address the fire adjustments. So if he could turn
this is incorporation. I mean, this is through. So did we approve this already yesterday?
No, this is part of this department in the sense that, well, I guess it's in both departments technically.
Fire prevention is housed within Development Center.
Right.
And Chief Blackshire has operational control over fire prevention, and but because those positions are in the Development Center, that's why they're reflected in our budget.
Oh, okay.
So Chief Blackshire, if you have color on the fire marshal.
Sure. So, good morning still? Yeah, good morning. Losing track of time. Can you repeat the question or the inquiry, please?
Oh, I just saw fire marshal on the staffing for the PDS, and I was just wondering why now, because looking at the previous 2020, 21 and 22, it wasn't there, and now it's being proposed for 23.
Correct. So this is an attempt to appropriately title this position. Right now, it is a fire marshal deputy chief. But looking at the responsibilities in their fire department, we felt it would be appropriate to reclassify this as just a fire marshal. So right now we've always had a fire marshal, but it's always been a fire marshal deputy chief position. But what we're doing is removing the deputy chief classification from the title, where it would just be a fire marshal. So right now, acting Fire Marshal Stephen Lindsay is in that position. So it's just a reclassification or a retitle, if you will.
So it's not like a rehire, a new hire is just, okay, thank you. That
Correct.
helps.
Sure.
Oh, and if I look on page, sorry, if I look on page 289, there's a deputy chief fire marshal that was there and disappears this year.
Okay.
Is that the same? Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Chief. Then on the same page 270, the manager urban forestry. In 2020, there was something there, but then it disappeared. I mean, there's no more 0.04.
Yeah, I think so. This is, I mean, that's a negligible amount of resource. I think this is just a function of cleaning up where individual portions of individual employees were charged to the development center. So I think this is just reflects, you know, actual conditions and a cleanup.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you.
Should we go ahead and go to transportation?
Sure.
Thanks, John. Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome to listen.
I would love that. So thank you. All right. Good morning, everybody. Oops. Kylie Jose, Administrative Services. I'm actually going to make this presentation on behalf of our Chief Transportation Official, Philip Cami, and also just note that we do have the transportation staffing on the line. So next slide, please. So in regards to the Office of Transportation and the reinvestment strategy that the department is taking, they are really focusing on a lot of the new revenue streams as we look at, you know, the federal money that's been coming down and their major infrastructure projects that they're looking at. They're also looking at how to realign and create efficiencies within their services as they are emerging from the pandemic, like every other department, and adjusting to the adaptations of society. Of note, in terms of major proposed changes, the only major change that's recommended in the Office of Transportation as part of this budget is actually a loan from the general fund to the RPP fund. If you all recall, we suspended enforcement of parking for the last 2 years. So all three of the parking funds, California Avenue, University Avenue, as well as the RPP fund, suspended operations, which means no permit revenues, no citation revenues. And so those funds have primarily subsisted on reserves. And so ultimately in FY 2023, it's anticipated that the RPP fund will need a general fund subsidy of about $400,000. Next slide, please. So this slide goes over the outlook for the Office of Transportation with a few areas of their focus. I won't go through all of these slides, but obviously this committee and the community are well versed on things like our single occupancy vehicle trips with our SCAP sustainability goals. We're working on parking management. So that's everything from our garages and lots, as well as the parking permits and structure of those. Grade separation is a major impact. And of course, as schools are reopening and we are looking at the change in school locations with regard to PAUSD, transportation is making sure that our Safe Routes to School programming continues and is adapting. And I think that's it. And so just a note, I guess, for the committee's awareness, this covers both the Office of Transportation, which is in the general fund and on page, let's see, starts on page 157. It also covers the special revenue funds, like the parking funds, which is why I referenced that proposal, which are in an earlier section in the 90s, page 91, 92, 97 through 99, which outline the special revenue fund operations as well.
Sorry, so we're not going to cover that fund at any other time. So what page was that again?
There should be a big tab that says special revenue funds.
In the back or?
In the front. It says section 6, special revenue.
Oh, thanks.
Yep.
I had one question. So on page 158, it says there's 15 FTE in the transportation department, but then the deck and everything else is more like 8.37.
That's the difference between all funds and general fund. A number of the positions in transportation are in the parking funds, as they're funded by the revenue source that they're supporting. So
did they report to Philip?
Correct.
Okay. But again, the alt fund on the slide here, so the general fund was 5.2, the alt fund was 8.37. But then the org chart says 15.
Let's look at that.
I mean, if you look at 158, do we have all these people in the org chart?
So another discrepancy here, I guess, would be that there are some of these people are budgeted in the Fund 471 or the General Improvement Capital Fund. We don't show those positions in the operating budget. We have a separate org chart in the capital budget for capital funded positions. I can get the page for you in a minute, but some of these positions are also budgeted there, so they wouldn't be in the parking funds or the general fund. They're in that Fund 471 capital improvement fund.
We'll take note of that, Chair Du Bois, and make sure we reconcile that in the future.
Okay.
As if to make that
does Philip
complicated.
really have like 15 people?
They have authorized staffing of that, yes. I would need to check their current vacancies, which look like they have 2 vacancies at this moment.
Right.
But yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was confusing, and sometimes, again, we hear that the transportation department is small, and I don't know, maybe people are getting confused about these numbers. But again, 2 out of 15 seems like he's doing pretty well in terms of recruiting.
Well, and remember on this, and Sylvia can help on this piece, I think, as well. I see her joining the conversation. These are transportation positions. They're not just doing transportation programming, right? These are our transportation engineers who are working on grade separation, who are managing our traffic signals. So there are some routinized day-to-day operations that these folks are doing that are perhaps not as visible to the council on a day-to-day kind of policy basis. Mm-hmm. Sylvia, can you help us out a little bit on that?
Sure. We just hired, we just filled one of those vacancies, a senior engineer. So we have 1 vacancy now.
Okay.
That's
so again,
awesome.
It seems like you're doing very, very well on the hiring front. Again, looking at the KPIs, it struck me that a lot of them are survey feedback from the citizen survey. And obviously the shuttle ones probably should be replaced with something else. But it seemed like there's some objective measures that we could have for KPIs for transportation. Maybe things around traffic signal optimization, or just, and really maybe some more specific multimodal metrics. Again, when it just seemed like there's a big misalignment between some of the goals and the KPIs that we report. Other than that, I mean, there wasn't a lot of activity here, so I didn't really have a lot of comments or questions. I mean, since Justine is here and the TMA is kind of in this area, I think at some point, I mean, we got an information report, but I'd be interested maybe a finance committee discussion, just looking at kind of our TMA and over the years. And again, we've gone through a couple of interesting years, but one thing I didn't see in the strategic plan from the TMA, I know in the past we've talked about contributions from the membership, but it looked like all the revenue was still kind of from the city. And I don't know if you want to comment on that or if that's something that's being discussed.
Sylvia, do you have an update necessarily on TMA? And it's okay if not.
No, but Justine might want to speak to that if she's allowed.
Was there an informational report from the TMA in the last council?
Yes,
okay.
There was. Thank you.
The TMA is looking at diversifying its funding sources and really appreciate the city continuing to support based on our mission, the free transit passes, the commute counseling. We have 2 new programs coming out this year. The Bike Love app, an incentive program, $2.50 per trip for people who are willing to not drive, save that $6 a gallon on gas, and instead get an incentive to bike in. We're also talking to the utilities department about using some of the low carbon fuel standard money from the state in order to do an e-bike lending program. It's based on the city of Santa Barbara's e-bike lending program, where people would reserve an e-bike, 1 of 10 on, pick it up on a Thursday afternoon, bring it back on a Monday. And they found from the post survey that within 2 months, 38% of people bought their own. So if we can just get people on e-bikes, we think there'll be a lot of adoption there. So that's diversifying funding sources. I know we talked, Councilmember Du Bois, about skin in the game, people who receive transit passes, maybe contributing a small percentage of that. Trying to figure out logistically how that works. I like the idea as well. But a lot of the large employers, as you all know, are in the Stanford Research Park, which is a distinct geography from the TMA for the city of Palo Alto. So we are actively exploring different potential funding sources. We really have a once in a generation opportunity to shift modes and trying to lure people back out of their single occupancy vehicles that bring gasoline back into trains, buses, and there's been a lot of interest in bicycling. I think e-bikes present a really exciting opportunity. And so we're exploring all kinds of things and look forward to the 4 new additional potential board members and any cross-pollination that may happen there.
Yeah, I mean, just reading your business plan, I mean, from the beginning, the part, I think before you were part of the TMA, there's been discussion about diversifying it, making it self-sustainable, and really like having the members fund it or somehow. And again, it didn't really seem to be really a big focus in the business plan. And that was just a concern that, rather than the city continuing to fund this ongoing, is there a focus from the board on, those other sources of funding?
I think that's a really interesting question. And it's something I tumble over in my mind a lot, that we talk about a lot. The pandemic really affected a lot of the small businesses that contribute to the quality of life here in Palo Alto. I live here, I rent here in part because I love the quality of life. I love the shops and restaurants. And these are as we've seen, essential workers, the people who couldn't work from home, who work at Coconut's Restaurant and Coupa Cafe, the people who are delivering our food and giving us our coffee. And they've been hurt pretty hard by the pandemic, and they're still open. So I'm so hesitant to say, okay, so can you now chip in thousands of dollars towards these passes? Like, we just want to think it through and figure out how we can make the ask and what that ask would be. It just, on top of everything they've been through with the pandemic, I'm not sure I want to ask for more funding from these businesses that are still open but really struggling. Many of them I was talking to the man who runs a restaurant down on Cal Ave, and he said he's spending $3,000 a month for the tent to be out in the street at a time where people aren't comfortable eating inside. So it's kind of been a wash, additional space and yet additional expense. So trying to figure out who we can ask of and what. Palantir left downtown, as you know, and that was a big tech firm. A lot of tech firms have given up their office space and people are working from home. One of my neighbors moved to Orlando because he can still do his work. He's a tech worker, but why spend the amount of rent that it costs to live here? So I hear what you're saying, and we're continuing to look for that opportunity. We're just trying to figure out who the large employers are that we could approach and what kind of value we can add to them in terms of commute counseling and additional services. Great question, and we'll continue to look at it.
Okay, thank you. So I think that was my comments for transportation.
I had a quick one, although the split between what was in the general fund and the special revenue funds was something that hadn't occurred to me. Duncan Solutions, are they somewhere in page 163, or are they in the special revenue funds?
I believe they're in the special revenue funds.
And then of the staff person hours in the general fund, is any of that parking, or is all of the parking effort in the special revenue fund?
I would say allocation of staff is always an imperfect endeavor, but we do try to appropriately align. So in theory, the parking funds do have the full cost of the parking programs.
Okay. Thanks.
So the 20 and the 38, the 39, how many from this department is coming out from the 20 and how many is it all the 39?
I don't believe there's staff in transportation proposed budget. Jesse, do you know any mid-year if we did any staff changes?
There was a reclassification at mid-year, but it was net zero, so no impact and no staffing requests for
no staffing requests. Okay. Thank you.
So is it the University Avenue Parking Permit Fund? Is that part of this? So why are we forecasting lower revenue this year than last year?
Because we've had a significant drop in permits so far.
So I would expect fewer people to have been going to the office last year than this year.
We instituted new permit prices in January and started the permit cycle in January as well. And so these estimates reflect our activity basically between January and when this was developed. So about 2.5 months of data. And so we forecasted that out with some growth, but we are seeing a significant decline in terms of interest, acknowledging that not everyone had returned to hybrid work schedules.
Yeah.
So
are you assuming any like more return to work in the second half of the year? Anything? Return to office,
Hi, Nate.
not work, but office. Okay.
You want to add to the conversation on our projections moving forward?
Yeah, just we've really seen the permit sales down. You know, we've had some time to monitor it now since restarting the programs after not selling permits for a while. So we've had some months to look at that now, and the demand has dropped in all of our employee and all our programs that sell employee permits. So yeah. Especially University Avenue and Cal Ave, the permit demand is down there right now.
I'm surprised we sold so much last year, but it's the adjusted budget what we actually did? No. Okay. We don't really get the actuals, right?
Just to give a little bit more context, pre-pandemic levels, budget levels were around 3.5 million. So this budget puts us closer to about 65% of those levels.
Okay. And then I see we're still budgeting money for valet parking programs. Is that something, could we claw that money back and use it for something else?
We really had that on standby in case the permit price changes we made, and if demand came back significantly. You know, we've got the parklet program at work now too, so we were keeping that in line just in case things did come back and we needed to make good efficient use of the capacity that we have right now.
Seems unlikely if we're like 65%. And we also, why would we need valet?
Absolutely.
Is this a restricted fund though? We can't, this isn't like general fund money, right?
There's broad discretion, and Molly can correct me if I'm wrong. There's broad discretion on our ability to use parking permit funds for city business. In particular on this one, I will say for valet, when we did forecasts for these funds in FY for what our expected revenues and expenses were in 2022 so that we could kind of build these budgets in 2023, we did assume 0 for valet. So we are accounting for it from an actual standpoint, but to Nate's point, the department wasn't sure where we would go in 2023, and so left that allocation in there just in case for the nimbleness. So this is a evolving program, and I think that we are evolving with it month by month as we kind of see the impacts of the recovery and what it does basically. So I will say this is moving, and what we're trying to do is track that movement and make our best guesses.
So yeah, go ahead.
If I could just add on to the valet, wasn't valet brought on for the California Avenue parking lot or the garage construction because the merchants asked for a way to ensure that customers coming to California Avenue is not inconvenienced? So if that's done.
Well, this was University Avenue.
University Avenue, okay, I just, sorry.
So I'm just wondering if we're gonna do pluses and minuses. This is 289K. I wonder if we should put it in the parking lot. And again, we had like, we had the UNAF thing and the YCI thing. Again, it feels like this is a pot of money we might want to talk about some more.
Well, and ultimately, I think if the committee recommends that we don't allocate funding for this, you don't necessarily have to put it in the parking lot. You could just include as part of your motion, tentative approval of transportation and planning with the exclusion of the allocation for valet in University Avenue.
Yeah, but then when we do the wrap up and if we want to fund things, so we have to find sources of funds. Mm-hmm. Is it worth keeping track of this as a?
It'll be included in there as well.
Okay.
A parking lot really means that the not only does the committee want to revisit it, they're not quite sure what they wanted, whether or not they want to include it.
Got it.
So if you have some level of certainty or cohesion as a committee that you know you would not want it included in the parking fund, you just aren't sure where it would go, I would recommend that you kind of inform us of that action.
Okay.
That way we can make those adjustments.
And what was the third fund that we said was part of this?
RPP.
And that's, where is that? Is that non-departmental?
It is on page, where is it? It is page 95 under special district funds. That's that's all three of the parking funds.
Okay, I thought there was another category we were talking about. So transportation is transportation department plus this detailed page on University Ave and Cal Ave. Is that it?
Well, and ultimately also the summaries on page 95 are actually the full special revenue source and uses. So that's got everything from our public art fund, business improvement, housing in lieu funds, and ultimately the biggest one, obviously, that has the most activity as you look at it, are the special district funds, which are our parking funds. So when the committee is actually moving things, we're actually moving what's on kind of this page 95 in summary. And then we break out that, to your point, in the University Avenue and California Avenue, given the importance of the details on the following pages.
Okay, and we don't break out the traffic mitigation and parking in lieu funds, right?
No, we do not.
Okay. So if there's no other questions or comments, I guess I would move tentative approval for the planning and transportation budgets with the removal of the valet parking funds.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, it passes. Thank you. And I guess we're right at noon.
I was gonna say you are right on schedule. And lunch has just arrived. If you ordered it, it will be
there. Yeah, can I ask a question? So we're hiring a lot, right? Is this considered rehiring or hiring? Are you filling up positions that, so has vacant positions in each department been eliminated? And so we're hiring for those positions again, or are these could they be considered rehires because that position is still there? I mean, it's a lot of positions, and
yeah,
I know mid-year we need some necessary. And so at this point, it's like, I remember the one-time fund in order to hire core people in order to continue functions. But now, now I worry, you know, is this going to be sustainable to keep them on? We don't want to hire people short term, you know, we want longevity, right? So I mean, before we go on and put more in the tentative approvals.
Talk about the 2-year plan.
yeah.
Well, there's the 2-year plan, and then, you know, are we going to see the forecast? You know, are we going to be able to sustain all the people that we hired through this budget?
Sure. I think you are grappling with some of those core policy questions from a structural standpoint of how we financially plan. And given that we are in a transition period with unknowns in the near and midterm outlook, what we've tried to do in this budget through this 2-year plan is make sure that we're providing some stability for us as an organization over that 2-year transition period. So to your point, when we are moving through these positions and recommending hiring them and the resources necessary to do so, that will obviously take time, as we've talked about. We also, in this budget, are recommending setting aside the funding for 24 months for all of these position ads. That's the 2-year budget strategy. So we have some stability that if the council approves and adopts this budget as it's currently proposed, that all of these ads have funding set aside so we know we can absorb any fluctuations in the economy or, you know, changes if a ballot measure doesn't pass or what, you know, various unknowns at this point with some level of stability so that we have time to plan and react. So I don't think we don't want to set ourselves up, frankly, for hiring a bunch of positions and then plan on, you know, needing to do another course correction.
So your 39 is something that you are pretty, you believe is to be pretty sustainable and not dependent on tax measures and not dependent on, I mean, with knowing that we don't know what the economy is going to be like.
Well, the 39 is dependent on new revenue streams. So either,
yes,
right. So either economic growth or ballot measures, frankly, because ultimately funding is set aside for 2 years. So there's some security in that. But as for what happens after those 2 years are over, after those 24 months are passed, what happens is dependent on kind of what occurs either in the economy from a growth perspective or potentially recession, as well as whether or not the council places a ballot measure or two, and whether or not the voters affirm them.
And that involves service levels as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I think that the issue you're raising, Vice Mayor Koo, is really important. And so let me try to provide the confidence that, as was described, it does depend on some new revenues coming in, either, again, ballot measures, economic improvement, or a combination of both. With the number of positions that we're adding, let me just say we're not going crazy in terms of adding positions, because again, we don't want to be in a position that the additions need to be brought back. I would add to what Director Noze pointed out. In addition to the stability, there will also be attrition over the course of 2 years. So that will allow us to make adjustments over the next 2 years as needed if we decide or determine that the growth isn't there, as well as the fact that most of these or many of these positions will not be filled immediately.
And thank you for that. And also the reminder about attrition. I think you're going to have to keep reminding. Thank you.
Well, so I neglected to say, let's break for only 1 hour for lunch. And at 1 o'clock, There are some like high level things in the budget that we don't really have time on the agenda to discuss. Maybe we could try to discuss those and the fees starting at 1. Because some of these special funds and things, I don't think they're on the agenda. And then some of the assumptions, I just have some high level questions too about maybe some of the assumptions that went into the budget, or like I'll give you an example. There was this 900K reserve for labor. Like, when would that come up on the agenda?
That's scheduled under the last item, non-departmental.
Under non-departmental funds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But again, maybe there's some general high level questions that are coming up here that maybe we just have part of a discussion at 1 o'clock, if just to squeeze it in, if that's okay. And maybe there's not much, but
sure, we can accommodate that.
okay. So we're going to try to accelerate a little bit. We'll resume at 1. There was a lot of stuff in 4 to 5 o'clock. So if we can start on that earlier, that'll be good, I think.
Yep, I've asked staff to plan for that one to start about an hour in advance of the scheduled time.
Okay, sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, staff is saying no audio on Zoom or YouTube.
No.
And they can hear now.
Testing, testing.
Yep.
Got it. Good.
Apologies. Thank you. Thank you. Please continue.
Apologies for the disruption. We were on the user fee cost recovery level policy. We have medium recovery for items that are geared toward promoting community enrichment, think community services, things of that nature. And then we have high. These would be for things that are not necessarily going to benefit the entire community, but just for individual members, such as a golf course fee, such as a permit for a fence, things of that nature. The majority of the fees are increased by the GRI, which is kind of like a rate of inflation. It's the cost that the increase of salary and benefits for the city, as most of our costs are incurred, basically they represent the cost of the employees. Those go up every year. And so we, in order to keep everything the same, we put that up every year. And for this year, 22 to 23, that rate of increase on average is 4.6%. So the majority of the fees are being raised by that amount, just kind of keep things the same. There are a few new fees, 5 of which we'll go over the next slide, 3 deleted fees, which are no longer in use, or just kind of technical corrections. And then 31 changed fees, which are fees that are being changed by an amount other than the GRI or are being kept the same, either increased, decreased, or kept the same. And those are summarized in attachment A, which we'll provide an explanation for as well. Next slide, please. Oh, next slide, Leslie, please. So we have a few new fees this year, 2 of which are transportation related, which are previously council approved actions from CMR 11795 in November 1st of last year. Basically, this adjusted the rates for the parking permits and created a reduced price annual parking permits for the downtown and California Avenue garages. And those were set at basically for those individuals with annual income under 50K would be eligible to purchase reduced price permits. And for downtown and SOFA would be $225 per year. And for California Avenue, $162.50 per year. And these are, as I mentioned, previously approved. So should have already seen these. As well as 2 from Public Works, which are in a way technical corrections as well. These are permits, these are for permit processing that is already included in the utility fee schedule. They're just being kind of shifted over onto the municipal fee schedule. And so the recycled water permit processing, basically we're establishing a budget for revenue collected for that. And the rate since 2002 has been $50, and the department is recommending that it stay the same. Similar for septic tank and portable toilet permit processing, previously part of the utilities rate schedule. This was a subcomponent of the septic tank and portable toilet water disposal fee. This fee was transitioned to the muni fee previously. However, the processing fee of $100, separate from the disposal fee, and a security deposit of $2,000 were incorrectly omitted from that transition. So this is a technical correction to add those two to the fee. Additionally, zoo rental, this would be a JMZ fee. Previously under, sorry, one second. It's already an existing fee, but basically it is putting a, I believe the exhibit hall reservation, but it's separating it from that and adding a 2-hour minimum for that. As staff has noticed that when this was incorporated a part of the exhibit hall fee, people were using it for different amounts of time. So they kind of want to differentiate it from that and create its own fee so that it has its own rule. That would be all for the new fees. There are also 3 fees that are being proposed to be deleted. A 3D printing fee, which is from our library department. This was a previously approved fee that never really got off the ground. There was grant funding that the library received for a series of printers, but due to logistics and cuts made in the pandemic as well as closures, staff are not ready to implement just yet. So they're going to regroup and think about a plan about getting this back on when resources will allow. Additionally, the city clerk's office previously used to sell thumb drives. We are in a cloud society and people don't really need or want these anymore. So we're just kind of reflecting the not being used anymore. And then a senior with card would be a golf green fee. This is a fee that provide a discount to seniors with some sort of card and has not been in use for a number of years according to Parks and Recreation. So they're just still deleting it to streamline. Next slide, please. Now, if you have a copy of attachment A, you will see the listing of 31 fees that are being changed. And these are being grouped for the most part. Examples of the main groups of why something would change would be an alignment of fees to actual costs. So at some point when fees were established, some sort of study or analysis was completed to figure out the cost associated with providing the service to the public, whether it be overhead for supplies or the amount of time that it takes for a specific employee to perform the action. As things change, employees change and processes change, that amount of time, the configuration of employees, things can change. And so sometimes costs will go up and down. And so fees will be changed to reflect that so that they will stay within the low, medium, and high categories and not kind of exceed that. Periodically, staff will also perform fee studies, such as, I'm going to skip down to the bottom, Planning and Development Services has a fee study that they are in progress. They will be wrapping this up and presenting it to you at budget wrap up or June 10th, I believe, June 7th. Depending on when items are completed, but it is anticipated that these additional edits from the fee study, the recommendations would also be incorporated into the adopted municipal fee and budget process. Additionally, parking permit prices, as I mentioned, were modified outside of the scope of this annual update. And that happened earlier in 2021, where parking garage capacity and permit prices and the addition of these reduced annual parking permits were modified. And so that would be a series of changes that were made that are highlighted in attachment A, as well as impact fees. These would be in lieu fees to community center, library, park, essentially fees that are paid when development occurs to compensate for things that need to get built in the future. So these fees are pending Finance Committee recommendation to Council as they went on May 3rd and will be changed in addition to that, independent of this. This concludes our highlights for the proposed fiscal 23 municipal fee schedule, and we're available for any questions that you may have.
Let's go to Council. Questions, comments?
The RP, well, not RPP, the annual parking permits, are we selling a lot of that right now? So, so we're still going to make it more expensive. So I don't know if people are going to rather go into the 2-hour, 3-hour spots and do the circling around town rather to pay higher, I would think.
Yeah, Nate's here to talk through the fee changes.
Hi, Nate.
Hi. So yeah, much of our the permit fee changes we instituted recently were really about correcting and responding to some resident advocacy critique of our program fees in terms of how they related to each other. So we really wanted the RPP on-street employee permits to be a little bit more expensive than the downtown fees. So that's part of that change that was happened. There's also some discrepancy in the sense that you could get a discounted employee permit in the RPPs, but not in the downtown garages. So that's another thing that we did with those permit changes. And then we were also just trying to, our parking fees really need to be commensurate with some of our transit fees in town so that we're still encouraging alternate modes. So all those fees were updated with those kind of things in mind. We may have to do some adjustment to the fees in the future as well as we start transitioning more and more to virtual permits. And we're hoping to kind of figure out that difference right now. So there's a lot of kind of moving parts with the fees, fee impacts. We're not trying to raise the fees, but we are trying to make them make sense for the goals that we have for the programs.
Well, I completely agree with, raising the RPP employee parking permit within the neighborhoods. But thank you for your explanation there. That's it.
So I've been trying to find, is there a municipal fee report that has all the fees in one place? Like I've been searching on the website, I can't find it.
There is one for the 2022 fees, and it's located now in the archived budget documents under fiscal year 2022.
Is that available to the public?
Yes.
Okay, but there's no master list of what the proposed 2023 fees will be?
So as detailed in the memo, we changed the process a few years ago of what was brought forward to the Finance Committee for review. And so instead of bringing the full list of fees, we are bringing forward the fees that are changing by an amount different than that GRI that was detailed, which is 4.6% this year. And so what's brought forward for consideration are the new fees, the deleted fees, and then any fees that are changing by something other than that general rate of increase.
Yeah, but can you provide the link to the 2022?
Sure.
I think it would be on the main cityofpaloalto.org /budget. And then there's a heading for archived budgets, but we can certainly provide that to you as well.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't come up when you search. Let me see.
I'll take a look at it.
Budget. Okay. Let's see. I see 2021. Maybe it's in the 2022 list.
Sure, Chair, if you want to navigate. So what you would do is you would go into archive budget documents, go to the second page, FY 2022 city budget, and under that is the adopted muni fee schedule. As I'm looking at this and saying that path to you, we can make sure that we include this on the main homepage so it is more readily accessible by the public until we have a 2023 adopted schedule.
Okay.
So I will make that.
Somebody could email it to me,
yeah,
like today.
I'll do it.
I can't find it. And then what are the fees that will be in the PDS study? What are some examples?
Yep. The PDS study will cover all PDS fees. So any fee that's listed in the department.
Right, but he doesn't have that list.
Oh.
Like permits and things?
Yes, so it's building permit fees, construction and demolition fees, electrical permit fees. I'm trying to think of some of the other big ones. The green building fees. Plan review fees is going to be a big one.
Okay, that's helpful.
Okay, all the DC fees, the development center, I'm sorry, hazardous materials and the like.
And then just a few questions, I think, for Kristen in the back here. So the auditorium and stage fee, is that for the main theater? Or I just wasn't sure what some of these things refer to.
Which
so there's an auditorium and stage fee. Do you know what stage that is? Or
no, I have a mic. I need this.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm not sure which auditorium and stage that is, so I will have to get back to you on that.
And then rehearsal hall. Is that like the space behind the Arts Center maybe? Or I don't know what that is either.
Oh, so I think these are at the Lucy Stern Theater. So we do have the opportunity to rent those spaces out to the community. We just rarely do because the 3 theater partners are typically using them.
Okay.
So that was just, yeah, a slight increase because they haven't been increased in a really long time. And like I said, we rarely use them. So that's what those are.
The rehearsal hall too?
The rehearsal hall as well.
Where is that?
It's in the Lucy Stern Theater.
The main. Okay. The main theater?
No, it's the main theater is the stage. There's a separate rehearsal stage within the confines of the theater.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know you could rent it. And then what is the Mitchell Park Fieldhouse?
So there's the Mitchell Park Fieldhouse is it's within Mitchell Park, and you probably have been by it a million times and have never seen it, but you can actually rent that out.
Oh, that little building where the bathrooms
with the bathrooms are. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Okay. Any other comments or questions on the fees? Should we move tentative approval? Do you vote yes?
I still have a question for
Sure.
Nate.
Go ahead.
Nate, I just need a clarification. Does the downtown
Thanks,
garage
Kristen.
and the California Avenue garage allow for the reduced price employees to get permits there? I know you.
Yes, that was a change that we instituted. So those discounted permits are now available with both those programs.
For both the downtown sofa lots, California Avenue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the discount equates to about 75% off the full rate.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Leslie, can you pull up the PowerPoint, please? So the next service area we're going to be talking about is the infrastructure and environment service area. This includes the public works and utilities departments. It includes a number of funds, including the general fund, the enterprise funds within the public works department, which are airport, wastewater treatment, stormwater, refuse, and the vehicle maintenance internal service fund. In utilities, it'll be covering the electric fund, the fiber optics fund, the gas fund, the wastewater collection fund, and the water fund. These can be found in the operating book on pages 291 through 348 and 349 through 415 for the utilities fund. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the service area for both the general fund and the other funds. So the general fund is comprised of just the public works department. Utilities does not have any funding in the general fund. The adopted budget for the general fund went up from 18.8 to 19.9, about a 6.1% change for the public works department. And the positions actually went down by 0.9 FTE, sorry, 0.09 FTE. And this was actually a change that was made as part of the mid-year to realign some of the sustainability positions. In other funds, this comprises funds from both Public Works and utilities that I mentioned earlier. These funds are increasing by about 40%, with the majority of this being in the wastewater treatment fund for capital investments at the water plant, the wastewater control plant. FTEs are also increasing by about 3.5% from the adopted budget last year. The bottom chart you can see shows the dollars broken out by general fund and all funds for both departments. And then just to note, similar to the Office of Transportation budget, the Public Works Department FTE count here and the dollars don't reflect funding in the Capital Improvement Fund or the 471 fund.
Could we go full screen on this slide? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, in fact, I don't think it's zooming. Oh, there you go. Thank you so much.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Dean to go, sorry, Dean Bachelor to go over the Utilities Department.
Okay, can I go to the next slide, please? One more. Good. Good afternoon, Chair Du Bois, Council. Start off with, as you saw, we came to you back on April 19th. There really hasn't been a whole lot of changes in this outlook on these rates, but I just wanted to go over these quickly. We're asking for a 5% increase on the electric rates. This is due to the purchase costs have increased with transmission costs, bringing on new renewable projects, as well as lower hydro outputs. As we all know, that we've talked a little bit about this yesterday with the drought being the way it is. We came to you a couple of months ago and asked for the hydro rate adjuster to be turned on, as well as doing that to a 13 cents kilowatt time frame. And we have used all the reserves in the hydro rate reserves to offset these costs. And so we're asking for that 5%. If you look at those outer years starting in 24, 25, 26, 27, we're actually asking for a 6% increase at this period of time. There is a 1% increase due to sustainability SCAP charges that we're thinking that we'll need moving forward. As I mentioned yesterday, there was a study that's going to be going on, cost of service study on the electric side that we looked at and asked for electrification to be one of those topics to be driven down into. And but we wanted to make sure that that we actually put something in the future portion of it, so that that 1% equals about $1.5 million for every 1% up, equals that a portion of it. On the gas rate, real quickly, is that we're asking for a 4% increase on that. It does look a little bit higher than in the previous years. Main reason here is that it's a construction year for the CIP on the electric, or I'm sorry, on the gas. We did ask for a little bit more footage to deal with this PVC piping that we have in place. And most of that is going to be going towards to the CIP fund, as well as it's a pass-through commodity. So we buy on the spot, and hopefully the markets will show a little bit of improvement, but right now they're fairly high. On the water side, we came back to you and asked for an 8.9% increase, which came out to be for this year's 23 budget. Most of that is because of the increased cost that we knew that was going to be coming from SFPUC, which is our provider for our water system. They were asking anywhere from 12 to a 25% increase. But we think that they were going to go to their board yesterday and vet this out a little bit more. But we think that with our reserves that we have in place, knowing that it's a non-capital project year, that this 8.9% should cover us for this year. there will be some outline, part of your larger costs. If you think about it, with the drought, the way the situation is today, you would think that these rates would drop lower because shorter usage. However, with the SFPUC investments in our capital programs, those costs still have to be covered. And so even though that people are cutting back on their water, they still have to use those same rates as if they had in the past. So we don't see any decline in our rates, but we do see increases in the commodity costs. Wastewater collections is a 3% increase this year. Every year to try to, again, this is a non-CIP year, so smoothing out those costs. And fiber optics, refuge and storm water management, they're tied to CPI, which is at 4.2%. So as you see, the rates are in place today for 23. If you are wondering what the total impacts might be, if you look at page 79 of your budget books, it'll give you what the new adopted rates would look like from each of the funds for all of these. $344.48 on the average, which is about $11. Yeah, no, it's $11 and a few cents more than last year's bill. Questions?
See any questions? We did talk about it finance recently. I mean, these are significant increases, but it is what it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. Next slide, please. So again, this is just some balancing strategies that we're just talking about. Most of this is around the 5% increase rate, major proposal changes in the electric fund, adding 2.9 proposed to this building electrification, advancing the meter infrastructure and staffing alignments, a rate increase, activating the temporary hydro, and then 1.9 for the building electrification programs, water heating and space heating. And then a little bit of electric distribution upgrades. Again, not getting into the whole grid modernization, but this is just work that needs to get done on regular day maintenance work. And as we talked about, we're seeing that that cost is about 3 times as much on a daily basis with the crews, having contractors compared to our own folks. That includes this whole 5% that you saw. Next, please. I think we've already talked a little bit about this one. Next slide. Oh, I guess, I'm sorry, one back. Apologize. Very bottom, 31 vacancies or 35% in the engineering and operation work in those groups. I'll talk a little bit more about headcount here in just a minute, but that's where the majority of our vacancies are. Right now that we have about 45 openings total and throughout the whole utilities department, and the majority are in the electric operations engineering, as well as engineering on the water, gas, wastewater side. So those are the hardest hit areas that we have. Next slide. Just a major change in the fiber fund portion of it, as you can see, is that 0.10 FTEs proposed at adding the engineering support. At mid-year, we asked for a fiber engineer. We are in the process of recruiting for that position. I've actually looked at a few of the applications. It looks pretty promising. It does close by the end of next week. And we hope to do some interviews fairly quickly on that. Next, please. I think council is aware that all of you are aware that we launched the Palo Alto Fiber Hub site and that we developed the business plan that I talked about yesterday. When we come to you in August, we'll have a full blown out business plan, as well as the details of the infrastructure itself of fiber to the home. Next slide. And again, these are just going to be proposals that I just covered in the water, wastewater, and gas sides. So next slide. Gas main replacement 23 is a carry forward. This is what we talked about yesterday. Phase 3 of the cross-bore inspection program is scheduled to be completed in September of this year. And then phase 4, which will start at the very end. And if you remember, the cross-bore program is where we have a contractor that's out looking for doing videoing of the sewer lines to see if there's any gas lines that were drilled into those sewer lines. So we have not found any as of yet this year. So we are moving forward, closing out this year's and moving into phase 4, which will be the final phase. Talked a little bit about the generators yesterday, and then also the completion of the reservoirs. Next slide.
Should we stop and talk about utilities? Any questions or comments? Well, I don't know if you've been listening. I've been talking about KPIs all day.
Yep.
Certainly, I think here, having some KPIs on recruiting, staffing, just seems like you're probably your biggest challenge. But also, I know we had some. I guess you do have a lot of reliability KPIs. They were just split out into different utilities, right?
That is true. That is correct.
But again, to me, it's just the staffing that jumps out. And I didn't realize, I mean, I saw 47 open positions, but having those concentrated engineering, I didn't realize what the concentration was.
So the good news is as the council at mid-year approved, we asked for 2 new positions and a reclass of a project engineer on the electric side. And the idea was to go out to 2 colleges, Sacramento State, as well as St. Louis Obispo. They both have power engineering courses. We actually have gone to their job fairs. We've gone to both of them now. We're in the process of hiring one gentleman who is graduating here shortly. And then we are talking to 2 others from Sac State that we're trying to convince to come to Palo Alto. So it's actually promising. And the thing is, I think we've changed our strategy that we're going to have to grow these individuals in-house. It'll take a little bit of time for us to do that. But we can't sit around and just think that engineers are going to walk into the streets and come to Palo Alto. So the idea of making these power engineers and project engineers is that hopefully they'll see that there's some future for them as they grow. They can grow in the organization as well. The project engineer on the electric side is the highest classification in the engineering group. So we're hoping that will entice the younger generation to come to Palo Alto. So right now it looks promising on that. We do have we do have a senior classification that's out for recruitment right at the moment. And we recently lost our electric engineering manager. He decided to take a promotion down south and became a general manager for a small utility down south. So now we're going to have that opening as well to fill.
I don't know if we're able to do it as a city, but have you guys thought about like retention programs? Can we pay for advanced college and then they have a commitment to stay here for a period of time or that kind of thing?
I've had some conversations with Rumi about some ideas that we're looking at to see what we can do for on the retention aspect. So we've been discussing those.
So you have a lot of existing openings, right? And then you're also asking for 11 more positions. And again, it's kind of a question we've had this morning too. It's like, well, how quickly can you hire? And you know, you have what, over 50 positions you'd be recruiting for?
Yes.
So, I mean, I assume there's a lot of training and things to bring people on board.
Well, some of these positions that we're asking for are also reclasses already. So there is an associate. So we've asked for some positions like the fiber engineer position, and we've actually got that out because we overfilled a position that will full back, which was a lineman's class, because we wanted to get this position out now. And if the council decides not to fill this position, we'll have to use one of those positions and come back to you at a later date. But the hope is that you'll approve this. Like I said, we've got quite a few people that applied for it. They seem to be somewhat promising to look at. The equipment operator position that we're asking for in the water, gas, wastewater site has been an hourly position for the last 4 years. And we've had hourly people in there. We need that position. So we think that we can put that job back out on the open market and find somebody pretty quickly on that. So the positions that we're asking for are reclasses as well as news that we think that, you know, feel pretty good about that we can fill these positions pretty quickly. As you notice, none of those positions are linemen, none of them are engineers. And that seems to be, as you saw, that is the toughest positions to fill. These other positions that we can find, we can move. Like the senior resource planner that we're asking for a half the FTE. We have two senior resource planners already in place, but their positions are only based off of 75%. We want to move them to 100%. Yeah.
So you're saying you could fill the new positions more quickly than some of these older positions that have just been hard to find people? So, and when you say reclass, does that mean there's a person there who's basically getting a promotion?
No. It's just a reclass. Like in this case, with the senior resource planners, right now they're at 0.75. We're just going to move them to 100%.
Right.
So there's already people in there that want to go to 100%. We've had conversations.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you don't need to recruit. You're just increasing hours.
Right.
People.
So some of these positions are like that. The reclass that we're asking for, I'm sorry, what's Raymond's job? Oh, the SCADA tech utility system analysis. So we already have 2 SCADA techs already. We've been working with the union about adding on because we need some coverage and some help on doing analysis on when we launch the AMI. So again, those positions are already placed. So we're not asking for new positions. We're just asking to change their title.
Okay. And this, I had some questions on the water budget. You had things like SCADA technologist, and there was another one. I mean, the AMI stuff. So the AMI is both for electric and water
and gas.
And gas. Okay.
So we split their time. We would split those folks right there, what you just asked for.
Yeah.
The SCADA tech, we would split their time across water because they'll work on some water meter and they'll also work on the electric meters as well as a gas meter if there's a problem.
It was a little, okay. So it's an electric operations technologist in the water budget, but actually very low expense because I guess it's mostly in the electric fund. Is that was okay? That was just a little confusing.
Yep.
But okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. A question on that topic, because I think, I mean, what you just said makes a lot of sense to me in terms of recruiting, right? So how many new college grads do we typically hire each summer in utilities, especially electrical?
So on the average, we'll probably do 4 to 5 interns.
4 to 5, yeah.
Now, they're not all in engineering,
right?
You know, there'll be some in Dave's admin group or in Jonathan's resource planning group. And then we will get an engineer. We have an engineer right now that's as a junior at SAC that is in with us right now.
Okay.
So we get about 5 interns that we ask for.
Five interns and is that enough? Right. I mean, given the number that come here and the number that stay a few years and so forth.
You know, I think the thing is that it's enough for right now because again, you know, we got to kind of train them. They're in their training process.
Right,
so we
right.
try to give them a project to work on.
Right.
And as you can imagine, so we're already shorthanded in the engineering group. So it's difficult to have so many in that group.
Right.
But typically, like I said, we'll get one or two a year in the engineering group.
And so how big is the engineering group?
It's 25, 26 on the electric 26.
Side. Is it conceivable? I mean, this is a long-term kind of thing, but is it conceivable that you could hire enough entry-level people coming out of, you know, TAC or someplace like that, that you could fulfill most of the department's needs over time with new hires?
Yeah, I think
with entry level.
Right? I think that's where we're going. That's why I mentioned, because if you look at on the electric side,
right.
most of those linemen aren't coming. We know that.
Right.
We know that we're competing against, you know, everybody around the United States for linemen. So
right.
we need to open up more apprenticeships.
Right.
Granted, you know, there's an opportunity for that apprentice to, when they top, to go, but, you know, we're hoping that after they've been here 4 years, 5 years. And there is some language in the SEIU contract that they have to stay for at least 7. So 4 years of their apprenticeship plus 3. Otherwise, there's penalties they pay back for their training. And we don't have that for the engineerings because we don't really send them out to any kind of formal training or anything, but it's something we could try to look at.
Yeah, that seems like that seems like an investment that, you know, council ought to be enthusiastic to make, right, in terms of how to get the funnel where it needs to be at that level, because in an expensive area like this, right? I mean, pulling people from other places. There's a lot of large tech companies that have sort of gone that route and said, you know, it's too expensive to pull people out of Apple and Google. We got to hire college grads and just grow them in the system, right? And so that makes a lot of sense as to those of us working that system. So if you need more recs to do that kind of thing and so forth, then that's something we ought to, you know, that's an investment we ought to make.
Great, thank you. Also, if I could just add one more last thing, you should have received an app place memo from Ed and I about the principal position. That was the position that Jonathan and I talked about that you'd be seeing today. So that is a brand new position that we're asking for. And this is to work in Jonathan's group to work on the SCAP.
So I am kind of looking at page 410. And on the very bottom, it says total position is 1.21. So for this, so I'm kind of wondering where was the 11 positions from, but it says to 1.21. Is that, am I kind of like off, really off on the hiring, on the new positions?
Sorry, 410. I'm sorry, I don't see what you're
so
saying.
On the column that says FY 2023 change FTE, all the way on the very bottom, it says total positions 1.21.
So Councilmember, this is the number of positions that are being added from the adopted budget in 2022 to 23 in the water fund alone. So this is just the water.
Yeah,
okay.
Just water.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
For all the utilities, you can look at page 354. It's going up 11.26 FTEs across all funds.
To be clear, it's now 12.26.
11.26.
But I mean,
okay,
adding
oh, that one, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That does not include that principal position. It should be 12.26.
12.26. Okay, thank you for identifying the page.
The 12.26, I think 4 or 5 are from mid-June. Is that correct?
Yes. Should.
Can you say that again?
I think we also had like 4 or 5 positions that were added at mid-year. Okay. So of the 12.26, I think like 7 positions are new for FY23.
Great, thank you.
We are actively recruiting for all those mid-year positions right now for utilities at least. So at least they're all posted.
So should we tentatively approve this before I guess we could let them go before we go to Public Works.
And when you make that motion, Chair, if you could also include the At Places memo, that would be helpful.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other discussion about especially the At Places? Okay. Somebody want to make a motion? Okay. In favor? Yep. Great.
Thank you.
And that, again, we're approving it with the At Places position.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. On to Public Works.
Back to the slides.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Du Bois and Finance Committee, Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. So we're going to talk about the Public Works operating budget, and it's on, of course, the pages that are shown on this slide. So next slide. So this slide is the summary for the general fund part of the Public Works budget, which of course includes several enterprise funds. And just wanted to start out by saying that after the past 2 budget cycles, it's great, actually a delight to be talking about coming out of the pandemic and actually making restorations to services instead of cuts. And I just wanted to take a second, because I know there are a lot of Public Works staff that are watching this, to kind of take advantage of the opportunity to thank all of them for their really dedication and flexibility over the past 2 years, especially the 2/3 of our department that's actually been here, in person, providing services to the community throughout that time. So in terms of the strategy for reinvestment, our only significant general fund restoration is the tree trimming budget, which had been reduced by 50% for the 2 years of the pandemic, and which we're now proposing to bring back to pre-pandemic levels for next year's budget and ongoing. And just want to note, as we noted here in the strategy statement, much of Public Works reaction to the pandemic reductions had to do with the relation between work that's done by our in-house crews and work that's done on the capital side. So operating side and capital, particularly in the streets and sidewalks repairs. So on the operating side that we're talking about today, we continue to be very constrained in our ability to provide in-house services, especially in streets and sidewalk repair areas, because of our high number of vacancies. So just wanted to note, we talked yesterday in the capital budget discussion about restoration of budgets in those streets and sidewalks capital projects going back to the pre-pandemic levels. So that's a really good thing in terms of the city's overall maintenance of those areas. We are also recommending restoration of an engineer position in the capital fund that was eliminated during the first pandemic year budget reductions. And then our other new proposal is to fund replacements of gas-powered leaf blowers that are currently used in maintenance of trees, cities, facilities, and streets and sidewalks, with electric blowers that, of course, cause less noise and support our SCAP goals. Next slide. So in terms of the department outlook for Public Works, much of it involves continuing progress on our core services and initiatives while recovering from the pandemic impacts. As I mentioned, in those streets and sidewalks groups, but really throughout the department, we're currently constrained by a high number of vacancies. So it's actually improved a little in the last 2 months, which is great. But we're still, in terms of our full-time positions, not including hourly positions, we have about 32 vacancies out of 192 authorized positions currently, which is 16% and still much higher than is typical. And so both our facilities and the sidewalks and streets groups are a couple of those that are working to get back to the pre-pandemic workloads, and where really the most important thing is to get those vacancies filled. And then just noting our urban forest master plan and tree ordinance update, those are areas that will continue to be a significant focus. They have been in the past year and will be especially going forward if we're able to implement that tree ordinance update. And then on SCAP, as we reviewed yesterday, we know that'll continue to be a priority, both in terms of the work with council to finalize an SCAP update. And then of course, within public works, our kind of internal areas of electrifying the fleet and city buildings that we're working on. Next slide. So those couple of slides were covering the general fund area. This is transitioning over just a couple of slides on our other funds in public works. So again, those are the vehicle replacement fund, airport fund, refuse fund, stormwater management fund, and wastewater treatment fund. And I think Dean noted in the utilities slides, we do have a 4.2% rate increase proposed for stormwater, which is based on the CPI. And again, this year, we are not proposing an increase to refuse rates. So as we talked about during the capital review yesterday, this proposed budget restores vehicle replacements to their pre-pandemic levels. So that'll be an emphasis in that group. And then at the airport, we're proposing to increase a half-time admin specialist to full-time and to add a new facilities technician position. So those are our two staffing add proposals in enterprise funds. In our refuse fund area, we're planning to add additional EV chargers at the green waste area of the Los Altos treatment plant. So those chargers are in support of the gradual transition we're having to electric garbage vehicles. Just noting we've got 4 of those already and 3 more coming by the end of this fiscal year. So we're kind of fairly slowly but steadily moving in that direction. And then as described in a couple of council reports that you've seen over probably the last 9 months, we're proposing to purchase energy derived from organic waste to satisfy these new requirements of SB 1383 state legislation. So that's that $400,000 expense second from the bottom. And then just want to note this last bullet on domestic mixed paper processing. This is a placeholder in the budget as we develop the budget that relates directly to next Monday night's council item that has to do with domestic processing of mixed paper and mixed rigid plastics. So as we were developing this proposed budget, we were thinking about the council direction from around this time last year and trying to set up a budget to be ready in case an opportunity like this came along. And then in the midst of the budget process, it did come along. And so even though this is here, we'll be talking to you on Monday about actually even a more expensive potential program. And so really, this is a placeholder, somewhat obviously dependent on what happens with the council's discussion on Monday. Next slide. So department outlook, as in the general fund, again, this involves our core services and initiatives. So I think we've talked about these vehicle replacements and dealing with supply chain constraints, the electrification of the fleet, these projects at the airport and trying to transition to the zero emission vehicles there, the treatment plant and stormwater projects. So for the biggest initiatives really that we have in these funds have to do with the capital projects that we talked about yesterday. Next slide. Oh, Maybe there isn't a next slide. Okay. In my version from yesterday, there was a final slide. All right. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Questions, comments?
Good that we're going to switch to electric leaf blowers. Otherwise, we have the specter of code enforcement side of the city giving tickets to the public works side of the city.
Well, we do have an exemption from that code, but we've got really the electric leaf blowers have improved to the point where when I asked a question this time, our crews thought they were able to make them work. So we're moving there.
Yeah, so again, I see Public Works, you have a lot of citizen survey metrics in your KPIs. Maybe it's more on the infrastructure side, but I don't know if you have KPIs for that, but it seemed like, particularly we're doing so many capital projects that having metrics around projects coming in on time and on budget would be like really key to a lot of what you do. So do you have metrics like that?
The on time and budget, we don't have discrete metrics. I think we do have a metric that's in here specifically about the stormwater ballot measure and the number of those that have been completed.
Right, but I'm just saying, you're doing all these buildings and things now, and it just seems.
I would argue that metric is reinforced every Monday he goes to council, either on a schedule or a budget action.
Yeah, or even like RFPs completed. Like, so again, you got multiple funds, so there's a lot of different numbers floating around for your positions. So you said 192. We saw 173, I think, on the slide. And right. Then it's like 206 in the budget book.
The 193 is the total positions, not counting hourly positions. Okay. And so that includes general fund, enterprise funds, and the capital fund. I think that the 173 number doesn't include capital
funds.
I think that's there might be some other small difference as well, but that's the primary.
So you still have like 17% open positions, which is high.
It was 20% about 2 months ago.
Okay. Yeah, and you weren't really asking for a lot more. It seems like you just want to focus on filling those.
You know, we did a couple of key things in the SCAP area. I mean, it was a reclass and an add of a position at mid-year. We've got the request for restoring the engineer position here. The airport is an area where we've known for a long time that we needed more staffing, and we still will, but we can finally afford it in the fund is essentially where we are. We didn't want to ask for more this year, given where the city is in terms of recovery and the fact that we have so many vacant positions that we need to focus on getting those filled. I would say our facilities is an area that probably will need more attention next year, especially as the public safety building will be completed and open. But we'll be thinking about that in next year's budget process.
Okay. Yeah, and looking at like some of the more specific things, you know, the airport tie downs, I was surprised that it was kind of low. And again, it was kind of part of the discussion yesterday's. Are there other uses for that space I think we're at like 60% or something, which sounds like a lot of empty tie downs at this point.
I'd have to look at that page. I do know that with respect to the tie downs, because of the apron project, we've had fewer tie downs available during that project.
Maybe some pilots left.
I'm not sure. Yeah, and I'm not sure if that number is a percent of a total number where some of those are unavailable at this time.
And Director Eggleston, I believe Andy's on the line.
Oh, Andy, would you like to jump in there?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Andy Swanson, Palo Alto Airport Director. Manager. And that's actually that's correct. We actually have a hangar waiting list. By the time the project is complete, we'll be up to at least, we'll be at 100% occupancy once the project is complete and all the tie downs are filled. We had to adjust to be able to have places to move aircraft to do the work. So that's kind of why you see that low number, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. The 400K for energy, is that net of using that energy or selling that energy? It seems like you're buying energy, but then aren't we going to turn around and resell it? Or
I'm going to ask Karin to jump in, but initially I'll say I believe that's the total cost for the energy, and that we haven't figured out. Well, I'll let her add on, but I'm remembering now that this energy is much more expensive than most of the energy we buy. So I think it's not net, but I don't think that's going to make a large difference. And then I'll add that we're getting a grant. There's a state grant. Council approved our application for it a couple months ago. I think it's 89,000 if I'm remembering.
It's 89,000 for the first year.
Thanks, Karin. And did I get that right about the net on the cost?
Correct.
Thanks.
So the state is making us buy expensive energy from the composter.
The state is essentially mandating more composting of compostable materials or other ways of processing other than landfilling. And then they're essentially mandating people who generate those materials to buy the products that come from these other types of processing. So there are some choices. For instance, we could buy compost, but we would have to buy a massive amount of compost to meet our allocation. And this seemed like the best option for us after looking at them.
Okay, interesting. And then, like you said, we're going to be talking about this, basically paying extra to do domestic recycling. So I guess we would tentatively be approving it in the budget, but then whatever the council discussion is next Monday would impact that, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's a little wonky because the original intent of this was we have council guidance from last year to develop a contract amendment with Green Waste such that when one of these opportunities comes up, we could immediately pull the trigger and move forward with it. And based on that, we also wanted to have a budget allocation ready to support that.
Technical question on that. Why is this a general fund thing as opposed to?
It's not general fund, it's refuse fund.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So the strange thing here is that this 600,000 or 700,000.
Because it was like 1.2.
It's 700,000 in the budget book, but
Thanks.
we're coming back to council for a much broader discussion on Monday with task or direction for potentially a higher dollar amount.
Got it. I read that as a transfer from general fund to rescue fund, but it's not that.
No, it's not.
Right,
it's fully refuse fund.
It's really, I guess, a question, do we want to pay more to recycle, to do it in a more environmentally friendly way?
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Okay. On the stormwater fund, you were reporting on the completed projects, but then you stopped. I was just curious why we stopped tracking that.
Ooh.
It's the 327, the second KPI.
Thought we still had that in there, so let me check.
I guess we switched from 2005 to 2017. Is that?
Yeah, and I think it's because all of the 2005 ballot measure projects have been completed.
Got it. Okay.
I think and we've got a note there, this measure will not be provided beyond fiscal year 2021, but right. The budget's been such a scramble, we haven't been able to remove that yet. So okay. All those projects were completed.
But
we're
now
trying
we have
to transition over to focus on the new 13.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think that was it for me.
Just one question. Airport apron, when is it estimated to be completed?
I'm remembering in the next month or two, but Andy, since you're there, would you like to share that?
Yeah, with supply chain and being able to get things, it may be a little bit lagging into August, but in the next couple months, the majority of the work will be completed. There's a few things we're waiting on, things that we actually cannot obtain with the supply chain problems, but it should, the next 2 months is going to be majority of it will be completed.
And even if they were to be complete with the apron work tomorrow, as I was saying yesterday, they're also doing the work on the unleaded fuel tank.
But that doesn't stop leasing out the tie downs.
No, it doesn't.
So, approval. So I think we are well ahead of schedule at this point.
We are about 2 hours ahead of schedule.
Could we take a 10-minute break and be ready to resume?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Great. I think I'm up next, so.
Okay, good. Should we get going?
Okay, this next service area is our internal services departments, our council appointed officers, and our non-departmental section. These are on operating book pages 115, 167, 211, and 417. Next slide, please. On the slide, we have the revenues and expenses and FTE by general fund and all funds for all the departments that fall within this category. On this list through city manager, these departments only have revenues and expenses in the general fund. The administrative services department also operates a print and mail fund and has some operations in the parking funds. The human resources department also has a general liability and workers' compensation fund, and the information technology department works as a separate fund. Next slide. So this is just recapping the same table we saw on the other slide. Collectively, these departments have a general fund budget of 25.5 million, 11.8 increase over prior year adopted levels. All funds has a $39 million budget, 12% increase over prior year levels. And staffing year over year is increasing about 5.8% in both areas.
So I think I'm up first in the order of the slides. So next slide, please. Okay, so for administrative services department, overall, from a reinvestment strategy perspective, we are stepping through and adapting, frankly, as we move out of the pandemic, and really focusing on some of the council priorities, like the ballot measure efforts, and some of the economic development work and business tax. I guess that's a ballot measure. And then internally, we have, or you'll see in our proposed changes, investing in our procurement process and moving towards facilitating contract management, the solicitation workflow, obviously with an eye to both try and streamline it and increase training across the organization, as well as internally, and make it faster. I think one of the components that you've heard throughout the departments is there's a timeline associated with acquiring goods in addition to people. And lastly, we are, as a department, really looking at our recruiting and our training and safety concerns within the team. So ASD has a broad range of services, everything from your accountants who are producing your ACFR, your analysts who are doing your budget work, a real estate manager who's helping us negotiate easements, or rather release easements, but then also working on major leases like the Roth Museum, to a warehouse that's kind of like a Home Depot out at the MSC. We've got revenue collections down here on the first floor, who's helping administer things like the parking programs and other administrative citations. So we kind of run the gamut in services, just a little bit of ad hoc support services. But we, like everybody else, have seen a lot of change in our staffing. So it's not necessarily, we have lost staff, of course, but we've also had a lot of staff take on new roles. So even though they may not be new to the organization, they're new to the roles and responsibilities that they're taking on. So as a department, we're really working on training and cross-training so that we can support the new staff, the new roles, and continue to help with the professional growth of the staff we do have. So the proposed changes here we have, you can see limited term staffing as well as some software investment to help focus on that procurement process improvements. Warehouse staffing to make sure we can meet safety minimum staffing levels that we feel is needed so that the workplace has sufficient oversight. And then lastly is an area where we as an organization are emerging in our continued investments, which is grant support. So as we continue to seek outside funding, grants come with administrative costs, compliance, both for the grant reporting as well as for our own financial reporting. And so we are requesting or recommending investment in some consultant services to help us with ensuring compliance and reporting as we embark on hopefully continued support from outside resources financially. On the next slide, in terms of the outlook, we as a frankly, primarily administrative department, we either had folks during the pandemic that were wholly remote or wholly on-site. And so we are actually, as we move into this next phase, really working on figuring out how we mesh and meld in the hybrid environment, both to serve our customers, which are often city staff members, other departments, and also remain an attractive and competitive employer, since a lot of the work that staff can do from remote locations. Anyway, we talked about the purchasing redesign project already, ballot measures, and so we will obviously, as we move through the next year, continue to focus on moving the organization through the recovery period. So that's everything from our normal financial reporting, long-range forecast, budget documents, as well as our more routine updates or frankly, frequent updates to the council as we try and adjust as quickly as we can, keeping the council informed of changes in the economy as well as changes in our service levels. So with that, I will leave this, and I don't know if you want to go over the department in full or you want to go through all of them.
Let's do them department by department.
Great.
Way too much.
I know there's a lot.
Any questions, comments?
What percentage of your department is hybrid?
That's a very good question. Give me 1 second. 1, 2. Out of the 5 divisions, only 1 is not hybrid. So 4 of the 5 divisions are hybrid.
And you mentioned using consultants to do the grants. What else do they do? Are they just procuring the grants, or are they also managing and doing reporting?
Sure. Right now, as we are trying to understand the realm, or rather the magnitude of grant funding that we as an organization may have, we'll need to scale resources for the grant compliance accordingly. Since many of the grants are in process, we don't necessarily know if they're awarded yet or not. We are doing a pilot program with a company right now called California Consulting. And we have them basically to help staff with a number of activities from a grant perspective. They are well-versed on grant opportunities. So we provide them kind of areas that we've got projects that are ready for funding, and they can help keep us apprised of opportunities. They can help us write applications for grants as we ask them to help and we're seeking opportunities. They also can help us with the reporting side of it. So they can help departments make sure that they're pulling together all the materials necessary to report on the grant uses to whatever the granting agency is, so that we remain in compliance. And then that information they will feed to our internal staff, who will make sure we financially account for it correctly on our books. So it's a bit of a smorgasbord. They're not going to replace staff, but they bring a level of expertise and knowledge in this area that we don't have internally, since we historically haven't had a massive grant kind of funding source as an organization in so many different areas of the organization. So it's really bringing in that expertise to help our staff in areas that they may not have experience. And we'll see how this works. And we'll see if that's enough to make sure we're staying in compliance, or if we need to do more central kind of, rather than a decentralized approach, a more centralized approach, where someone, perhaps an ASD or one of these other internal services, are taking a stronger hand at overseeing grants overall citywide. So we're trying to step through it as we understand the magnitude of grants that we have.
So obviously this is their business, and grants must come across their desk a lot. is there opportunities where they might see something that might suit the city that the city doesn't know about or have asked for that they might bring?
Absolutely. Yep. We plan, or frankly, we have monthly syncs with them. Oh. We've only had a meeting. We've had them on contract for about a month now. Oh, so May will be our second sync. So we are going to set up that routine kind of touch point for us centrally in ASD to keep an eye on and for them to portray any opportunities that we may not be aware of. They also will have direct contact with individual departments as part of that decentralized approach to help with the bolstering of skill sets.
And negotiation of leases is coming mostly out of your department, not from the real estate.
Real estate is in my department.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah. It's a mighty team of two, of which one is vacant, but hopefully actively being recruited for. But yes, so the real estate team is within ASD. They do support a number of departments, right? They'll help utilities with their CIP projects, public works, for example, the tiebacks that we had to do, all those negotiations back at Cal Ave. That team will get involved as needed across the organization, in addition to managing our, frankly, substantial set of leases.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So again, a question about staffing numbers. On page 168, it says you have 56.5 staff, but then your budget back to 2020 shows 42.
That's the capital side of it. So there are staff such as in OMB as well as in accounting that are budgeted in capital funds that maintain and work on the activities that happen there.
Okay. And then the open positions listed under finance, is that both sides together?
Yes.
So you had 7 out of 56 open or so. So I think you and Public Works have the most openings, right? So again, yeah, I think.
As a percentage, perhaps.
As a percentage. And again, it's just, I really think a focus on recruiting. And then the budget, there's a 21% increase in purchasing, and you want to add 2 people there. But then on the KPIs, there's no improvement forecasted in the purchasing time. And I would hope that we could improve that from 25 days. I don't know, did you look at that KPI?
Absolutely. So just one point of clarification, and then I'll turn it over to Christine Peras, our Chief Procurement Officer. One of those positions, although it shows up in procurement, is actually at the warehouse. So when you think of procurement and when the public thinks of procurement, they think contracts, buying goods and services. That there's only one position request for that division. The second position that you just referenced is actually at stores, helping managing inventory requests for equipment that we need, and ultimately making sure we have appropriate oversight of the facility. So Christine, can you talk about the CPs or KPIs?
Yes. Hi, Christine Peras, Chief Procurement Officer. The KPIs we've been managed despite staff turnover over the past 2 or 3 years to maintain the 25 days. And this is essentially an average of all purchase requisitions. Some of them may span several months to a couple of years, and some of them can be turned around within a matter of days, depending on the complexity. So just for some context too, a lot of our workload output in the purchasing division is also reliant on how many capital projects there are, and looking at numbers, depending on that volume, things can move up and down. So anticipate that in the next year, there may be an uptick of capital projects. So us as a team will try to manage through that incoming workload.
Yeah. I mean, if there's such a wide range, maybe it's worth breaking out the KPI and maybe again, having some internal measure of satisfaction. Like we're going to go to IT. It sounds like they have like an internal measure of satisfaction. And maybe it's something the purchasing department could do, because it doesn't seem very useful to just say 25 days for.
Agreed.
And it's such a wide range.
Absolutely. We will definitely look at those reporting statistics while we're trying to improve the process and frankly disaggregate, because a simple contract versus a massive capital CIP for millions of dollars.
It just seems like it's like kind of an internal point of friction, right, that you guys could really help address. But
I was just wondering, either Kylie or Christine, if you could elaborate a bit on the process improvements that's underway.
Hi. So back in February, we issued a citywide survey asking our customers, and I consider our department's customers, from my standpoint, areas that we can improve on in the procurement process. And 3 key areas that our respondents are seeking us to work on are communication and visibility of the procurement process, improving cycle time. So this 25 days you see, although it includes a lot of fast turning items that we need to work on, but it also is some slow moving projects. So looking at those processes and analyzing each leg of them and determining what areas can we potentially improve certain aspects of that. And then the third is training to our departments. I think a general theme over the past few years has been vacancies in recruiting. With people leaving the organization, we've also had knowledgeable staff that know the process leave. I myself in preparation of this meeting, kind of looked at our experienced contract administrators and how basically that whole group of folks has turned over the past couple of years. So we've had to get them up to speed on all of our processes, and some of them are not familiar with public procurement. So those 3 areas of emphasis will be our focus in the next coming months to figure out how we can improve on those areas.
Okay, that sounds great. And the procurement software, would that like help automate some of these workflows so that like people aren't waiting on each other? It goes to somebody and then they know their next step or whatever.
I believe we've had an e-procurement software since 2015, 16. And I think we were one of the first agencies in the area to have that. And fortunately for us to go from 100% in office to work from home and paperless, we were able to seamlessly continue services. One of the things, and I think gaps within our current procurement software, is the visibility of each leg of the process. Some of the comments I received is, folks submit a purchase requisition, it goes into a black box and poof, it's done. And one of the things I do want to promote in this new software is, if I'm a customer putting in a request, how do I know where I'm at with the process? And also what comes next and how many more steps, so I can be more informed and aware of.
And does the software give you an overview of, you can see how many requests there are and which ones have been waiting the longest and all that kind of stuff?
Right now we're using SAP to manage that. We are expecting to put the e-procurement RFP out to the street this week or next. So depends on what is out there in the market. Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking to, you're saying you've had it, but you're looking to really improve it on the software side.
Yes.
Okay. And then maybe you just remind me, Kylie, we talked in the past about the print shop, and I guess there's a question in-house or out of house. Have we decided on that?
There is, and actually that project was delayed, frankly, as a result of the pandemic. We deprioritized it. And however, it has been reprioritized, and an RFP should be on the street shortly, if not already.
So we're still considering that?
We are still considering it, yes. And so we expect to come back to the committee once we have results of that RFP and understand what the cost would be based on those responses versus our in-house costs, and ultimately, frankly, come back to this committee to have a discussion.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Got a couple questions. On admin service on page 124, charges to other funds, a big jump from 20 and 21 to 22 and 23, like a couple $1 million. What is that?
I'm sorry, what page was that again?
174.
Hold on.
Charges to other funds. I mean, you guys doubled your revenue on that. That's good, but somebody else must have paid it. So what was it? if there's a simple answer.
Let them look this up. I think I know what the answer is, but I don't want to misspeak. Okay.
And then let me ask my other question.
Great.
Which is back on the print shop. It looks like there's $400,000 a year in rent that under the print shop. Is that not on site? Is that somewhere else?
No, it's on site, but we rent all the equipment.
Ah, okay. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the multifunction devices.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
On all floors, not just in the print shop itself.
Correct.
So throughout the city.
Throughout the entire city. Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for
all those color copies too.
all those packets.
Cool. Okay, thanks.
In your evaluation of the print shop, does that so it's just outsourcing or remaining? But if it remains, do you take into evaluation the cost to purchase the machines?
So yes, when we do a cost evaluation of in-house versus doing either fully outsourced or some sort of hybrid model, we will look at what are our costs of everything, equipment, employees, et cetera, versus what the contract is. We'll also have to look at some of the non-financial costs, right? Flexibility,
right,
just in time work that we may have become accustomed to, and make sure that we are okay with or ready to take on some of those changes in service levels. So we'll make sure we look at that from a comprehensive perspective.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So the cost allocation one that you had asked about is what we suspected. So a few years ago, actually, I think when many of us in the budget office came on board, discovered that we were incorrectly accounting for overhead charges. We were in fact actually double counting allocated charges. So this reflects us chewing that up. So we've fixed, and it was a 7-figure fix. I think we've had this question, frankly, at other finance committees in prior years, which is 100% okay. And so this does reflect the updated cost allocation plan with all of those kind of nuances adjusted for, so that we have a clean slate of what we're allocating to other funds.
I'll move tentative approval of the administrative services budget. All in favor? Okay, great. So I guess whatever's next in the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Rumi Portillo, Human Resources Director. And this is my last budget presentation with the city and in my 32-year career. So closing it out, and here with me as well as Assistant HR Director Sandra Blanche, who will be our next HR Director. And
why don't we have Sandra come up?
Great, thank you. And then right. And with recruitment and retention being such a big focus, we also have Nick Raish, who is our HR manager, who's overseeing recruitment. So, all right, thank you. I would like to get started by talking about our reinvestment strategy. I do recognize that recruitment retention has had quite a bit of focus throughout the entire budget discussions over the last day and a half. I did want to take a moment, if I could, though, before going into the position discussion under the reinvestment strategy, is to just provide a little more context for human resources. We do have a recruitment team of 4 employees, but we also cover employee relations. We have a team that works in benefits. We also have a unit called transactions, which is responsible for ensuring that the payroll process work smoothly and we coordinate with Kylie's team. We also have workers' compensation, which oversees a caseload of about 90 employee injuries, past and present. And we have administration, which is a little bit more than just overhead. The administration within that unit, we have the expertise to oversee the risk program. So by statute, the risk manager is in human resources. And we also oversee employee health and safety. So that is the full scope of HR, and recruiting and retention is a huge part of it. But we do have quite a bit more that's necessary in order to employ and sustain a workforce of our size. So it's within this context that I wanted to let you know that we are staffed. We were previously staffed with 16 positions, centralized. What happened the year before was we had 2 positions eliminated. And so we started the current fiscal year with 14 positions in HR. And council did restore 2 positions at mid-year. So that brought us back to the 16. When you look at the budget charts, you'll see 17 positions, and that is because we have a partnership with utilities, and utilities is fully funding a recruiter. And so we have a dedicated recruiter stationed in HR funded by utilities, and they fully dedicate their time to utilities recruitments. So with the restoration of the 2 positions at mid-year, we were thrilled to go out and try to recruit for those positions. And in the meantime, we lost an HR staff person. And so as we sit today, we're 3 positions down in HR. And so just as you've been hearing from other departments, we are experiencing the same kind of difficulties in filling our own positions, which then kind of radiates out and impacts, the rest of the city's ability to work through all the requisitions that we have. So it's a difficult time. In terms of the funding request today that we're going to be talking about, there's a $400,000 for labor. And the reason why that amount is there is because we have quite a bit of activity going on. A lot of it related to the recruitment retention that we've been talking about, because many of our initiatives to improve recruiting and retention do involve bargaining with the unions. We have all 7 contracts that are expiring at the end of the calendar year, so December 31st. All of the extensions that we have in place do expire. In order to conduct the negotiations, we will need to update salary surveys. We're also doing extra work with our brokers and doing research on benefits. And we're looking for flexibility and creativity there. We are very interested in improving our standing in the market and just the entire compensation package that we have to offer so that we can be more competitive and also retain. So the additional funding will help to support that. We previously had lead negotiators that were embedded in HR staff. So on our employee relations team, we went with intention to get very experienced negotiators on staff, but they are at capacity, and with all 7 groups, we will need outside labor experts to join us. So that would take us through the reinvestment strategy and the proposed changes in the general fund. We could go on to the next slide and we'll talk about our department outlook. As you might imagine, a lot of our attention is on the hiring process, and we are really looking at ways to reduce the hiring, the time it takes to fill a position. We do have, I'm really pleased to report, we've talked about this when we first funded the initiative, but we have a fully virtual platform that is in place, and that's really improving our ability to hire quickly and to do better outreach. We are looking at ways to expand the use of that. We are also in a pilot phase with Public Works, Utilities, Police, and CSD. And the pilot program is our expedited hiring model where we're sharing the recruitment process so that it's not all sitting in HR, but it's actually decentralized. We're having great success, and we see we will be moving towards expanding that. We are also looking at, of course, the recruitment and retention strategies that we talked about with the 7 union contracts that are expiring. The active bargaining is going to start very, very soon. Actually, we're in data and research right now, and then we'll be in full engagement in the fall. We also are looking at how to better help our supervisors and managers, and really as a full organization, manage the hybrid work. There are reasons why that we believe that the hybrid work will be with us for some time, and even part of the permanent landscape of employment. It is a very critical recruitment and retention tool. We have applicants who are, the first question they ask is whether there is hybrid work available and what our policies are around that. And in particular here where we see that practice in technology firms and that type of thing, so very critical. We also need to also be mindful that with changing health conditions, there may be reason to go back to more remote work from time to time, and we would want to be prepared for that. We have partnered with our audit firm, Baker Tilley, and they are helping us with a method by which we will evaluate which positions will be are suitable, and then how to bring better best practices in. And then, of course, there's a safe work environment. We have probably spent at least a position to 2 full positions focused on health and safety over this past year. And that's going to continue to be a core function in HR. And there's a lot of compliance, a lot of reporting, and working with the departments. And so that is a significant workload. So those, in addition to ongoing operations, those are some of the highlights where we're putting our efforts. I thought I'd take a minute since we were asked to look at KPIs. You see that we do have under HR KPIs, we have attendance, days to fill, turnover, and the number of transactions. And the thing with KPIs is, the intent behind them is really to see if you're being efficient and effective in the organization and whether you're aligned with strategies. We are, and HR is one of those areas where it's very hard to find very useful KPIs. It's a struggle for many, many HR organizations, and I've studied these quite a bit. We are asking to sunset the attendance KPI. In the past, the thought was that kind of measures your engagement. Like if you have high morale, the thinking is that they're absent less. Given what we've been through with the pandemic and understanding that there's been a lot of issues around that, we would expect that attendance is no longer a measure of that. The days to fill, certainly we would expect to be a focus area and should remain. The turnover, we also believe, is a useful indicator. With turnover, that sometimes gets confused with the vacancy rate. What turnover actually means is that it's the number of employees that are separating. And so that is something that is an indicator of lost productivity cost, and you want to try to minimize the turnover. The transactions are kind of an indicator of activity more than anything. And so I suppose it's a useful metric. I don't know that it actually evaluates how effective HR is being. With the KPIs, I could see a lot of room for improvement, but exactly what they should be would take a little bit to to really see what fits for us.
Great.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm glad you said that. I thought sunsetting the attendance one, that one didn't seem particularly useful, but the goal of high employee engagement is, so is there some KPI that captures that better? I do think the days to fill a position is a good one. And again, with all the focus on it, I was hoping we could bring that 110 days down, back to the 85, 90 where it used to be. But even that seems like a long time.
Yeah, right. If I could, we did actually do some analysis on that, and we did find that, we have some being filled in as few as 30 days. We have some, a good number of them between 30 and 60. And so it's not fully representative, it's an average. But it is reflective of some of the difficulties we've had in the market with having to go out 2 and 3 times on our recruitment. Yep. We had set a goal of 150 days, but we certainly did not. That's not something that we saw as no one would aspire to that. It was just really reflective of the reductions we had taken and kind of anticipating we were starting the year with fewer positions. So in HR.
Yeah, and then when I was looking at like turnover, it seems like maybe that's a metric that belongs with the managers and the departments to some degree, right? I mean, how much of turnover is HR?
And turnover is a tricky one, as with many HR KPIs, because the thing is, we wouldn't want to have disincentives for managers to performance manage people out, right, or separate them quickly if they realize we didn't have a good hire.
Yep.
We'd have to kind of balance that out.
Yeah, understood. And yeah, it did seem like maybe some kind of KPI around a bad hire, like how many hires are leave at the end of the probation period, or right, like you said, you want them to leave.
Okay.
And then again, it just seemed like a general kind of internal survey of satisfaction with HR could be useful.
Those are often very useful in either an engagement or satisfaction, and it could be satisfaction around pay and benefits, or just and satisfaction on other aspects. The thing is that the city, we've recognized that it's not just pay and benefits, though. The culture is a really significant part of having people want to join your organization and stay. And, the city manager has a lot of initiatives looking at workplace environment. So some measures around that may be very helpful. Yep. The other thing that's not captured here is learning and development. And that is a huge.
Well, yeah, you did have percentage of employees in training, but.
But the effectiveness of it doesn't really, you can mandate people to training, but it doesn't mean that they're absorbing or using it in their jobs. And that's, we would want to see something more.
So you said you had 3 openings. We got a list yesterday that showed 4. Did you hire somebody?
We filled 1.
Yeah.
Yes, we filled 1. So
good.
We're 4 to 3.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So with 4, you were actually one of the highest departments of most openings, but
yes, well,
being a small department, that 1 hire makes a
difference.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah, and each loss really hurts though too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But still about 20% open, which is a lot. So again, I realize HR is a lot more than just recruiting and placement, but I was surprised that there wasn't maybe it's in the budget, but I didn't know what it was categorized as. But is there money for recruiting in the budget?
I'm trying to think if we actually have a lot. There isn't much. If there is, it's kind of more.
Sure. What we did do is the council recently approved almost a $300,000 contract for executive recruiting services to help with some of the higher level recruitments. And so that's a 3-year contract term, and those funds were appropriated and encumbered in this fiscal year, but it's expected that those will last for a couple of years. So there's that kind of executive level additional resource. And as we find, and we're frankly looking at whether or not we can do some sort of master agreement with multiple providers that can help actually expand, because even the recruiters are having capacity issues. So we are looking at our ability to take that and broaden it to more than just one service provider, which would hopefully help with some additional capacity on a contractual level.
But outside of executive recruiting, do like our internal recruiters use like sourcing?
Yeah, as far as regular ongoing active recruiting, we have not really had a chance to invest in that. We have some departments that do some of their own activities. For example, utilities is pretty active in going out to junior colleges and doing job fairs, and we support them at times when we can. And then the police department is very active, and they host in-house and external job fairs. Participate, but as a regular, like you might be familiar with private sector, would have like a recruiting unit that would actually do activities and go to schools and that type of thing. We really aren't resourced to do that type of activity.
Or even just spending money for public works, utilities to source leads off the internet.
Oh, right.
Go find people.
Yeah.
I can add that we did have a pilot program with LinkedIn. That may be the type of service that you're referring to. We actually didn't quite find much success. And of course, we can go on LinkedIn ourselves to some degree to find candidates.
Yep.
We also have a partnership with Careers in Government that sources all of our positions. And that's been a little more successful.
So it sounds like you don't feel like you need more recruiting dollars, but at this point,
it's hard to say. I would really, it may be helpful to have that, but it's just at this moment in time, trying to imagine the positions getting filled, trained, going, and then also add activities that we aren't already doing, I would say would be pretty tough.
Okay. And you mentioned in here an expedited hiring model. So what is that?
I would actually like to invite our recruiting manager to come up and talk about that.
Good afternoon, council members. Nick Reish, Human Resources. So the expedited hiring process that we launched earlier this year was a way to jointly engage in the hiring and recruitment process sooner with departments. So I think there was some discussion yesterday about requisitions and requisition approval, and then how that moves through the different steps of the process to a job posting, and then eventually to us finding an excellent candidate. Traditionally, that has all happened centralized in HR, which means one recruiter may have a caseload of 20, 25, or 30 that they're working on at one time. With the number of vacancies that we were looking at the beginning of this year, with positions being added at mid-year and then unfrozen, looking at that size and looking at the number of recruiters we had, there wasn't really a path to fill all of those in that fiscal year without expanding our bandwidth and our capacity. And the place we looked to do that was through leveraging internal resources. So many of our departments, public works, especially utilities, was able to assign staff resources who could be trained by HR and learn how to utilize our system to help with the job posting, to help with the screening of applicants, the scheduling of interviews, and the expediting of that process. And so with that, we've actually been able to increase our capacity by about 15 to 20% of how many postings or hires we've been able to complete over that period of time.
So is that going to get rolled out to everybody?
The plan is over the long term, we're in the early adopter phase. So this was a time when departments could, if they had the resources, provide us a staff person who could give us 20 to 30% of their time to be trained. This is when we're working out all of the kinks, processes, and procedures. So in the end of this fiscal year, the beginning of next fiscal year, we're going to start the process of rolling it out citywide and having all departments, depending on size, have 1, 2, or maybe even 3 HR liaisons who can each have a caseload of 2 to 3 requisitions or job postings that they're helping with at a time. So the goal is, yes, to roll it out citywide once we've refined how to effectively and efficiently engage everybody in this process.
Cool. Okay, thanks. Eric and Lydia, you can stay there.
I was going to ask the same thing that the chair just asked, right? Which is the new process. But let me ask something in that under the normal process. You know, once a rec is opened and so forth. I mean, how much is the manager who that position is going to report to? How much is the manager engaged with HR on working this through the system? Is it, I mean, do they talk 3 times a day, or is it sort of, you know, call me in a month when there's a list or something like that? Is that?
Sure. Thank you, council member. So every hiring manager has a different level of engagement they want to have with the requisition. So I can't tell you every single one is the same, but in general, during the prep, what we call the recruitment planning process, there's a lot of engagement between the hiring manager and the recruiter who's working on that. And that's everything from developing the timeline of when they're going to post to target certain seasonal rises or falls in a candidate pool, what the rating matrix are going to be. How are we going to know if a really good candidate comes through? What's their education like? What are their certificates like? And then also planning out the questions, who's going to be on their panel. So on the front end, there's a lot of work between the hiring manager and the recruiter. Once we get to posting, then it's usually every few days, there's a check-in of, oh, we got 7 new candidates today. We need the subject matter expert or the hiring manager to go in and do an initial screening. Then obviously at the end of the posting period, we meet to decide, okay, who are the 5 or 10 that we're going to invite to either on a demand recorded interview or into a panel interview. So there is regular engagement throughout the process. It's more on the front end and then more at the very end when we're negotiating back and forth with the candidate.
And when there's an offer out and you want that person to accept our offer instead of somebody else's, then I assume that the hiring manager is intimately involved.
It's pretty constant communication at that point. The recruiter often is the one doing the negotiation with the candidate, but is going back and forth with the hiring manager about what can we offer, what internal alignment would be created by where we go with that salary offer.
I think it makes sense what you're doing in terms of, because the most motivated person is normally the person that's got an open rec and they do too much work for the people they got already, right? So, okay, so if you can get that person more engaged in the process, that sounds like a good idea. I wanted to ask, do we hire a lot of college grads each year? Like new entry-level people, basically. It could be 2-year or 4-year, but.
Nick, do you have I would say yes. I should also mention that we also have a very robust, or up until the pandemic, had a very robust intern program. And that's a very successful one where we have permanent hires come from that. And we have interns that have become managers. And we actually had some of that in HR. I don't have a statistic in hand for you, but intuitively I would think that we do, we are successful with grads.
So if we got 1,000 people working for the city, then how many new grads do we hire a year, either through the intern program or going to a local college or something like that? I mean, is it 2 or 20 or 200?
It's not 200. Well, for some context, our experience right now is we're onboarding about, about 10, maybe 10 a month.
A month.
Yeah, a month. But that also includes promotionals. So, but overall, people who are moving, as
outside the city, and just got out of school.
We're expecting about 80 brand new people to join the city in this fiscal year. So not counting promotions. So of those.
And how many of those would be entry level that this is their first job, as opposed to we hired them from Menlo Park or something like that?
If I can elaborate on that a little bit. So new hires, we do average about 8 new hires every month. So that's not a promotion. That's someone brand new coming into the city. And of that, only about 3 to 4 of those are entry level positions where we could even get a brand new college grad.
Right.
And then within that, if you look at where we're hiring and what the prerequisites are,
Yep.
you're at another, I think, 50% of where we're looking for someone straight out of college, where we're looking for someone from a trade school, or we're looking for someone from a line college or something like that. So it's probably 1 to 2 per month are fitting the criteria I think you're looking for, which is that fresh out of college, straight into an entry level professional, administrative, or other type
so
job.
You're looking at, you know, a dozen to 20 a year or something like that. So
all anecdotal. We don't track specifically new grad as a criteria in ours, so I wouldn't be able to back that up with data.
I understand. And that's pretty steady. You don't have sort of a big wave starting in the summer because, you know, you got a bunch of people that sort of went through that phase that finished in June, and there's not a big lump and so forth.
It doesn't appear to come in a big wave all at once. Our posting at that level tends to be consistent throughout the year.
Given the dynamics of hiring people in this area, should we move more in that direction as opposed to getting people with 5 or 10 years of experience from another city, right? As opposed to trying to, I mean, it's not going to solve anybody's problem in fiscal 23, okay? But over the next 10, 20 years, should we move to a model in which we sort of try to get people earlier in the process and hang on to them as opposed to people that become available that are sort of more mid-career?
And if I may take that one as well, I think you heard
kind of philosophical
utilities director Batchelor talk about this earlier about the need to grow our own talent within certain areas. That will continue to be a need, but at the same time, you're hearing departments across the organization say we can only have so many new at the same time. So we need to have a combination of hiring experience who we just need to orientate and hiring those entry level and then giving them a path for growth. So within utilities, with their organization restructure, within discussions we're having with like planning and Jonathan around his series, those are all things we take into account. Is not only how do we provide opportunities for laterals, but how do we provide a really clear growth and career path that gets someone to come in here and then wants to stay because they see, oh, I can become this, then this, then this.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's part of the formula, right?
Yeah.
Let me also acknowledge, though, if I could, Councilmember, the tension that exists within that dynamic as people progress in their careers, because as much as we value growing our own, we also value competition for higher positions. So, for example, any position, and so when those higher level positions open up, there is a decision to be made versus between a direct appointment and a competitive process, and in consultation with the bargaining units, those are frequently points of debate and then ultimately decisions. So there is kind of that inherent tension between the setting an expectation of growth and our ability to see that through and how we go about making those promotional decisions. So I think just acknowledge that there's a level of uncertainty that exists for anyone who's in that career path, and as a result, once we also see that once we put someone through a competition, if they're not successful, then they want to be successful someplace else. So, I think that's a reality of our marketplace as well.
This is true everywhere, though.
Yep.
Can I add that our last hire in HR was right out of college, and that's the model that has worked for us to grow our own, and we have the career path.
Well, I think, invariably, I mean, if you pick somebody that's got 5 years of experience in most positions, and they're going to be productive faster, okay, than an entry-level person, right? But then the question is the environment such that, you can actually get those people sort of in the way, shape, and form that you want, and that they're going to stay, as opposed to, some people are going to go here for a few years, I'm going to go right for the few years. So if you can do it that way, and it works, then it's productive faster. But then the question is, do we really have that situation now that, you know, a single family home costs, you know, $3 million in the Mid-Peninsula, right?
And it's a balance on the assignment. You know, you've been talking about the types of projects that require expertise. City Attorney Stump has an excellent fellow program. She's hired many in college and in law school. And that's another approach that's been successful for us.
I mean, we're having so much discussion about that. I think it's obvious, right? This is critical for us. We've got 140 open positions.
Right. To your point earlier, we're probably not going to fill them all in the next 6 months, right? So.
Well, yeah, and again, I think, you know, just understanding what the process is and what we can do, and do we shift our hiring practice because we have so many openings versus what it would be if we were more full.
Well, and yeah, from a broader perspective, I mean, the world probably has changed a little bit in the pandemic. I mean, people are coming and you say, gee, I really would like a hybrid work model, right? I mean, that didn't exist like 3 years ago, at least for most people, and so forth. You know, maybe we're making choices that are gonna last a lot of years, right? I mean, long after you and I aren't on city council anymore, and you know, so forth. So what do we do? Should we be looking at sort of the structure of how we do things sort of long term?
Yeah, I had a specific question. So yesterday I asked about the hiring manager qualifying resumes, and you guys kind of laughed. And again, you know, I totally get we want to be unbiased, you know, diverse in our hiring. You know, are there things we could do where we strip off name and gender and really and let the hiring manager score resumes or whatever to really speed the process up?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That actually, we are pretty focused on the technology, and we have a system in place that does allow us to have blind resume review or application review. We were just, you know, the staffing has been such, we haven't been able to implement the model. And so it's something that we really need to do. Once we have that, and with Nick's assignment, you know, digging into the recruiting and trying to get an expedited model, he's found some expansion of the system that we have right now that will actually help us move it through more quickly, and also help us with the analysis for diversity and, you know, looking at bias and that type of thing, so that we can manage it from a higher level rather than hands-on. Yeah, and so I mean, that's key. That is really
having
key.
Done a lot of recruiting, it can be really hard to communicate all the needs to somebody else, and then, you know, the resumes come back and you can just instantly see, no, this isn't right, and it's time consuming. And it'd be great if there was a way to do it in, you know, blind review, but let the hiring manager just quickly sort through 50 resumes, say these 4 look great, let's get them in, kind of thing. But so
yeah,
we're growing you because you think what you do is really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know. I mean, this past couple of years with the pandemic and, you know, all the health and safety concerns that came along with it, and now, you know, coming out of it and facing this labor market and all the challenges, and the economy recovering in a way that we hadn't, you know, that kind of just blew us out of the water. I mean, it really is like, we feel like we're in the eye of the storm here, you know, and so we are really interested in, you know, wanting to be as progressive as we can possibly be, and really looking for solutions through technology, and really challenging our, you know, how we look at our processes. And, you know, I recently had a discussion with our executive team about how we give our offers to employees. We, you know, in the past have been conservative. Can't do that anymore. We've got, you know, very similar to the housing market. You've got to be able to, you know, outbid your competition, and you have to be ready. And so, you know, we are turning everything upside down.
I mean, that's one of the things. That's one of the things of the big bucket of, you know, how much of our talent are people, because This is the 21st century. The people are everything, right? So how much of our talent are we picking in mid-career from elsewhere versus growing our own? And do we have the right mix for the long term in the 21st century when people can work, where they want and can go other places and so forth? So that's kind of the question, is that, every other city is in this boat too, right? So are there opportunities here for us as well? Okay, as just, threats to deal with.
Yes, I'll let Lydia jump in, but we do have to pick it up, right? We got a lot to get through.
Yeah, I just wanted to just add that, human resources has been through so much, from the lows and highs, and and how quickly you turned around and came back to us with your guidance and advice was really valuable. So it's a lot more than just recruitment, right? There's also the bolstering of people's emotions and supporting them. So thank you for that. I think in this job, you not only have to have that professional side and understanding of professions, but also the emotional intelligence there. So it's not easy, but thank you. Good job.
Yeah. So, and again, I think Sandra, you're stepping back into the fully staffed department, which is good. I mean, at least on paper. So again, it sounds like you guys feel like you have the tools you're going to need going forward, budget wise, in terms of recruiting and everything else. So.
Yes, we're training. We have new staff. We have a couple more positions to fill, and looking to, under risk management, because I've been involved with contract reviews for insurance, looking to get outside help for that. So it'll be a busy year for us, but we're really looking forward to the work ahead and getting our team in place, who's been, the team we have had it here have been really engaged. As Remy mentioned, we've been handling quite a bit. No one expected to be handling COVID leave and phone calls with what do I do, giving isolation guidance, testing guidance. The beginning of the year, we experienced a surge here, and month to month, it's been continuous, not to the levels of the beginning of the year, but the organization has learned a whole new protocol of how to be safe and dealing with leaves, that along with what we've talked about is an underlying existence that day to day our departments are experiencing absences because of COVID and family.
It's just when you're shorthanded and people are out, it gets even worse. We got to get ahead on this recruiting thing. And
yeah.
So,
are you asking for motion?
Yep. Okay. So all in favor of tentative approval? Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ruby.
On the people that lose a competitive evaluation and then leave, that I agree. I think that that's a risk, but sometimes they come back. Okay, and if you look at Intel, the company that you leave only once, okay, hired Pat Gelsinger back. Okay, it's part of life.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have about 90 minutes and 11 more topics. So like I said, I think we got to pick it up a little bit.
I think IT's next.
Hi, Darren Emoto, Director of IT. Thank you for this opportunity. And as Chair DuBois mentioned, I will speed through a presentation to give more time for Q&A. Next slide, please. So I do want to take just a few seconds to just express my appreciation for IT staff as we dealt, for all their support and dedication over the past couple of years dealing with the pandemic, especially supporting a hybrid workforce, hybrid meetings, and supporting the operations of the city from day to day. So again, and with the partnership, of course, with city staff and being flexible with us, as well as we dealt with staffing shortages and so forth through the process. So for this year, our reinvestment strategy involves around our GIS system. Just wanted to provide a brief history of GIS. So we started in 2018 to replace our current GIS solution. And, to current, we chosen, well, there's two different phrases people use, ISRI or ESRI as our new GIS vendor or software vendor. And since 2018, we have actually migrated 75% of the legacy applications to the new platform. And those span from utilities to public works to planning and IT and some CMO initiatives as well. So with that ask, we are asking for a $350,000 annual fund to support and maintain GIS applications citywide, and as well as fund IT solutions. Departments have funding for their specific GIS applications, but again, this is mainly for IT funded solutions, and also to continue to maintain and support the applications that reside on that platform. And just some of the current solutions that IT has funded. During the beginning of the pandemic, we stood up an employee check-in application, which assisted HR in helping to perform some contact tracing as needed. Recently, we've stood up a police calls for service application to address some of the issues around the radio encryption. City surveys are built on this platform, as well as the Fiber Hub and soon to be Sustainability Hub that are also supported by this platform as well. So that wraps up just the proposed changes. Moving on, I do want to start out just as I've heard everybody, I'll just do an overview of staffing for IT. So currently we are funded for 31.5 full-time positions. During the past 2 years, during the impacts, we had 7 positions reduced. So we've lost 7 positions over this past couple of years. 2 were added mid-year, so that brought us back up to the 31.5 FTEs. So that brings us to currently we have 6 open positions in IT. And out of those 6, 2 of them are in progress, active recruiting, and hopefully we fill those by the end of this month. And then we have the rest of the bulk are either in process or just being posted. So, within the next 4 to 6 months, we hope to make significant progress in closing that gap on open positions. Next is, looking forward as a department, continuing our efforts around GIS modernization. Again, just building new applications, enhancing current applications on that platform. Cybersecurity strategic planning and implementation. So the goal is to create a brand new cybersecurity strategic plan and start implementation in FY23. And just really efforts around continuing to improve our cybersecurity posture. The next is enterprise resource planning phase 2. As mentioned in the capital, our meetings yesterday, we upgraded our SAP platform over a year ago, and now we're in phase 2, and that's in progress. We've conducted interviews with all the departments, or with the 3 departments that leverage the platform for requirements and additional requirements. So now we do have a CMR that will be moving forward to council. It's currently slated for next month. The next is our IT risk management. This is based on requirements from an IT risk assessment conducted by Baker Tilley. And so we do have an RFP on the street now to look for a vendor to help us with those recommendations. The The next is just our investment in technology, infrastructure, and cloud investments. This includes just replacing legacy infrastructure from servers to networking. We have, during the past year, we have replaced 7-year-old wireless infrastructure at City Hall, Mitchell Park Library, and the Art Center. And we are looking forward to replacing it at the remaining city locations. We did upgrade to a new service desk ticketing and project management platform as well, commonly known as ITSM and PPM management. And that has definitely helped us deliver a better service to our users. And the last is really encouraging workplace innovation and drive new ideas and improve efficiencies. And what this means is we are finalizing a 3-year strategic plan for IT. And with that is really driving how we partner with the different departments and driving innovation, leveraging our platforms, consolidating platforms into, or one-off platforms back into our core platforms such as SAP and GIS. And just really continue to work with departments to improve our processes. And lastly, I alluded to it, just to promote consolidation of our application to the core system. We have a lot of just separate applications. So the goal moving forward is really to start looking at when departments request for new solutions, we look at, can they be leveraged, or can these solutions be solved by our current applications or platforms? So with that, turn it over for Q&A. Thank you.
Questions?
Quick question. Is the cost of ERP phase 2, does a lot of that show up in contract services?
And it's actually we need some system. It's actually a CIP that we've had in place.
Okay.
So it is a CIP project.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're looking in the table in the department section, it would actually be in that capital improvement program line, which is down at the bottom. So we separate that out. It's the 5.3 million. It would be included in there.
Okay, yeah, I'm on page 238, but I see CIP Technology Fund 5.321400.
Correct.
Okay. So contract services is growing 15% a year or something like that.
Yes.
So is that something that are we spending a lot more on contract services and continue to expect that?
It is a growing trend. Many companies are changing the way they do licensing.
Okay.
Right. Almost all companies have moved away from traditional buy a software, you pay for annual maintenance. It's more of a
so is that where
service.
leasing or software leasing shows up as in contract services? That's maintenance and support.
It's both now. So companies have started combining maintenance support to annual subscriptions, which includes maintenance support, right? So
the service contract shows up in contract services as opposed to I'm hiring a consultant to write some piece of code.
That's correct. Yes.
I see. Okay. That sort of implies things are getting more expensive.
Yes. Yeah.
Wait, this is technology. It's supposed to get cheaper.
You don't have that huge upfront piece, but
okay, yeah. Okay. You're still down. Looks like 5 people since 3 years ago.
Yes.
Is that a hardship?
We're recovering now. The 2 ads that we were able to do at mid budget is definitely going to help. Again, as with most departments, we are seeing it becoming more difficult to find the right person for the right roles. We are finalizing some recruitments currently, and in the past for these types of positions, I've seen a lot more activity in terms of resume submittals, and it was this last round it was a fairly significant decrease. So.
Can you actually hire entry-level people for what you do, or you need somebody with experience?
If we had positions in, say, like service desk, yes, that's where we always look, because that's a kind of an entry-level position per se. They have to have some level of expertise, but and that's where we do promote staff in the service desk to grow as through the organization.
Okay. So if you start there is sort of a development path.
Yes.
Okay.
as long as, you know, again, either new position or somebody leaves.
Right. Yeah. Right. And you're sort of the right person. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, we haven't talked about it in 2 days, but there's a lot of news that hiring freezes are going out and things. So it may get easier all of a sudden.
Yeah, you know, we're finding the same thing. Yeah. I mean, and, you know, we're finding the same thing we're even looking at for just contractors. Finding the right person from a big pool of some of our vendors and contractors is becoming more difficult right now as well.
Yeah. So trying to go fast here. So you have your own, looks like you have your own way to measure satisfaction. You know, you had your rating of excellent.
Yes.
Is that software that other departments can use?
Currently, it's built into our ITSM service tool. But again, we have other ways of being able to service that with our forms and with our GSF platform that we have citywide services for. So
yeah, leave it up to you and the city manager. But if you have that tool, it seems like there's a lot of internal customers that people had a way to survey satisfaction.
Agree.
It would be cool.
Yep, agree.
So the IT fund is not part of the general fund. It's a separate fund. And then they charge their services to general fund departments. And does that have to be at cost, or can we have an exchange rate there? I'm just wondering, like, why do we do it that way? And, you know, like an enterprise fund transfers to IT.
I mean, I'm not sure I can answer the why we do it that way. It depends on the organization. Some organizations have these internal services as an ISF or internal service funds. Others have them in the general fund, and you do it through the cost allocation plan, similar to HR and ASD. Excuse me. I think this was done when IT was spun out and created as its own department, I suspect. And so ultimately, to your point, what the team does, and I see Sherry's on the call, and she's the linchpin in this, is she's managing all of the central IT contracts, who they're going towards, and we use allocation methodologies to charge out all the departments, and that's the revenue. So it's an internal service fund, just means that the revenue source are our own city funds, whether it be general fund, enterprise, et cetera. So
I get it. I just wondered if
is there
some creativity there in terms of the enterprise fund versus a general fund in terms of how much we charge, IT charges them.
Right. And I think there is some creativity that's already in there, right? And we're morphing it as we move from hardware to software, because previously in this fund, we actually used to, and I'm not saying we don't do it anymore, it's just to a lesser extent, we used to actually, similar to vehicles, pull funds from departments for a larger investment that's coming, right? When an ERP system would take us $30 million to implement, we would, similar to a vehicle, right? We would transfer things in accordance with planned replacements, right, over the life cycle of that equipment. We're no longer really in that business as our primary role of business, and therefore we're more moderate in that, we're doing laptops and the like. So that's a service level change. And I think Ed's got some more on our
just wanted to note with respect to chargebacks to different, whether it be enterprise funds or capital improvement programs and the like, we do need to follow accounting rules. And so the creativity is limited by those accounting rules.
But it could have different SLAs, like maybe you want to pay more for an enterprise system because you want it to be up 99.999% of the time.
And we do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we do. We'll scale it depending on the service or the resource needs. You'll scale it based on the size of the department, the type of software, who uses that software. So Sherry does a extensive kind of comb through of all of the millions of dollars, frankly, that are running through this fund to do what she can to appropriately allocate it out. We also have fees. So we do move a component of our fees that we're charging for services and move that in here to make sure that all aspects of the organization are contributing to the long-term investment from a technology perspective.
So the enterprise systems line was up 30%, which is 1.1 million. What's in there?
Also, Sherry, feel free to jump in if ever you have the answer.
Yes, for that one. Good afternoon. I'm Sherry Wong, Senior Management Analyst for IT. There was an increase definitely in this division, and a lot of that is because of our AWS support contract that we have with the vendor, that the contract should be coming to council shortly in June for approval. So it accommodates for that, as well as some staffing has been moved into the enterprise division. So it also accommodates for that as well.
Okay. And so, well, not to spend too much time on this, there was an item this morning that was tagged as follow-up. If in the wrap-up memo, I actually wondered if we could get that as an information report, maybe a breakdown of the major software services. And we have to define it some way, but it seems like there's a lot of money. I mean, it's $22 million, you know, and I think if there were, you know, major cloud services, it would be great to just get a report that breaks it down a little bit, which I think would have been things capitalized in the past, but are now these cloud subscriptions. Is that something that could be done easily?
And also, I want to make mention to that too, is that $22 million is not just contract services and other maintenance services. It also encompasses salaries and benefits as well, and CIP costs.
Understood. Taking that stuff out, and the tech fund is clear, so we can take that out too.
Chair Du Bois, and I'll look to Sherry and Darren on this. I'm wondering, similar to how we present a citywide contract summary in that At Places yesterday, you know, it kind of identified the largest spend. Mm-hmm. Would something like that simply for IT be what you're looking for?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we don't make it so prescriptive in the sense of I want a subscription service versus that, but we do it in terms of just kind of spend, I think that would be an easier report for us to run from our accounts payable team. And then obviously just aggregate it and make it a little digestible from an accounting report. But if that's what you're looking for, I think we can absolutely make an attachment like that for information.
Yeah, and just for clarity, you're referring to just IT or citywide, because again, IT funds a lot of services, but also departments fund some technology that they use, like utilities and public works, that they have subscriptions or services that are specific to their department. So again, that's where it becomes more challenging.
Does it go through this IT budget?
We do some level of oversight and governance because we're always involved in the projects, but again, it's not in our budget. So
okay. Again, if there was an easy way to run, I'm really just interested in the very big ones.
I was going to say, I think if we can limit it to just what's in the IT budget, then that's something that we could provide if that's the pleasure of the council or the committee. Apologies.
Okay. So do we need to vote on that? Or so can we move that we get an information report of, I guess, the top software expenditures in the IT department?
Sure.
All in favor? Okay. And then the 350K, is that, wasn't really clear. Is that the Esri license itself?
No, this is actually more for the professional service to maintain the applications and support the application. We already accounted for the software maintenance side of it. This is really more for the professional services.
Got it. Okay, thanks. Anybody else?
I would just like, so one of the lines on page 238, it says Office of the CIO. Can you give me a little bit more idea of what that involves?
Yeah, so that's really just assistance for myself, Sherry Wong, and the administrative assistant and a budget analyst. It's really just support of the IT department. That's all that division is.
Oh, that's a position.
That's a division, yeah, within, yeah.
Really nice office.
Yeah.
It is a nice office. Okay, support.
Okay. So again, we'll move tentative approval of the IT.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, City Attorney Molly Stump is up.
Great. Are you all comfortable if I stay here? Okay, super. So the city attorney's office, like the other departments in this group, plays a citywide role. And I think you're fairly familiar with the core of the work that we do. This office spends a lot of its time on contracts and transactions, focusing, of course, on the more complicated and individualized transactions, intergovernmental agreements. We draft legislation. And of course, we handle the supervise and make strategic decisions on defending the city when we are sued. Let's see, next slide, please. Just listed a few of this year. Our change is relatively straightforward. We are asking to restore some professional education materials and program dollars that we cut to zero during the economic contraction. And this will help us. We have onboarded a new mid-level attorney, and we have some cross-training to do to ensure that we have backup coverage in key areas, as well as developing our more junior attorneys and staff. So this will allow us to do this. We are also seeing an increase in our Westlaw contract, which is our specialized legal research software service that we use on a daily basis. Next slide. This is a list of just some of the main things that we're doing this year. You're familiar with all of them because, of course, our work, with the exception of the litigation, our work really follows the key initiatives and programs that the council and the city manager's office are directing. And so some of the most important things we're doing this year, we're supporting the development of the ballot measures for consideration for the fall ballot. We're working on implementation of the various increasingly complicated state housing requirements and procedures. We are supporting the city's innovative work to advance electrification and take other actions to pursue our climate action goals. We are doing a lot of work on the expansion of public-private partnerships, and we look forward to hearing from our auditor on recommendations to strengthen that work even more. We have quite a few innovative public-private partnerships, and those are growing in their number and complexity. And then we're also doing a lot of work on the city's capital improvement program, and that involves work at every stage. Of course, when the council is considering projects and doing environmental work, when contracts need to be let for design, finance documents need to be prepared. Sometimes we do intergovernmental work on some of these projects. Newell Bridge and the water quality control plant rehabilitation are significant intergovernmental programs. And then once the projects are in implementation stage, we are there to assist departments if problems arise in terms of the construction, how to handle change orders that may be heading towards a dispute, et cetera. So that is my department, and I am available to answer questions.
So you're 100% staffed?
At the moment, we are 100% staffed. We are big enough that I have accepted the fact that we pretty much always will be, we have to be ready for our folks to get picked up by another jurisdiction. We have a really talented team, and we have a great reputation in the local area. So council helped at the mid-year by allowing two of our more junior lawyers to escalate into the higher level title in the attorney series. And that I asked for that authority because I had identified those folks as potentially attractive targets for our neighbors to poach. So we may see additional changes this year. I wouldn't be surprised. We try to be ready with cross-training and a plan.
I mean, pretty straightforward budget. I believe you have staff working remotely as well. And
We do. So my entire department did go full remote during the key time of the pandemic. And now most of us are back hybrid. I would like to maintain that to at least minimum of 2 days into the office so that we have a chance to collaborate with our clients and in person with each other. But it's a very significant benefit for knowledge workers to be able to skip them commute a couple of days a week. And I think that is a key to us to be able to continue to be an attractive employer. I do have 2 lawyers who are full-time remote. They are in highly specialized areas, and they've been doing that for a number of years. They had pre-existing strong relationships with their clients, and they have a very deep knowledge of the particular areas of our utilities, gas, electric, and water, and then our planning and zoning code, which is a complicated area, a very involved tangle of regulations that is not for a beginner. So I have really prioritized keeping those folks serving Palo Alto, and I believe it has worked well and their clients are happy.
If I could just maybe chime in on that last note, in terms of client satisfaction, Molly's office has definitely been really the leader and the shining example in the ability to make hybrid and remote work on behalf of client services. So I know both personally as well as working through departments that, and with a hat tip to our IT team, that with the technologies tools that we do have in place, our ability to ensure that our staff are receiving the legal support services needed has not missed a beat throughout the pandemic.
Yeah, and back at you with the IT support, it was amazing, the IT work that was done to allow us to continue our work when the pandemic hit. And I had a belief that particularly administrative support really needed to be here in person, and that turned out not to be the case. We came to understand that with the appropriate technological assistance, we could continue to do our jobs really quite well.
Yeah, my only question I really had was, with some permanently remote people, do we expect to see any cost savings with, people maybe living in a different place? Or doesn't seem like the expenses went down at all.
That arrangement has been in place for many years. We haven't offered that to anybody else. It hasn't been sought. And I think that the question of whether that is an element of a citywide remote program is an open question. That has to be thought through carefully. And I know HR is working on that with the auditor.
Yeah, if I could just reinforce that, really is a citywide workforce issue. And I'll say that at this point, what we have really focused on is drawing some boundaries on the nature of remote work, and not taken on, or at this point, quite frankly, even anticipate taking on any changes in compensation that would be based upon remote work status. The boundaries, I'll note, is that as a rule, and of course with every rule there are exceptions, but as a rule, we are limiting remote work to within California. That we know that some employers have taken on the burden of accommodating out-of-state workers as a category of workforce, but we've concluded that at this point that's not in the best interest of the organization.
It'd be interesting to kind of look at a study of the cost effectiveness of remote work, right? What are the cost savings, or what comes out of that? I mean, is there any study like that, or is it already a well-known?
Well, it's interesting. I think in terms of quantitatively, have not seen much ongoing. Among our, I'll I'll say our volunteer assignments that people take on. You've heard reference to our positive work environment teams, and it's actually Director Eggleston who leads the team that is taking on the responsibility of researching and keeping in touch with best practices around remote work, hybrid work, so attending and monitoring meetings that are happening on the topic. And again, to that point, I haven't really seen a quantitative analysis. It certainly has been, as you've heard, an important workforce morale issue to maintain that balance, while recognizing there are two sides, or multiple sides actually, to the issue, both for those who can and those who cannot work remotely. So it is an issue that we're maintaining a balance and maintaining certainly visibility to where we are and are not. The one piece, as we talk about KPIs, and haven't really dived deeply into it, but I would note that we've been tracking service what do we call it? Services provided to community via whether it's in person, via phone, online, and the like. And I think I've reported this to the council previously, that it has certainly become the rule that the lion's share of our services are provided online and through non-person in-person services. And of course that varies by the different lines of businesses that we're in. I'll just use the example of looking outside. We've got the lobby that we have Danelle Rice, who responds to that that touch screen in front of us. She's actually in Santa Barbara. And so has allowed us to maintain some flexibility, and going forward, some flexibility and also some service improvements in our responsiveness to folks walking in or calling in and needing service in a moment's notice.
Yeah, I would add that at least our line of work, it's a combination of technical work and communication and interpersonal relationships. And in-person is an important element. We did onboard 2 lawyers during the pandemic, and it is much more challenging to bring people into an organization and build those relationships with your clients when you're just on a screen 100% of the time. And one of those lawyers is a new lawyer straight out of law school, and that is especially challenging because so much of law is really about watching experienced people work through communication issues. And if you don't get a chance to be a fly on the wall, it's just a longer and more difficult learning process. So I would not prefer that as a ongoing way to bring new people into the organization.
The only piece I'll just add is that as we're talking about this, we're talking about the workforce that are primarily professional services, office type roles, but the majority of our staff are actually not those roles. So as we as an organization are evaluating the cost benefit of the diversity of flexibilities that we offer, we are looking at what it would cost us to administer it versus, how many people would benefit, right? So it's not just the financial benefit, but it's also, we have a very diverse workforce that has very different needs based on the lines of business that we're in. And so unlike, say, a tech company where kind of everybody has a lot, or rather 90% of your workforce probably has a lot of flexibility in how they work, many of our lines have zero flexibility. And so we are looking at our total employee population and the cost of adding or maintaining levels of flexibility for those that can accommodate it. So that's just another piece that I think many of us, and I admit myself and many of my staff forget that at times, since they have jobs that obviously allow them to sit by computers much of the time, but the majority of our workforce are here at MSC, patrolling the streets, handling fires, medical calls. And so that's the lion's share, frankly, of our payroll.
So that's very valuable, what you shared, your feedback, but I think we know that there are some groups that do have to be on site, boots to the ground and so forth. Yeah, I have a question for the operating expenses. There's city memberships, Books, that comes to 8,500. What city memberships? That's on page 121. I'm sorry. Under budget adjustments, number 1.
Right, it's awkward phrasing. I think what that refers to is California State Bar specialty groups. So it's professional association dues.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
Do we have Kyle online?
Yes. We do.
Oh, there he is.
Magic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kyle O'Rourke, City Auditor. Pleasure to be with you this afternoon. If we can jump to the next slide, I think this will be a relatively quick update. The City Auditor's Office budget is comprised essentially of 2 items. It's outside services through the contract with Baker Tilley, as well as the external financial audit contract. Both contracts were recently, well, Baker Tilley's was renewed by council on consent on Monday evening. So you all just saw that. And we recently went through an RFP process for the external audit contract that was approved in the last few weeks as well. So that's the entirety of the budget. I will say historically, a year ago, the City Auditor's Office participated in a 10% budget reduction. Our intent is not to sort of reinvest, as you're hearing some other departments. There are additional costs this year that are a result of increasing costs of those external service providers. So those are the changes that you're seeing year to year. Relatively immaterial. I think the financial audit contract went up by slightly more than 10%, and Baker Tilley slightly less than 10%. So you're seeing, I think, a 10 or 11% total increase year to year. We can jump to the next slide. So you can see our outlook. We'll continue to fulfill the mission of the Office of the City Auditor. The actual projects that we conduct, of course, are included in our annual audit plan, which was also recently approved, which will run for the duration, the remainder of FY22 all the way through the end of FY23. So that audit plan was recently reapproved. As was mentioned, at least in policy and services and in some other conversations, we plan to bring to council an update of that plan, likely towards the end of the summer, early fall. As the risk landscape changes, we want to make sure we're updating the audit plan. No impact on budget, but those are the projects that sort of build up to at least Baker Tilley's contract figure. And then, of course, as mentioned, the external audit contract is included in there as well. That will continue similar to prior years, with financial audit results being communicated towards the end of the calendar year and the single audit being communicated later in the spring next year.
Pretty simple. I guess
this is the simplest one we've seen.
Yeah. So again, I've been on a KPI kick all day. It'd be good if you thought of some KPIs. If you wanted to even update those, like before this goes to council, that'd be great. I just had a question about allocated charges. Like, again, with this outsourced contract, why do we allocate any charges to the auditor?
So these are for IT charges mainly, because IT still supports Kyle and his team. So that's what they're mainly for. Some other things you'll see in here actually got taken out. That was as a result of the transition from going from office with positions to a fully contracted office. So you'll see the removal of liability insurance and workers' comp, because those are no longer needed because there aren't any staff in this department anymore.
Yeah. And again, I assume Baker Tilley employees use their IT as well. So is this like a partial IT allocation?
Right. They do have access to systems. They have a license for the city auditor email on our O365 platform. So there are still, when you look at how we allocate the costs of subscriptions, there are still some systems that they have access to. But they use their own equipment.
I would also imagine that I believe the ethics, fraud, waste, and abuse hotline is included within that as well, which this Office of the City Auditor manages.
Got it. Okay. So I'd move tentative approval of the auditor's budget. All those in favor? Okay. Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you.
Into city clerk.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Leslie Milton, the city clerk for City of Palo Alto. It's been really exciting to sit here for the last 2 days. Maybe I should have started right before the budget cycle instead of right after the budget cycle last year. This is my first time coming through it. I've learned so much about every department that I've been clawing at for the last 10 months. Which is something that's been really an interesting aspect of the budget because in the last 10 months, I've seen this organization go from 100% fully remote to almost, very, very much back in person in full swing. Some of the people that I've been working with for the last 10 months, I've seen them for the first time in person today and yesterday. So some things that we're working on with reinvestment, another thing that's happened over the last 10 months. And at the end of this month, I will have had 100% turnover in my office of staffing. So we are going to be focusing a lot on rebuilding the department and continuity of operations. We've restructured the way that the staffing positions are in the office and how everything functions just to make sure that we can build in that continuity of operations. And we're going to continue to do that. The other thing, the return to in-person meetings, this hybrid work environment that we're talking about, but also the hybrid meeting environment to make sure that we're inclusive of the public has just been a really interesting process. And I think hybrid meetings are brilliant, to be honest. And I really need to give another hat tip to the IT department, the partnership that we've had with Darren and his team to make sure that these meetings can happen and include the public throughout in just really seamless ways and make sure that they can participate in ways they feel comfortable has been just an outstanding innovation. And other cities are looking to us because we've been so successful with that. And I really want to find ways to continue to expand that. So a lot of the proposed changes that are happening in the clerk department aren't actually reflected in the budget. Some of the items that we're working on will be reflected in the information technology budget. But a few things, and also I also had 100% of all my contracts expire right before or right after I got here. So with all of these things, it creates lots of opportunities. So we've been able to review everything that we're doing, every staff process, every contract we have. We're going to be taking our legal and public notices and we're expanding that to make sure we have more public involvement and public notifications. Our transcription services, we're reviewing an RFP right now and we might be expanding that to add translation and captioning, not just transcription. Our municipal code codification, we're looking at switching vendors just to make sure that we can provide more searchable options for the public to be able to find things easier. And then the other opportunity change in the fund is just that rebuilding I talked about to make sure there's enough training to build up all the new staff. So the next year, we have a lot of really exciting projects that we're working on. One of them is the enterprise-wide agenda and meeting management solution that'll be on your agenda next week. Really excited about that because it'll impact not just our record keeping and our workflow, but it will also have opportunities for better meeting facilitation and public involvement, including digital voting, the way that the public can actively participate during the meetings. But this will be a really impactful project because it touches every department in the city and there will be, an operational impact to this. So, but this is the kind of project we love because you get to work with every single department and get to know people and find out where we can find opportunities for leverage. So we've also acquired a new record management system that we are actively integrating within our operations. And in the near future, we're going to be launching a public searchable portal of our legislative records. We're excited to get that on board. We will be increasing our community engagement opportunities for a couple different ways, mostly as a recruitment strategy for new board and commission members, but also we have the 2020 election coming up. The candidate nomination period opens July 18th. Goes from July 18th till August 12th. So we'll be putting out a lot of information about our election nomination period, how to register to vote, where to vote, just, you know, making sure we can further that democratic process. But we think these are all great opportunities to make sure we can communicate with the public everything that's happening in the city. So just leveraging that. Expanding the hybrid environment, and then also we are working on updating the record management, just the entire overarching record management system, our policy, and our retention schedule. So that's another citywide operation. So, and any questions? I'm here to help.
First of all, thank you for facilitating this exciting meeting for the last 2 days. I'm just curious, you know, I've never asked this. Do you guys get involved with the school board election too?
No, we do not.
Not okay, because it's one election. Okay, so they do it all themselves.
They do, yes.
Okay. And then second, this year, are we going to be able to type in a document ID number in the website, do a search, and have it come up?
It's a great question. I will do what I can to make sure that can happen. Yes.
Okay. That was probably the thing I used most on the city website up until now.
You know, the website, you're not going to be able to do that, but on our legislative portal, this public portal of legislative records that I'm launching, you should be able to do it there. You'll also be able to keyword search.
CMRID 17, 13,
yes.
12.
You'll be able to filter by board, by date, and search by keyword as well.
Oh, wow. Okay. So when that's available, I'll have to come ask you because I'm going to bookmark that one.
Okay. You got it.
So anyway, it sounds like a lot of good stuff. And I agree, you learn a lot in these meetings. The KPI you have about publishing 11 days before council meeting, I think it's a good KPI. I don't believe the results. I think maybe a better thing would be like the number of staff reports published, because I mean, overall, sure, we get a packet out, but then we update staff reports, you know, less than 11 days. So I think it's a good KPI, maybe a little more granular.
Percent of staff reports.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I am really interested in this document search. And again, I really think it needs to be on the homepage of the website, even if it links off to something else. That so much of our content is in PDF files that I keep hearing from the public. They go to the website and they search, and none of those documents, they're all kind of invisible. And I'm looking at you, Leslie, but it's probably between you and Ed that when we're able to search documents, I really think it's an important function that gets highlighted on the homepage. Yeah. And then the last thought was just seeing your revenue line there. I know at one point Beth was looking at ways to generate revenue and talking about doing marriages and things. So I don't know if that's something you want to take on, but you can drive your revenue line. So thanks.
Back to the website. But first, I want to say it's been incredible. I mean, you came in the midst of the department, everybody moving on, you know, almost everybody, blessings to Danny, right? But rebuilding it and having such a great team and supporting the entire council meetings and everything with just the two of you at one point, you know, I mean, that was, I don't know how you did it, but amazing. You know, with regards to a website, it's, I mean, not only searching for documents, but searching for anything, almost anything. You type in search, and I mean, I typed in AAPI because I didn't want to go into each of the tabs to find it. And even that, it didn't come up. So it's something better has to be done on that website.
All the gosh done. So I did an experiment. So this morning, we approved the housing movement down 13,790. I couldn't get it on the city website. Fortunately, the URL had a date on it, so I went and looked at the city meeting notes for January. If you go to Google, search City of Palo Alto .id number 13798.
Again, I don't think that's the city clerk. That's not, you don't run the website.
I don't, but I can partner with our communications director to find different ways where we can make sure the public can access our records, because that the access of the records and is definitely what falls into my wheelhouse. So, and just making sure the public has access to government is something that I can try to work on.
Well, thank you. I just have a question. What's involved in council support services?
I believe that is just a cost allocation of staffing. So there's a certain percentage of the staffing within my department that is supporting council. So we help with travel reservations, we help with meeting facilitation, sometimes with scheduling of different meetings that you guys have with outside agencies.
Okay, thank you.
Our city clerk. Oh, I can do that one as well. Okay. So there was only a minor modification that was made to the budget for the city council operations. I know that I believe the reinvestment strategy was to continue to bring back the restoration of services. And the only change that we included in the budget was the reinitiation of some of the things that were cut for special events, as well as meeting facilitation and hospitality for council meetings. So as far as your department outlook, we're going to focus on the newly adopted council priorities that were established during the strategic planning session a few months ago. So, not many changes.
Yep. But then it doesn't show up here, but there's the council discretionary budget is elsewhere, right? It's in the non-departmental category. Why is that?
By definition, the contingent accounts are in the non-departmental category, and per our code can be pulled out and moved into the departmental budgets.
Okay. And what's in the contract services in the council budget? Is it like it's not that much, 100,000?
I think that how it was explained to me that was for the potential if you needed to hire a consultant for some sort of special project, but it was not a routine expenditure. Is that not correct?
I've had this question before. I can't remember it. Let me get back to you.
Okay. I think the good news is we're 100% staffed.
You. Okay, wait, but what about the KPIs?
We have some openings coming up though.
It's an allocated charge based on headcount. Mike. If I remember correctly, that the major cost in the council budget is actually the appointee evaluations, the contract for the annual appointee evaluations. That's not all of it, but that's the lion's share of it.
Wait, what appointee?
City manager, city attorney, city clerk, and auditor. Mm-hmm. Our fearless leader, city manager.
We'll move on to your last office until you get to non-departmental. Let's go ahead and hit the last or next slide. As the council's heard me describe before, the business model, service model for the city manager's office, I often describe as triage, stabilize, delegate. And our actions, I suspect, reflect that. As we look at the changes that are proposed in this year, it reflects various phases, perhaps, of that evolution. First off, to draw to your attention, this first bullet here, a senior management analyst proposed to continue our work in equity and inclusion. moving from the triage of summer of 2020 to stabilizing, and really now recognizing perhaps not delegation, but operationalizing our equity and inclusion work is really where the resources necessary in order to scale up from what has been the policy work that our Deputy City Manager, Chantal Cotton Gaines, has really led to what is really a citywide undertaking, both with city departments, city staff, as well as our boards, commissions, and other external partners. So this would provide us the bandwidth necessary to do that scaling up. Let me go to next slide, please. Right, and then in terms of neighbors abroad, clearly an area and an extraordinary partnership, and quite frankly, I think a pretty good bargain in terms of what we get for the $30,000 investment that the city makes, runs through the city manager's office. Perhaps at some point we should discuss whether where the appropriate line item ought to be, move that into the council budget, but such as it is, continuing to service our sibling city and sister city relationships around the globe. Then finally, this really recognizes actions that the council has previously taken during the course of the year with respect to economic development. Again, another example of the triage, stabilize, delegate. This is really in the stabilize portion where we're putting the initial resources needed for both the economic development work and adaptation, as the council has communicated and established as your priority, along with housing services coordination and integration with our community partners. So basically that's it in terms of the significant changes on the city manager's office. And I and know several of my team members are here to respond to questions as you might want to take on. Thanks.
So I think you have the record for the most open positions, over 40%.
There you go. We'll try to do our part.
I know you have like several searches going, right?
Yes, we've got the assistants to the city manager, active recruitments, and so just closed, and it's looking pretty promising as I understand in terms of the candidates. The only other, well, we've got the proposed positions, but the other position that exists is the assistant city manager, where we're currently realizing the budget savings or salary savings of Director Noze covering that base. I would note that we had planned to have initiated the search by now, but actually allowed the leapfrogging of the planning assistant director to take a priority in our contract capacity with Terry Black and Company, recognizing the level of effort that's going to be necessary for that search. So the assistant director of planning has gone first, and then we'll come back to the assistant city manager search.
So when you're acting, you don't get two salaries?
Don't give her any ideas.
And I'll just share with you some thoughts on KPIs since I've done it all day. There was like some workload, I guess, some measures of like visits to the website, but I actually think websites are really easy to add like a button to give feedback, and we could measure like satisfaction with the website. And then a lot of your things are the National Citizen Survey feedback. And so I don't know if this is the right time, but I'd like to move that we fund that annually, just because, again, I think so many of our goals are tied to it. Okay, so Eric seconded that. All in favor? Okay. So we would add that to the list.
But establish it as an annual.
Yeah. And then
reestablish it, sorry.
Reestablish is good.
I have a note to myself, but I don't understand what I was saying. Maybe it'll come back to me later. The Equity and Inclusion Office, there's really a question like, what's the thought about having it in the city manager's office versus in HR?
Yeah, really to reflect the citywide span of the role. At some point, the delegate strategy could say it should go in HR, but as one example, both the police department and the fire department would be areas of focus, and having the city manager's office
just gives it more
push behind it. Yes, gives it that much more momentum.
And then the neighbors abroad, hasn't that been like an ongoing thing? Like why is it called out?
It has. It really to date or in prior years has been funded through various sources. I think most recently through our contingency. So this kind of creates it into more of a stable footing. Now, to our earlier discussion on nonprofits, this may also fit in the category of is it a one-off standalone funding arrangement, effectively an entitlement, or is it something that should go through more of a programmatic course? Open question.
And it feels like it falls in that category of outsourced things that the city would have to do if we didn't have a nonprofit partner versus like funding a charity. Right. Yep, I think that's it for me. I'll figure out what my note meant to myself. Do you guys have anything else? Okay.
The public communications I see here is 0.90. Or I'm probably reading this wrong again, but on the budget summary page, which is 153.
Council member or Vice Mayor Koo, you're actually looking at a chart that Chantal and I were just looking at. We noticed that the alignment of the FTE are not quite right by division in this department. So we'll make sure we fix that. There shouldn't be 11 under administration and city management. We must have them in the wrong accounting code. So we will separate that out into the appropriate buckets of economic development as well as communications. So apologies and noted on that.
Oh, no problem. And the equity and inclusion official, that's one position. It's at 193,000. That's for one official?
Right, and this is salary and benefits.
Okay.
At a senior management analyst classification.
And what do you envision them overseeing? Help me understand what they do.
Sure, let me ask Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines to elaborate.
Sure, thank you. And I hope everyone can hear me okay. I wanted to offer a little bit about what they would do in addition to some of what we've seen. So Palo Alto has been working with a few other cities in San Mateo County and Santa Clara County as a diversity, equity, and inclusion sort of peer review group. And in that group, we've seen some other cities do the recruitment for this type of position at a senior management analyst level. So that's part of the interest in that level being some of the motivators of what we think would be high enough for us to get what we need and also a little more cost reserving for the city. In terms of the activities, I know I make it look very easy, but there's a ton of work to do. The requirements coming from the city council, the policy directions given in terms of just making sure that we can evaluate our workforce and move forward some of our goals and initiatives of understanding the diversity of our teams, helping departments realize ways that they can operationalize and include equity into their work more than we currently have that. It all requires more active attention and ongoing support to the departments in doing that work. So part of making sure that we are the workforce that we want to be is knowing where we are and also knowing how we can support the departments to continue to move forward the efforts and desires that we have for the city in this particular subject matter.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines.
Does sound like a lot of it would be tied fairly closely to HR.
Right.
And I think the explanation about police and fire made sense, at least to get it started. So ready to move tentative approval? Everybody in favor? Okay, thank you. So now we're into non-departmental funds.
Yep, and I believe Jesse Deschamps is going to walk us through that.
So non-departmental is kind of as it sounds. It's all things not associated to anybody else. So things like the Cubberley lease, transfers to infrastructure, contingencies, and reserves fall within the non-departmental department. In fiscal year 2023, there are a number of reserves that we've set up for either planned or anticipated costs listed here. So let's go through each one of them briefly. The utilities transfer litigation reserve, and I see a typo on here. Equity transfer is increasing by 5.1 million to a total of 17.5 million. And that's for the ongoing lawsuit that challenges the annual transfers from the utilities to the city's general fund. And this is expected to cover ratepayer refunds for the 2015 to 2019 period covered by the green lawsuit, the 2019 to 2022 period that's subject to challenge, and costs and attorney's fees. The fiscal year 2023 service reinvestments. This is a reserve for the second year of service reinvestments recommended in this fiscal year 2023 proposed budget. As part of this proposed budget, we're recommending the reinvestment of services using one-time funding. So this also sets aside one-time funding for extension of those services into fiscal year 2024. The third reserve here is for supplemental trust fund contributions. So this reserve begins to phase in the change of the discount rate that we use for these contributions. Currently, we contribute at a 6.2% rate. This would decrease that rate to 5.3% or increase our contributions towards the Section 115 trust. So these amounts are in excess of the required employer amount to CalPERS, which currently charges or estimates a 7% rate of return. So this action will realign that contribution with the more recent CalPERS Asset Liability Management Study, or ALM study. The study is completed every 4 years and includes a survey of external asset managers and consultants that give projections on market returns. So as part of this survey completed in November 2021, the median 10-year returns were 5.3% and 20-year returns were 6.2%. We also have a reserve here for Project Home Key. This will set aside $1 million annually over the next 7 years. Let's see, to support the advancement of Home Key program, to deploy modular and interim housing to support the unhoused. Let's see, we also have a $900,000 labor and inflation reserve. Sure. So this is to set aside future negotiations and contracts upon expiration of terms. These terms all expire during the next fiscal year, during fiscal year 2023. And then lastly, we have the loan to the RPP program and fund, which we talked about earlier today, due to the pandemic and parking enforcement suspension from 2020 to early 2021. This fund has had losses in revenues, so this will ensure the solvency and ongoing support for this program in fiscal year 2023. Next slide. So kind of as this slide says, we'll keep monitoring the recovery pace. We do assume that we are in an endemic state and that we will continue to restore services as we are able. We'll keep an eye on any economic trends, such as high inflation and low unemployment, to kind of pivot as needed based on the resources that we have available.
Awesome. And then just one clarifying point for folks as we go through this agenda item, there's the non-departmental, but obviously it continues past that department section and is noted on the agenda. It includes things like the employee information for retiree health, general benefits fund, etc. So just wanted to draw everyone's attention to that as we move through this full topic.
Yeah, thanks. And I'd suggest maybe we do them in order. Maybe you could go back one slide. So on the equity transfer, the budget book says 5.1 and this says 8.6. So what? It's 5.1 or
5.1
is correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I just wanted to read the footnote here because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about this item in general. And so, you know, this is a reserved amount based on a class action lawsuit from October 2016 that claims against both the gas and electric rates, which limited utility rates to reasonable cost of service, absent voter approval. Judgment was entered on the 24th, and the court found that the city's electric rates did not violate Prop 26, but the gas rates imposed from 2015 to 2019 did. So that was a 4-year period. Both sides appealed or entered into mediation. And so this is a reserve to cover potentially the gas ratepayers for that 4-year period, plus maybe some the 2019 to 22 period that has not been determined, as well as costs and attorney fees. So again, I've heard some people look at these numbers and think that that's all money that should be refundable, but I think it's important to understand includes attorney's fees and other things. And again, this is a reserve that, depending how appeals sort out, may or may not be used, right? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Anybody else have any comments on the item 1? Okay, so moving on to item number 2. Service reinvestments.
So this is that second year of this 2-year budget strategy. When we talk about setting aside the funding and ensuring we have the funding for the 24-month period for those limited term investments that we've talked about.
Yep. That's another way to say this is kind of one-time money to bridge for 2 years. And if those services are going to continue, we'd have to identify an ongoing funding source.
That's correct.
Any comments on this one? Okay. Pension trust, big one probably. So I guess it says it several times in here that we've had this policy based on this ALM report, but you know, having gone through the periods when we set this policy, I didn't know that was our policy, to be honest. I thought we basically had a long discussion and we'd picked an interest rate. You're talking about 2 interest rates here. If based on this report, there was the 10-year rate of 5.3 and then the 20-year rate of 6.2. And again, this is a long-term liability, so why not use the 20-year rate?
It's council's discretion. The funding policy, when we set the 6.2 back in 2017, was based on the equivalent of the 5.3 in today's current assessment. So
but
that's.
Do you recall the discussion? Was it really about the policy used to choose the rate, or was it mostly around that rate? If that makes sense.
Well, I think they're one and the same, if I'm at least from my perspective. You know, the council at the time was looking at the fact that the historic returns were in the council's opinion, too rosy from CalPERS, and they wanted to ensure, as part of this funding policy, that as every day clicked by, we weren't exacerbating the unfunded accrued liability. And so the intention of the funding policy, as I understood it, was that we would use the professional consulting figures to set what a more proactive contribution for our day-to-day pension costs are as one component of the funding strategy. The second component, obviously, working towards paying down the unfunded accrued liability. And so this was one of the core tenets. And so ultimately, like I said, staff just is updating this since the ALM study only happens every 4 years for the council's consideration.
Yeah. So again, we may not be able to resolve it tonight, and this may be something that we want the full council to weigh in on, but again, it feels like a long-term liability. So if the ALM long-term was more 6.2, you know, or do we pick some number in between those two rates? I guess the other question I kind of had as I looked at this was the growing gap between where CalPERS is and where we are. Maybe that's not a real factor, but as the percentage rates get closer to zero, I think they become less important because the dollar amounts are less. But yeah, it just made me a little uneasy to go all the way down to 5.3. And I'm sure Councilmember Filson has some opinions. So.
Well, my question on the updated study was slightly different, although I remember thinking about it when we did the original Wilshire Associates CalPERS study, right? Which is, do I believe the 20-year number? Right? I mean, the problem with the CalPERS number is, at least the one that they apply to cities and member agencies, is that, you know, their analysis and their consultants projected X, and CalPERS factored in some other issues to set it at 7. And our judgment was those other issues didn't really apply to Palo Alto, and so we should use the one that was closest to the best indicator of reality. So the question in my mind is, I would like to, I mean, in the absence of perfect information, right, I would like to understand whether the 20-year number is as believable as the 10-year number, or whether it's somebody just threw something out there. Because if I recall correctly, the CalPERS original study said 6.2 for the 10 years, and I forgot what it said for the 20 years. It was something much higher, right? I mean, it's like, well, we don't have any visibility beyond 10 years, so we'll just leave it at whatever the status quo was. I mean, I think it was something, I remember thinking it was something like that. So I don't know if that's what's going on here. I guess I wouldn't want to make a change to what's in the budget right now based on speculation, but I think we ought to understand that. That's all, right? Yeah, and as far as the gap between what CalPERS analysis says and how CalPERS maps that to cities' contributions, again, I think CalPERS factors in other things, and the other things probably don't apply to Palo Alto so much, and so we're to mind the gap, but still focus on what we think the nominal expected value is.
Could you also say, so CalPERS had a really good year, the 21% returns, but I don't think we see that all that benefit, right? Like, how does it work in a good year?
The preliminary 21.3% return will appear in the next valuation that you receive. So the June 30th, 2021 valuation, which will come forward this fall, and it will impact our 2023 or 2024 budget.
But do we see the full benefit of that 21%, or does CalPERS kind of cap it?
It will be offset somewhat as part of that return. It triggered the risk mitigation policy. So it reduced the discount rate from 7 to 6.8%. So you'll see some benefit and some offset.
Okay.
They also phase it in.
Yes, there's a ramp up policy.
But that applies the 7 versus 6.8. Mm-hmm. The way we're doing it now, that applies to CalPERS assessment on us. Mm-hmm. Doesn't necessarily apply to what our actual liability is. It doesn't change that. Like our actual liability.
Yeah, it changes our actual liability because your liability is going to be calculated based on your projected earnings moving forward. So if they
the 21% does. But I mean, CalPERS changing from 7 to 6.8 doesn't affect our actual liability.
If we believe it's 5.3 or
if we believe the real number is 6, but it's 21.
I mean, we're paying more of it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right. I mean, it affects how much CalPERS assesses us, but
it does. It will impact how CalPERS calculates our unfunded accrued liability.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
But to your point,
right.
we are funding at a 6.2 level.
Right.
So from how we are planning financially, it just, I think as you referenced earlier, closes the gap between us and CalPERS.
Yeah. But ruthlessly arcane here, right? Okay, right. I mean, CalPERS, they report a number for our unfunded liability, which is the net present value of our future unfunded liability discounted by their rate, okay? In fact, I mean, if you sort of look at it at the right angle, the net present value of our unfunded liability is a meaningless number anyway, because the only time it would be valuable is if we were trying to sell it to somebody, right? Which we're not doing. In fact, the one that counts is the future value of the liability, right? And so how CalPERS evaluates the present value of that liability is kind of an interesting exercise, but not something we should make operational decisions on. Because it's the future that we'll have to pay, not whatever they come up with the value. If we were trying to securitize that, okay, and sell it to somebody, right, then it would make a difference, okay? But that's not how it works today.
So there was also, there was a 550,000 that was called a catch-up contribution. Is that what has been council's kind of discretionary contribution?
The catch-up contribution was from all funds. So in the prior year at mid-year, right? At mid-year, the general fund BSR contributed an extra $1 million toward the Section 115 trust. So this just kind of catches up all other funds at that same contribution level.
But that 1 million again is a discretionary decision rather to go into the pension or a CIP fund. So why did it trigger this other contribution? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Oh, just to be consistent in treatment. So the general fund made the additional contribution. So to be consistent with that practice of supplemental contributions, it was trying to catch up the other funds with that same.
So you're saying the safety funds, the 550s for the safety funds?
No, it's for the enterprise funds. So it's non-general fund.
Non-general fund.
Okay.
We keep all funding levels. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the BSR again is discretionary for the general fund, but it turned into kind of a non-discretionary contribution for the enterprise funds.
Correct. We keep all funds at the same funding level as we contribute to the 115.
Okay.
So ultimately, any contribution to the 115 is a discretionary contribution. And so since it's funding our overall liability, and our overall liability reflects our entire employee population, we make sure each fund, when we make contributions, we're keeping everybody in line with each other.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just have to think through whether it makes sense. Because I mean, you're basically accelerating utility rates ultimately, right, to cover these additional contributions. I mean, I guess what would happen if they weren't kept in line?
Well, if we're not funding the normal cost of utilities, then the unfunded liability will grow.
This is an extra,
and future ratepayers will pay it instead of current ones.
This is an extra contribution, though. Right?
Well, I think what Director Nozay just said was, if I understood what she just said, it was, we made a contribution from the general fund, but the general fund only accounts for 2/3 of the liability or something like that, because the other third's over in the utilities, and so they need to make to be square. Okay, we should do that too.
Yeah.
Now, if the general fund contribution was to pay down the existing unfunded liability in excess of the normal cost, then you could have a discussion about it.
Well, I think that's what you're saying. So if we had a surplus and we decided to put it, the general fund decided to put it into this, and that forces the utility to do it, it's almost like a tax on the utility from a surplus fund.
Well, it is, but it isn't, because it's going to end up, the ratepayers, our customers, right, aren't going to get out of it. All you're doing is shifting around which ratepayers, today's ratepayers versus future ratepayers pay it.
Well, again, if it depends if you believe.
That's the best idea.
Yeah.
Second to last one.
Yeah, I guess it depends if you believe we're covering the cost or not, right? And if it's an extra payment or not. But it's like, if we ever have surplus, we put extra money in, then it feels like we're penalizing utility.
Aren't we going to screw ourselves up anyway if we treat the general fund and the enterprise funds differently? Because the SEIU, for example, covers both. Okay, so you're going to have some fully funded people in the SEIU because they work in the police department or in the utilities. They're not funded as much as other people that work in the SEIU when they work in finance and admin. Right?
So again, I understand.
That seems like a creepy place to go.
I'll be honest, there's some aspect of this that's administrability. If you wanted to mess around with the 115 and do specific contributions for certain funds so we can either offset rate increases or whatnot, there's a lot that goes into that. Ultimately, that is the council's discretion, but if that is the path in which we want to go towards, which is okay, if that is a policy call, we need to really staff up for that, frankly, because we really are going to have to be much more diligent in the allocation of things so that we're making sure we're appropriately aligning very restricted ratepayer funds and general fund, frankly. Yeah. So it is absolutely a policy call. We have not made that as an organization yet, but that is the discretion of the council.
So again, I just want to make, so I'm okay with the 550. I just think it's a very internal viewpoint. And again, if you think of it as a utility customer, you know, if we ever had a year where we had a really huge surplus and we put it all in our pension fund, and now all of a sudden the utility has to match that, we just got to be careful that this is our policy, because
agreed. And if it was a material change, we would work with the utilities department to potentially amortize it over a period of time to catch them back up with us. We haven't been making contributions that have a material impact on the rates yet. We do stay in close connection with them, obviously.
I'm just not convinced they actually need to stay in lockstep.
I think the policy call we're sort of edging towards is that for administrability purposes, right? If we're going to prepay some of the existing UAF, separate from the normal cost, prepay, then for administrability purposes, it's much simpler if we do the general fund and the other funds in lockstep.
Well, and I think where this gets more complicated,
we try to do both or not, or neither, right?
A little bit. And ultimately, if I really bring this a few years forward, right? One of the tenets of the pension funding policy is that the 115 will have a principal balance of 1 year's worth of pension costs for the city. We're close to that. So the next step that we anticipated once we hit that benchmark would be we make ADPs or proactive payments directly to CalPERS to start paying off amortization basis, right? And when you do that, if I'm only putting the general fund in, the general fund would be paying off liability that the utility funds accrued. Correct. So there's some flexibility as we're looking at the 115 because we have separated the allocation of the funds so that there's an enterprise fund, a general fund, and an other funds, just given the legal restrictions around the different funding sources. But very soon we will move past likely the 115 trust to direct payments to CalPERS. And at that point, it is critical that you do all funds. Otherwise, you're going to be absorbing liability in the general fund. That's not the general fund's liability. And I don't have the ability, once we're moving to payments to CalPERS directly, we do not have the discretion to say, pay off the general fund liability. CalPERS is like, this is your liability. Right. Tell me the basis you want me to pay off, and that's what I'll do. They don't really care the funding source.
The most apparent item among us worry about CalPERS' ability to distinguish not between our general fund and our enterprise funds, but between Palo Alto's liability and Menlo Park's liability. Okay.
Yes, but we are in an individual plan. We're not in a pooled plan. I know.
Political exigencies, when the whole state, nears bankruptcy, right? But fundamentally, from an operational perspective, this is stuff that, we're supposed to be outsourcing CalPERS to do for us, okay? But they can't rely on.
So I think
the thing that on this topic that I don't completely understand as well as I would like, and maybe the brain trust can put some brain cells onto this one too, is how does this intersect with inflation? Okay, because the future liability is indexed to inflation. Okay, so if inflation is 8%, okay, then if it's 8% for 1 year, no big deal. Okay, if it's going to be 8% for the next 30 years, okay, then the future liability is going to grow at 8%. But if our assets are at 5.3%, our assets are, but we're funding at 5.3% or 6.2% or something in between. But the assets themselves are growing at 8%. So we should understand, the brain trust should understand what the impacts are, if there are any.
Sure, and
nominal and real rates and all that.
That's a very real conversation that those brain trusts are having. One thing so I will not attempt to answer that today, but one note for the committee is as Jesse mentioned, we have our biannual actuarial report for our OPEB, our retiree medical contributions. And so at that time, we will have Bartel and Associates before this committee within the next month. So I suspect at that time, I'll make sure that Brain Trust is ready to address, because that same question is germane to OPEB liabilities as well.
So actually bear in mind that Bartel Associates, as good as they are, and they're quite good, they still to some extent pray at the old church, right? And
while you're on that subject though, so what's the plan around retiree healthcare? Like, it's going to come in pretty hot right before the budget. Are we going to incorporate it right away?
Likely. We've seen a draft report of it and we're working on the details with them. They have some of the calculations and allocations incorrectly aligned. Ultimately, what we can say is I don't think it'll be any material impact to the budget. The costs are lower than expected. And so we'll have some choices on, do we want to realize that savings, or do we want to make proactive contributions on the OPEB side and just keep our contributions flat? So yes, it will be coming in hot, so to speak, but it's not expected to kind of ruffle the current strategy that's before you. If anything, it would release some additional funding.
Okay. So back to like, how do we move forward on the pension rate? So today, or the way it was, we were at 6.2, CalPERS was at 7. So we were about 12% less, right? If you think of it as percentage terms. So CalPERS is going to go to 6.8. If we were at 5.3, we are 23% less, which is a big jump. That's kind of my concern. If they're at 6.8, we go to 6.2, we're 9% less. So again, I feel like, if we put this in the parking lot, that means we're going to come back and talk about it in the finance wrap up. Yeah, exactly. Or we make a recommendation and this goes to council and was one of the items discussed to council.
That's correct.
So again, where I am based on the information I've seen is that we should use a slightly longer term interest rate.
So
could we be somewhere in between is the question, and what's the basis for that?
Right.
I mean, if we stick with the 12%. Well, and again, there's a lot of uncertainty, and you threw inflation in the mix.
Okay. So let me see if I can help the committee with their decision making on this to allow for some flexibility given the steps that are ahead of you. The 1.3 that's currently in this reserve only reflects half of the cost to move to 5.3. So this was a phased in approach. So ultimately, even if this 1.3 is left there, that doesn't get us to a 5.3 discount rate assumption, somewhere in between. I won't do that math. So that's
figure out what it is.
Yeah. So that'll be that's one note for the committee's consideration. The second note I would say is as we expected this to be a discussion, a policy discussion on how we want to address this new information from the ALM, staff has put this as a reserve. And so ultimately there's nothing wrong with the council adopting that this stay in a reserve and make a choice to either allocate this back to the budget stabilization reserve or to departments to make that actual additional contribution at a later time. We purposefully put it here in a reserve instead of allocating it out to every department like we've done in the past, because we knew this was a change from the 6.2 discount rate, and this allowed it to be a policy discussion, and we as staff can implement that policy discussion at a later time when we perhaps have more information like our annual evaluations in the fall. So that does provide some level of flexibility. As a reminder, since it would be appropriated, any movement of these funds is a majority vote, not a super majority vote. So that's the other component. So just a few points that we tried to tee this up in a way that acknowledging it is a decision and the committee may need more information that we don't yet have. And so hopefully any of those variables will help you in the path forward.
So if we just went with this as written, it goes into this reserve, what needs to happen for it to actually go into the trust?
We would need to go to council to appropriate it into a transfer and actually send it to the trust. So we would do that in the mid-year, or if the committee chooses today that that's something you want to recommend to the council, you can include that in your motion and we'll make that transfer happen before we get to council.
So you're saying we would just put it in the trust and not in a reserve?
Put it in reserve.
Yep.
And then it's in a reserve now, and the council makes a decision later whether to actually move it into the trust, which is irrevocable. If we put it in a reserve, then we can put it somewhere, anywhere else we want, anytime.
That's the recommendation.
Once it goes into the trust,
What was the last part you said that we could decide? What were you saying we could decide today?
Right. So today the committee can choose if you have strong inclinations and you think we should move to 5.2 and let's phase it over 2 years, then I would say as part of your motion today, you would tentatively approve this section with the recommendation that staff complete the transition for this, movement to a 5.3 discount rate and have staff transfer this 1.3 to the 115 trust. And that would be a formal, you make that and we'll make the transactions in the budget to pull it out of a reserve and put it into a transfer to the 115 that's irrevocable.
Right.
The other option is you leave it as is and you essentially are reserving it from a financial perspective, but maintaining your flexibility to perhaps make that decision at mid-year once we have perhaps a little bit more information.
Okay, so I would make that motion to leave it as you have in a reserve, but I would also say when the budget comes to council to highlight this policy decision about whether we're using the ALM rate directly or we're a certain percentage discount to the CalPERS rate. But again, I think the full council should weigh in. This is a pretty big policy change.
And I suspect if it is part of the adopted budget, then this may turn into a referral for us to revisit, because I have a feeling the council will struggle to make this decision at the adoption, which is an okay path forward.
It'll be in the reserve and it can come back to this committee or whatever. But,
correct.
Yeah.
I think, I'll speak to it before we vote, right? I think we should have some fear about the intersection of math and politics here.
Yes.
Okay. The question in my mind, the really fundamental question is, you know, assuming that the 10-year number is an economic number, is the 20-year number, you know, does that come from math or does it come from politics? Right? Because I can believe it comes from politics too. Okay. So when we get to council, council's going to go, is the 5.3 number real? And is the 6.2 number 20-year also real? And politics is going to push the council to say, oh, we think the 20-year 6.2 number is real. Right? Because as I think it's Sinclair Lewis is attributed to saying, you know, it's hard to get a person to believe in one thing when their salary depends on them believing the opposite. Right? And so that's what we got to worry about is, you know, how do we separate the politics from the math? And as we get to council, I think, and more people involved and stuff like that, I think that will be even more complicated. And,
yeah, I just don't know.
And we do have a tendency to look at the shiny object in front of us, right? And, you know, take the one marshmallow now instead of the two marshmallows later, right? So.
Sure. I just don't know what this ALM study really is. It's a once every 4-year data point. Like how much?
Well, if it's the same one that's 2016, it's one that CalPERS themselves commissioned.
Yeah.
Right. And their consultants.
It's the same report, same methodology. So why do you believe 10 versus 20?
That's the question, right? So I suspect 10 is more rigorous, and 20, they said, well, we don't know what it's going to be like from years 10 to 20. So let's assume it was whatever it was before, right? I mean, I worry that some process like that will on. But I think that's what I personally would like to know. I personally would like to understand what's the difference between the 10-year number and the 20-year number.
Yeah, and again, for a long rate of return, somewhere between 5 and 6 seems reasonable.
Well,
right?
if 20 turns out to be right, if the 20-year number turns out to be right, we got an extra $1 million. Cool.
Well, but we're going to be
I think we're looking at the extra $1 million.
So where are you in this motion I made?
I vote yes.
Okay. Did you, and you seconded it? So
yeah,
I vote yes.
I vote yes. I seconded it.
So again, I think we're moving forward with this recommended, just asking that you call this out in the report, not just the percentage, but the methodology, I think. I know it's getting late, but we'll try to get through this. Guess the next one is Project Home Key. And so remind me, was the city on the hook for this $1 million, or did Home Key say they were going to try to fundraise for it?
No, this is the $7 million that the city council pledged to support operating expenses.
Okay.
But that was also part of the requirement on the grant, right? That the city does have some ownership there.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Actually, back to the pension for a second. Kind of related. 459, you had the investment policy, which was just kind of our general city investment policy. But I thought, did you tell me that we actually have a separate policy for the 115 trust?
Well, we just have our pension funding policy, which stipulates the 115 trust, and a review on a periodic basis of the variables associated with the funding policy, which includes the 115 trust.
But not the investment policy. Like
of the investment policy is a piece of the 115 trust, not our broader investment policy. That's what you're looking at, which is how we manage our.
I'm asking if we have a separate investment policy for the 115 trust that's different from the city's overall investment policy.
The 115 trust investment policy is set by the pension funding policy.
Okay. Well, okay, but funding the trust seems to be different than what it's invested in. But are you saying that?
But that's part of it in terms of the funding policy talks about
how are we going to fund pensions proactively? What are the tools we want to use them for, and how do we want to use those tools? And so the investment assumption for the 115 trust is a component of that.
So if I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, so are you saying the decisions and what kind of things to invest in are based on the implied time frame of the funding of the trust? So
I'm not sure I'm following.
So again, like our overall investment policy.
The 115 was adopted by council with PARS, who is the company, for lack of a better word, that manages the trust. They have multiple investment strategies that one can choose from. The council chose, when we implemented the 115 trust, a certain investment strategy. And they affirmed that strategy when we did the pension funding policy, which was after the establishment of the PARS trust, and said that as part of the pension funding policy and the regular review of that policy and our status to meeting our goals, that we would reevaluate the investment choice as part of that part.
Like moderate or something, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that I was just
Does that
trying to
make
recall
sense?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say we don't choose the investments. We just choose
the profile.
The profile. Perfect.
But again, like our city investment policy is very specific. Like
correct.
We hold securities to data maturity.
Correct, because we are the ones who are doing those investments.
Right. So they're separate and different.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry I didn't ask that clearly. Okay. So any comment back to home key? Any comments on home key? Yeah. Yeah. The next one is this reserve for labor and inflation. Any comments, no one?
I might have asked the third-party regional agency for the 27 million, but I don't think they'd come up with it.
Yeah. And the RPP loan, and then any of these other funds, workers' comp, general liability. Talked a little bit about retiree healthcare, debt service fund.
There are no material proposed changes in these. Obviously, we're truing up things in workers' comp and general liability based on our cost for insurance. We don't really have a lot of control over that.
It looks like our workers' comp kind of shot up in the last year, but we expect it to go back down.
TBD. We haven't, frankly, even seen necessarily all the impacts of COVID and whether or not there will be any, kind of cost associated with that. Excuse me. The cost of workers' compensation in general is going up as a trend in that industry. And so we are falling in line with that, for better or for worse, unfortunately.
Also look like our healthcare costs continue to go up pretty rapidly.
That's correct. For our actual healthcare plans, it depends on the plan. We do partner with CalPERS to provide our health benefits. And that is both to our active employees as well as retirees. But obviously our healthcare costs, the healthcare industry costs are going up overall.
And then I had one last random question. So we had this emergency HISRAP funding and it looks like we didn't spend it. And I mean, it's not a question for the people in the room, but it's like, well, why didn't we spend it?
I would need to get with Kristen on that one. Ultimately, that is set aside for an emergency that may arise with a group that comes forward and needs some assistance. And so they do use it. But you are correct. It's seldom that they use it.
I was hoping, in the last year, somebody would have come forward. So is it just that nobody really came forward, or?
I would need to ask Kristen the details on that.
Yeah. Okay. You guys have anything else generally? So should we do a quick wrap up?
Yes.
So I'm sorry.
Of course.
To go back to the city manager's department. I just noticed that in the slide number 27, adding the economic development manager is an assistant to the city manager. but focused on economic development for the business areas, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So if the committee would perhaps like to make a motion on this last item while staff pulls up to share their screen for the referrals. Thank you.
So we made a motion on the pension, but we would tentatively approve the remaining items, I guess.
The non-departmental.
Yep. All in favor? Yes. Eric? Yep. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna do a quick wrap up, right? Summarize things. And
yep. So
I did say I would go to the public. Could we just check if there are any members of the public that want to speak? You could raise your hand at this point. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so go ahead.
Okay, so what's before the committee are just the actions that you have taken over the last 2 days. And then I'm trying, yep, there we go, thank you. So that's the one item that's been placed in the parking lot regarding the downtown housing plan. And then the 2 actions, recommended changes regarding valet program and the National Citizen Survey.
Downtown housing is 150,000 this year, but 800,000 total. Is that right?
That's the net value. Yes. So it's actually, I believe, 950,000 in total with an $800,000 revenue.
And then what happened to YCI and UNEF?
Oh,
they're there.
Scroll.
Yeah, that matches my list. Anybody else have anything?
Okay. All right. And then the next tab, I think, is just that list that we had talked about of things for staff to make sure we are highlighting. We may or may not have that.
Where are you looking?
Jesse's looking.
There you go.
Yep. Cool. Okay. So these are the items, and we'll add on as item 7 at this point, pension.
Yeah, the pension discount rate.
Yep.
And what method do we want to agree is the policy? I guess the one number 4. I mean, you kind of had the cumulative investments in there. I was thinking. Not sure how to frame it, but it was more of a highlighting cumulative investments as almost like a question about how much more does council want to spend on planning. I think you had a table there with maybe how much we thought we could be reimbursed on the planning side, but
So I'm sorry, Chair. I'm not sure exactly what information would be helpful for this particular follow-up item.
Yeah, again, this is more to highlight the council when the budget comes to council. So there was a table, I think, that had multi-years money spent on planning and money spent on construction. And I think we've spent 14 million over 5 years on planning or something already, or we're showing that. And again, I thought maybe a little bit of a discussion about grade separations, just to kind of put that in context.
Right.
Like, I don't know if people realize how much it's added up.
Right.
Okay, well,
Okay. So,
again, I think it's been a relatively painless 2 days. Having a recovery budget definitely helped. But again, I feel like the committee did look at the details, and I think we were pretty much aligned. So
absolutely.
thank you all for all the effort on over 2 days.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so again, we may have a very short finance meeting next week.
That's correct. On the 17th of May, sorry, we have a single item agenda. It's the single audit for fiscal year 2021, following the updated state regulations regarding the ARPA funds. So,
and then we have a budget follow-up the week after that.
We do. So staff will, over the course of the next, frankly, week, pull together the information that we just reviewed, and we'll be back before this committee on May 24th. We'll do our best to get that wrap-up memo out as soon as possible, but
yep.
We'll obviously be cutting it close.
And I don't know if it's feasible. Do you think you'd have an outline of the council memo? Would it be useful to kind of discuss that? Because several of those items, I guess, were more for like just council.
Sure. So what we can do is have, or what I think we'll plan on doing is when we do the wrap-up memo, we write up responses for the additional information. So that will be in the wrap-up memo. I will not have to be clear, we will not have a draft of the council memo, but we will have draft responses or highlights for those areas for the committee's review and information, obviously, as part of that wrap-up.
Sounds good.
Great.
For the future meetings, did you not talk about earlier about the TMA review?
Yeah, well, I don't know if we really resolved that one. I think at one point I said it might be good to have finance look at the TMA budget. But that, I don't know, it's almost a separate item.
Okay.
Huge difference on this budget.
No, not on this budget.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
So it's not urgent, but is it something for the future?
Yeah, I mean, you're the liaison there. I think maybe you can, again, it seems like a relatively small amount of activity this year.
Right.
So I don't know.
Okay. Well, it's like you said, I mean, not urgent at this point. And I think we have a lot more things to discuss, other things.
Okay, great. Okay, well, thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.